Chapter 185. A red figure passed through the passageway like a flame, and a familiar face appeared in front of her. Nian Bing's eyes were moist. Fire Dragon King Garamandes was still the same as before, and his dragon eyes revealed strong emotions. Among the 7 Dragon Kings, Garamandes was the one who had the deepest relationship with Nian Bing. It was this Fire Dragon King who gradually led Nian Bing into the ranks of the strong. The brotherhood between them could no longer be expressed with words. Sizing up Nian Bing, Garamandes grabbed her shoulders with both hands and laughed, saying, Good brother, you're indeed back. Not bad. Looks like you've completely recovered. My dad is really something, to be able to bring you back to life like that." Nian Bing smiled and said, "Big brother, how have you been these days? You and Xuejing." Garamandes puffed out his chest and said, "Do you still need to ask? Your big brother is so handsome and suave, and Jing has long been mine. She can't wait to have a good husband like me. But you're still good getting 3 in one go. Who do you think can't wait, Amidst a delicate snort, a graceful figure walked in with large strides, directly to Garamandes's side, and grabbed his ear. Her gaze fell on Nian Bing, and it was Xuejing. Garamandes cried out in pain, I can't wait. Miss, be gentler, although my dragon ears are very sturdy. I can't stand it if you pull them every day." Although he was crying out in pain, it was obviously faked, and there was a hint of sweetness in his eyes. Even Xuejing, who was pulling his ear, had a smile on her face. Obviously, this was something that happened often. Nian Bing giggled and said, "Xuejing, I haven't seen you for more than a year, and you're still the same." Xuejing snorted in annoyance and said, "You still know to come back. You made our Ling, and 2 sisters so sad. I really want to beat you up. Garamandes, fix him for me." She knew that she couldn't beat Nian Bing. Garamandes smiled bitterly and said, "I can't beat 4 of them by myself. It's not like you don't know how fast Feng knew, and the others have improved. If I were to make a move on Nian Bing, I'm afraid that the first one to come would be your good sister. Nian Bing, you came back at the right time. Right now, the Yangon continent is in chaos." Hearing the first half of his words, Long Ling and the other 2 girls couldn't help but blush. At the same time, they looked at Nian Bing. At this moment, they only had eyes for their loved ones. Nian Bing nodded and said, "I've already heard from Feng Nu. I didn't expect that more than a year had passed. There were so many changes in the continent. Oh, right, Xuejing. How's the God of Cookery tournament?" Nian Bing felt extremely regretful that she couldn't participate in this year's God of Cookery tournament. At this time, more than a year had passed, and the results were definitely out. Xuejing sighed softly and said, "What else can it be? Since you're not here, Uncle Ming naturally went to battle. However, Uncle Ming and his junior sister teamed up, but they didn't even get a place. Right now, the cooking world is at its peak. Experts from all over the world are gathering, and it's too difficult to win the title of God of Cookery. In the cooking world, this year's God of Cookery tournament is hailed as the most valuable tournament after the retirement of the 5 great divine chefs. It's a pity that I couldn't go. I really wanted to see that scene." Nian Bing's eyes shone brightly. "If I'm not wrong, the final champion should be someone called Little Tian. At the very least, he should be in the top 3. Xuejing said in surprise, "You even know this? Didn't you just come back?" "That's right. It's that person called Little Tian. I heard from Uncle Ming that this Little Tian is extremely strong. Uncle Ming said that even you might not be able to win against him. His culinary skills are too miraculous. Even the 2 people who are his assistants are top-notch chefs. The 3 of them teamed up and defeated the other heroes in the end, becoming the champion of this year's tournament." Nian Bing smiled faintly and said, "That's within my expectations. I've fought Little Tian once before, and we were evenly matched. With his Yin-Yang Harmony Tai Chi hand, which is the top of the 7 great forbidden hands. If he still couldn't become the champion, I would find it strange. Yin-Yang Harmony Tai Chi hand. Yes, that's it. Moreover, his first assistant is also very strong. That person called Momo or something. The two of them cooperated perfectly and didn't give the other contestants any chance. They almost became the champion of all the events. Sigh, it's a pity that you weren't here. Otherwise, we would have a chance to fight against them. Nian Bing was shocked. Momo is little Tian's assistant? How is that possible? Back then, during the Hualong Culinary Challenge, Momo was a super chef who was second only to him and little Tian. She was actually willing to be little Tian's assistant. This was something that Nian Bing didn't expect. Xu Weijing said, "What's there not to know? That's their business. Nian Bing, I don't care. There are still 3 years before the next God of Cookery tournament. At that time, you must put down everything you're doing and compete for our clear wind fasting. No matter what, you must get first place so that we can hold our heads high." However, little Tian didn't seem very excited about becoming the champion. Uncle Ming said that little Tian mentioned an opponent who didn't participate in the competition at the end of his speech. That was the opponent he wanted to see. Could it be that he was talking about you? Nian Bing's eyes flashed. Little Tian, are you really waiting for me? I've disappointed you this time. However, I think that the next time will be when we decide the winner. 3 years' time was enough for him to deal with everything. Thinking of this, he nodded resolutely and said, "Xu Weijing, even if you didn't say it, I would definitely fight with him once. Let's see if his yin-yang harmony and tai chi hands are stronger or if my overall strength is stronger." The increase in his magic power had greatly increased Nian Bing's comprehension in all aspects. When one's culinary skills reached his level, there was no need to practice too much. Comprehension in one's heart was the key. Xu Weijing's simple words had already filled his heart with fighting spirit. Although it wasn't time to fight yet, he already saw little Tian as his strongest culinary opponent. The stronger his opponent was, the more excited Nian Bing was. Only by continuously surpassing his opponent and himself could his culinary skills become more perfect. Xu Weijing said, "That's good. As long as you're willing to participate in the tournament for us, we'll forget about the matter of leaving for more than a year. Treat our Ling well in the future." Nian Bing smiled and said, "I will." "Xu Weijing, you just came back from the Ice Moon Empire. Have there been any changes in the continent? Do you know how the negotiations with the Ottoman Empire are going? How will the Ottoman Empire decide?" Xu Weijing shook her head and said, "I'm not too sure. I've never cared about politics. We run a hotel. No matter how turbulent the continent is, people still have to eat. What does politics have to do with us?" At this point, her expression suddenly changed as if she thought of something. "All right, there's something I should tell you. Right now, not only is the Ottoman Empire situation not good, the Ice Moon Empire situation isn't very good either. Your good brother Yen Feng is very vexed right now. That's because he received an invitation from the Huarong Empire. They invited the Ice Moon Empire to send an envoy to the Huarong Empire to participate in some 4 nations' public assembly." Nian Bing frowned and said, "For nations' public assembly? What's that? What does the Huarong Empire want to do?" Xu Weijing shook her head and said, "I'm not too sure about that. However, this public assembly seems to have been proposed by the Huarong Empire and the Longmu Empire. Before I came back, I seem to have seen an envoy from the Longmu Empire come to the Ice Moon Empire and pass by Ice Snow City. They should be going to Ice Moon City. I really don't know what they want to do. The Ice Moon Empire is only at the average level among the countries. Because of the Ice Goddess Priest, they have become a powerful country. However, ever since Yen Feng inherited the throne, the Ice God Tower's attitude towards the Ice Moon Empire seemed to be somewhat cold. They didn't even send any experts to protect Yen Feng. The situation now is very delicate. I'm afraid only your brother knows the specifics." Nian Bing nodded and looked at Feng Nu and the other 2 girls. She said, "Looks like my choice was correct. Then let's go to Ice Moon City first. No matter what the public assembly of the 4 nations is going to discuss, Before the assembly ends, the Ottoman Empire won't easily promise anything. Perhaps we can directly see Mother and the others in the Hwarong Empire." Feng Nu nodded and said, "Everything will be arranged by you. We'll listen to you." Garamandes looked at Nianbing. At this time, Xuejing had already let him go. "Brother, you just came back, and you're already in a hurry to leave? Why don't you stay a few more days to accompany us?" Nianbing smiled bitterly. "Right now, the continent is in turmoil. My grandfather, Feng Nu, and Qinchin's parents are all involved in this struggle. Although we may not be able to do much, we should at least try our best. At the very least, we have to ensure the safety of our loved ones. I don't want to see a bad situation. Otherwise, how can I be at ease?" He was indeed somewhat conflicted in his heart, but the conflict wasn't very strong. This time, the biggest difference between him and before was that his confidence had greatly increased, not only because of his increased strength, but also because of the evolution of his Tianyan acupoint. It allowed him to have a clearer control of the general situation. With his and Feng Nu's combined strength, it was definitely a terrifying small group. Although it might not be able to influence the political situation, Nianbing was confident that he could deal with it. The results would depend on their efforts. Moreover, as the leader of the Blood Lion sect, Nianbing had the largest underground force. This was one of the reasons why he was so confident in himself. Right now, the situation wasn't very clear. There were still many things that could be done. Right now, he only hoped that there wouldn't be any changes in the Blood Lion sect after not returning for more than a year. Garamandes smiled and said, "Then you can go. Whenever you want to come back, we'll all be here waiting for you." "Nianbing, do you still remember those people who snatched Miordas's bottle of sealing?" A cold light flashed in Nianbing's eyes, and she said, "Yes, of course I remember. Those people left a deep impression on me." Evil Moon's figure flashed in her mind. At that time, she had almost lost her life in front of these experts of the dark forces. How could she not remember? Garamandes said, "In about half a year it will be the day of extreme Een that Lord Dragon God mentioned. Such a good opportunity is hard to come by in 100 years. I think those dark forces will never let go of this opportunity. They will definitely find a way to open the seal of Miordas's bottle of sealing. At that time, I hope you can stop them with us." There was a trace of hesitation in Nianbing's eyes. She sighed and said, "Is it really right to stop them? Is the continent of gods really the domain of gods? I've been there before, and I know that it should be called hell. Brother Garamandes, it's not that I don't want to help you, but with the strength of Evil Moon's group, it's impossible for them to compete with the 7 Dragon Kings. What's more, as far as I know, the continent of gods will also send gods to help you." Garamandes said in surprise, "You don't want to participate? Have you forgotten how Evil Moon's group hurt you?" Nianbing shook her head and said, "No, of course I won't forget. I don't have a good impression of Evil Moon's group, but my attitude towards the Lost Continent is different. Perhaps I think that the Lost Continent should return, and it will be better for our world." Garamandes looked at Nianbing with some confusion. Nianbing also looked at him. After a long while, Garamandes sighed and said, "Since you don't want to go, I won't force you. You can do as you see fit. The Lost Continent can't return. Otherwise, it will bring great turmoil to our world. No one can predict what will happen in advance. So, we must try our best to stop Miordas from opening the bottle of seal." Nianbing was actually very hesitant. If it was for Halogen, of course she was willing to let the Lost Continent return. Even if it was for the Yangon continent, she was willing to let the Lost Continent return. After all, compared with the continent of gods, the Lost Empire seemed to be much stronger. However, her worry came from Evil Moon. Evil Moon's group was extremely evil. If they really followed the incantation and surrendered to Evil Moon after the return of the Lost Empire, she was afraid that the destruction to the human world would be no less than that of the continent of gods. At that time, a catastrophe would be inevitable. So, She was now hesitant and didn't know what she should do. Therefore, she rejected Garamandes' proposal. Everything would be decided by God. Who knew what God's will was? What she needed to do was to finish all the things she needed to deal with first. Feng Nu held Nian Bing's hand and looked at Garamandes, who was a little unhappy. Nian Bing looked back at her. He naturally understood what Feng Nu meant. Without Garamandes, there would be no Nian Bing today. This kindness must be repaid. Thinking of this, Nian Bing took a deep breath and said, "Big brother, don't be angry with me. You also came from the continent of gods. You should know more about the things there than I do. How about this? Although I may not help you, I may not be there when the time comes. If something happens that threatens you, I will not shirk my responsibility." Garamandes laughed and said, "Good, that's my good brother. Actually, I understand what you mean. The 7 Dragon Kings are willing to stay in the Yangon continent not only because there is a good life here, but also because we don't want to deal with those gods. Those guys make me sick just looking at them. However, the lost continent has disappeared for tens of thousands of years. Who knows how they have developed? If they have developed to the point where the continent of gods can't catch up, I'm afraid our world will face a huge disaster. So, the less trouble the better. Since the gods' emissary war from 10,000 years ago was already decided, why should there be any more variables? All right, I won't disturb your little reunion. Silence, let's go out." After saying this, he looked deeply at Nian Bing and pulled Xue Qing out of the cave. Looking at their backs, Nian Bing fell into deep thought. Garamandes's words had his reasons. Yes, no one could predict what the lost continent would be like when they returned. 10,000 years ago, they were already able to defeat the continent of gods. If it wasn't for the 3 true gods, there would be no gods in the world. After 10,000 years of reproduction, who knew what happened to the lost continent? If there really were a few true gods, just the impact of their battle on the various continents would be. Thinking about this, Nian Bing felt relieved. At least, he no longer felt that Garamandes's idea was wrong. It was still the same feeling. Let nature take its course. These things didn't have much to do with him. What he needed to do was to protect his friends and family. That was enough for him. Thinking about this, he pulled the 3 women in front of him and hugged them into his broad arms. Feeling the beauty of fullness, he sighed inwardly. It was so good to be alive. Nian Bing only stayed in the cold mountain range for 1 day. Early the next morning, he took Halogen and the 3 women to bid farewell to the 7 Dragon Kings. Originally, Xue Jing also wanted to leave with them, but Garamandes let her stay on the grounds that he couldn't protect Xue Jing. The day of extreme Yin was approaching. The 7 Dragon Kings should also begin their final preparations. At this time, Garamandes couldn't leave casually. Wind, gently blowing the clouds in the sky. Nian Bing's eyes revealed a trace of gentleness. The air was a little cold. As the northernmost empire of the continent, this had always been the symbol of the Ice Moon Empire. This clean cold naturally didn't affect them. At this time, the mood of the 5 people was in a state of excitement. The 3 women finally waited for Nian Bing to return. No matter what difficulties they were about to face, they believed that as long as they were together with Nian Bing, nothing would be an obstacle. The most excited was Halogen. He had just arrived at this beautiful continent. It brought him a completely new feeling. At this time, with the help of Nian Bing's wind magic, flying in the air, looking at the blue sky, feeling the warm sunlight and the calm air, he really understood his mother's painstaking efforts. Yes, at that time, his mother chose to die for him. From the perspective of the dwarf race, this was definitely the right choice. It turned out that there really was such a beautiful place in the world. In this place, everything he came in contact with only existed in legends. To be able to feel all of this beauty, it could be said that it was a gift from his mother. Only by walking out of the cage of the gods' continent could he see this wonderful world. Slowly flying, Nian Bing pulled Longling's hand. Among the three women, Long Ling's strength was slightly weaker. Although Halogen was strong, he didn't have the ability to fly. Feng Nu and Lan Qin followed behind them, spreading their red and blue wings. They always hoped that their beloved could be in front of them. After flying together for a day, when night gradually fell, the five people finally arrived near Ice Moon City. Nian Bing led the other four people and landed on a small hill. Brother Halogen, there are some things I need to tell you in advance. Nian Bing patted Halogen's shoulder. Halogen smiled honestly and said, Brother, if there's something you need to say, just say it. Nian Bing said, We're about to enter a human city. Your height is about 1 meters, which is quite eye-catching among human males. Moreover, there are many new things in the human world that you haven't seen before. I hope that no matter what you see, you can keep calm and try not to attract other people's attention, okay? Halogen nodded and said, I understand what you mean, but other things are easy, but with my height, I'm afraid. Nian Bing smiled faintly and said, That's not a difficult task. I have a way. After saying that, his eyes flashed, and his right hand lightly waved forward. Light flickered, and an earth puppet that looked exactly the same as him appeared in front of him. After the 7 blades evolved into super divine tools, the earth puppets also had a solid form like Emperor Kurobutsu. Nian Bing thought for a moment and communicated with the earth puppet through her soul. The earth puppet's originally lifeless eyes became a bit more spirited. Nian Bing nodded. Nian Bing said to Halogen, Brother, relax. I'll let the earth puppet fuse with your body. This way, you can change your appearance. Don't resist. It won't affect your battle strength. It will only change your appearance. Halogen nodded and said, Then what are we waiting for? Come on. Brother Nian Bing, your magic is really amazing. Nian Bing smiled faintly. Although he was able to do this because of the power of the 7 divine blades, his spiritual power was more important. Only when his spiritual power reached his level could he truly control the 7 divine weapons. Yellow rays of light condensed around the body of the earth puppet. With a flash of light, the melody of Earth Awakens appeared in Nian Bing's hand. The yellow rays of light lost their original shape and gradually condensed into a ball, floating in front of Halogen. Halogen's dwarf divine armor shook and issued a slight buzzing sound. Halogen smiled faintly and used his mind to communicate with his precious armor. He relaxed his whole body and let the pure earth element baptize his body. The yellow rays of light gradually surrounded Halogen's robust body, and the rays of light gradually shone. Halogen clearly felt that the earth element in the air was unceasingly condensing towards him and fusing with his body. At this time, Feng Nu and the other 2 saw a strange scene. Under the cover of the yellow rays of light, Halogen's appearance was gradually becoming indistinguishable. The yellow rays of light were unceasingly fluctuating, and the shape was also constantly changing. Nian Bing closed her eyes, and the light between her eyebrows turned into a faint yellow. The longevity blade in her hand swallowed the light, and with a flash of light, she suddenly threw the longevity blade out. Under the influence of the yellow rays of light, the longevity blade floated and fused with Halogen's body. Under the constant movement of the earth element, a tall youth appeared in front of them. The yellow rays of light converged, and everything returned to normal. Halogen looked at his own body in astonishment. At this time, he didn't feel the slightest discomfort. He only felt that his body was full of the aura of the earth element. His tall body didn't seem to have changed at all. He still had the same control as before, but he found that his height was almost the same as Nian Bing's. Nian Bing looked at Halogen with satisfaction. Halogen's appearance hadn't changed much. Under the influence of the earth element, an earth element barrier was formed around Halogen's body, and the earth element completely fused with his body under the influence of the longevity blade. The dwarf divine armor couldn't be seen from the outside. Halogen's current appearance was like his original self had suddenly grown 2 feet taller. He looked tall and mighty, and his muscles were still as swollen as before. There wasn't the slightest bit of disharmony. Nian Bing smiled faintly and said, "It's a success. Big brother Halogen, you don't feel any discomfort, right?" Halogen constantly looked at each part of his body. He was surprised to find that not only was his body rebuilt, even the warrior's robe on the surface was condensed from the earth element. On his back, a rich earth element energy was constantly absorbing the earth element in the air, maintaining the appearance of his body as if it would never change. This is too amazing. Some magic is so fun. It's a pity that I can't learn it anymore. Otherwise, I would have asked you to teach me a little. After changing his appearance, Halogen became even more excited. Now that he had transformed into a real human, he was indescribably happy. Nian Bing smiled and said, "Your current body is actually just a layer of earth element added on top of your original body. And this body is the core of the longevity blade's energy. With the longevity blade's speed of absorbing the earth element in the air, as long as you are willing, you can maintain this appearance without changing. All right, now we can enter the city. Big brother, you have to remember what I said earlier." Halogen smiled and said, "Don't worry. In terms of experience, I'm not as knowledgeable as you, but in terms of age, you're much younger than me. Naturally, I know what to do and what not to do." The five of them stopped flying and walked together on the official road from the hill, heading towards Ice Moon City. Ice Moon City, as one of the most famous cities in the continent, had not changed much. The security at the city gate was still as strict as before. The changes that happened more than a year ago in the Ice Moon Empire seemed to have never happened. Everything was on the right track. Without any obstructions, the five of them entered the city. Because Feng Nu and the other two's appearances were too outstanding, Nian Bing purposely made them change into coarse clothes and put on bamboo hats to cover their beauty. Nian Bing also had some selfish motives. Just like any other ordinary man, he also hoped that the beauty of his beloved would only shine in front of him. After entering Ice Moon City, the fake Wu Ji brought the four of them to eat a simple meal and then went directly to the Warriors Guild. He first had to contact the Bloodline cult. With a huge intelligence network, it would be much easier to do anything. The Golden Magician's robe was very eye-catching. As soon as they arrived at the entrance of the Warriors Guild, they attracted the attention of the guards. The guards here were all from the Bloodline cult, but the low-level members did not recognize Nian Bing. Two warriors directly stopped them. "What are you doing here? After all, magicians rarely appeared here." Nian Bing said indifferently, "Take me to see Yin Tao." The warrior snorted and said, "You want to see our president? Who are you?" Nian Bing looked at the two warriors, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. The two warriors only felt dizzy and their minds became blurred. Although they had also been trained by the Bloodline cult and their willpower was much stronger than ordinary people, in front of Nian Bing's spiritual power, there was no way for them to struggle. "Take me to see Yin Tao." Nian Bing repeated his words again. This time, the guards only responded in a low voice and quickly led them into the Warriors Guild. As soon as they entered, a familiar scene greeted their eyes. It was still chaotic here. In the spacious hall, the warriors were all receiving various missions or coming here to submit missions. Nian Bing ignored the gazes around him and did not care that his golden magician's robe had become the center of attention in the hall. Under the guidance of the two warriors, the five of them directly walked to the back. After passing through the door, Nian Bing ordered the two warriors to return to their posts. He stopped and his spiritual power spread out like ripples in water. In an instant, it covered the entire Warriors Guild. Standing in the same place, he said in silence, "Yin Tao, come out and see me." His voice was not loud. Halogen was a little curious about who Nian Bing was talking to. However, the hearts of Long Ling and the other two who were practicing magic trembled at the same time. Nian Bing's voice seemed to come from the depths of their souls. It shocked them. The three of them had all opened their Tianyan acupoints and were much more familiar with spiritual power than before. Feeling Nianbing's endless spiritual power, they could not help but be a little shocked. Nianbing did not tell them what happened on the godly continent, but their strength had greatly increased, and they could clearly feel that Nianbing was unfathomable. Yin Tao was handling some of the daily affairs of the guild. As for Nianbing's voice, Long Ling and the other two could only sense it with their spiritual power. However, to Yin Tao, Nianbing's voice was like a bolt from the blue. It shook his brain and made him dizzy. In shock, he immediately identified the source of the voice and quickly walked out of the room. When Yin Tao saw Nianbing in a golden magician's robe, he was relieved. His eyes were filled with surprise. He walked a few steps in front of Nianbing and knelt on one knee. He said respectfully, "Master, please forgive me for being late to greet you." Since Feng knew and the others were present, he did not rashly call out the two words leader. Chapter 186. Sensing the surprised looks of Long Ling and the other two girls, Nianbing said, "Stand up, let's talk inside." Yin Tu nodded sincerely, then stood up and led Nianbing and the other four girls into the meeting room. Closing the door, Yin Tu walked to Nianbing, stood beside him with his hands hanging down, glanced at Feng Nu and the other four girls, and asked in a low voice, "Master, who are they?" Nianbing smiled and said, "It's all right, they're all on the same side. Master Yin, long time no see. How is the Ice Moon Hall?" Yin Tu gave a bitter smile and said, "Master, you're finally back. During the past year, so many big things have happened on the continent. We've sent a great number of people to search for you, but we didn't get any information." "How did you?" Nianbing raised his hand and stopped Yin Tu from continuing. Everyone sat down and Nianbing took the main seat. He glanced at Feng Nu, Long Ling, and Lan Qin, hinting that he would explain to them later, then said to Yin Tu, "Something happened to me. I rushed back as soon as I finished dealing with it." Yin Tu said, "Master, it's great that you're back. We need you to take charge of the situation." Nianbing nodded and said, "Tell me briefly what happened in the sect during my absence." Yin Tu said respectfully, "Not long after you disappeared, we received a call for help from the former master. Because you weren't here, the 7 elders didn't dare to make any decisions without permission. Therefore, they sent people everywhere to search for you. Our sect has eyes and ears all over the continent, but we couldn't find you. The 7 elders were afraid of delaying the important things, so they temporarily took charge of the sect affairs and decided to help Devil Lion." Nianbing nodded and said, "So the sect had a hand in what happened in the Qi Lu Empire as well?" Yin Tu said, "Yes, the purpose of our sect was to serve the Rong family. We secretly provided all kinds of information about the Qi Lu Empire to Lord Devil Lion. Even the capital city of the Qi Lu Empire was broken into. It was the 7 elders who led the red-clothed men of sacrifice to open the city gate from the inside. That's why everything went so smoothly. Right now, most of our people are concentrated in the south." Nianbing thought to herself, "Sure enough, although she wasn't here, the 7 elders would never be careless when it came to important decisions." With the comprehensive information gathered by the bloodline cult and the surprise attack, how could the Qi Lu Empire not be defeated? Seeing that Nianbing was deep in thought, Yin Tu continued, "Sect Master, since you've returned, why don't you leave now? In that case, I will immediately inform the elders and ask you to preside over the situation." Nianbing said, "All right, inform the elders that I'm back first." "All right. What's with the 4 states forum space? I've only heard about it. Since the Huarong Empire has organized such a meeting, they must be up to something." Yin Dang nodded and said, "Yes, I also just got the news not long ago. The so-called 4 Nations Conference is actually very simple. It is a peace talk proposed by the Huarong Empire." Nianbing was moved. "Peace talks? Under such circumstances, the Huarong Empire is actually willing to negotiate. What a good plan! However, will the Longmu Empire allow the peace talks to succeed? Now that the Qi Lu Empire has been conquered, they need time to fully control it. The Huarong Empire's territory is already about the same size as the Ottoman Empire and the Ice Moon Empire combined. It is at least 1.5 times the size of the Longmu Empire. Then, how can the other empires compete with the Huarong Empire? Yin Dang said, the situation of the Four Nations Conference is very delicate. According to the information I received, in the upcoming conference, the Huarong Empire and the Longmu Empire will naturally be at odds with each other. The Ottoman Empire and the Ice Moon Empire are in a more delicate position. The Huarong Empire needs time to recuperate. However, the Åland Empire needs more time to adjust. The Ice Moon Empire just had a change of emperor not too long ago. Although most of the powers are under our control, their national strength isn't that strong. Furthermore, due to the distance between them and the Huarong Empire, if I were Yen Feng, I definitely wouldn't offend the Huarong Empire so easily. I would attract a great enemy to myself. Nian Bing smiled slightly and said, "Not bad. Your analysis is very reasonable. Presumably, this should be the reason why the Huarong Empire started the peace talks. Tension and relaxation. It is indeed a good strategy. Judging from the current situation of the Ice Moon Empire, we don't even need to occupy it. The entire upper echelon of the empire is under our control." Yin Dang nodded and said, "That's right. After what happened last time, the reserve elder Shuepa is already the father-in-law of the Ice Moon Empire. He is also in charge of more than 1/3 of the empire's military power. After the elders of the Bloodlion Hall discussed it, Shuepa is now in the back seat. He is only in charge of the military power, but he will not easily interfere with the government. He will fully support Yen Feng and let him control the Ice Moon Empire on the surface." Nian Bing's eyes flashed. She smiled and said, "This is the best choice. Since ancient times, powerful officials have never had a good ending. For us, the most important thing is the military power of the sorcerers. As long as we have the military power, there is no harm in letting Yen Feng manage the politics. Moreover, the Ice Moon Empire's government has already been infiltrated by our people. No matter what happens, it will be under our control. I will go and take a look at the Four Nations Conference. I can't predict the result. If I am not wrong, the Huarong Empire wants to show its strength in front of the other 3 nations to deter them. The Longmu Empire wants to contact the other 2 nations to resist the Huarong Empire together. It is time for the nations to compete with each other. Whoever can gain more benefits from this conference will be able to live more comfortably in the future." Yin Dang said, "Hierarch, what should we do?" Nian Bing thought for a while and said, "When you inform the 7th elder that I am coming back, tell them to lead the elites of our sect to wait for me in the Huarong Empire. I will be there soon. At the same time, tell the branches of our sect to not act rashly. Also, tell them to restrain their intelligence network. We must maintain the mystery of our sect, especially in the Huarong Empire." Yin Dang stared blankly and said, "Hierarch, why? Now is the best time for us to expand greatly." Nian Bing said indifferently, "Just do as I say. I have my reasons. The increase of the Huarong Empire's power was naturally a good thing for the empire. However, it might not be so for the Rong family. After all, the Rong family was a subject of the Huarong Empire. Their achievements might not cause the Emperor Hua Tian to offend them. However, in the future, the throne might change or Prince Rong might die. In that case, the Rong family might not be as glorious as it was now. It might even change. After all, the military power of the Rong family was too great. Just the 2 terrifying knight regiments were enough to make anyone wary. Therefore, the more mysterious the Bloodlion sect was, the more help it would be to the Rong family in the future." How could Nian Bing tell Yin Dang this? Because Yin Dang was not a member of the Rong family, nor was he a core member of the Bloodlion sect. Nian Bing continued, "Help me arrange a place for my friends to stay. I'm going out for a while." "All right," Nian Bing said. Yin Dang nodded. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. Xiang Nianbing said, "The recent actions of the Aland Empire have been very strange. According to the reports of our spies, for some reason, the Aland Empire has undergone tremendous changes in the past 2 years. This is especially so with the encouragement of the royal family. Various industries have developed greatly. An entire country seems to be thriving. The country has issued dozens of decrees, and not a single one of them is wrong. Under the country's impoverished condition, they have greatly reduced taxes and encouraged production, although it has only been 2 years. However, the Ottoman Empire has fully recovered and is now far from what it used to be. However, they did not expand their army. The army is still under the control of Duke Bluefeather. They even gave up the defense of the barren lands in the south and retreated inland. Apart from the daily necessary training, the soldiers are engaged in other work. For example, assisting farmers in farming. It is very strange. However, the effect is surprisingly good. The whole country is adjusting and developing. Although there are not many changes on the outside, the Ottoman Empire is very different from before." Nianbing's heart moved. For such a situation to occur, it must be related to the leadership. Only an enlightened monarch and wise ministers can make the weakest country on the continent develop in such a short time. Have there been any changes in the upper echelons of the Ottoman Empire in the past 2 years? Yin Dang nodded. Yes, and there was a very big change. Under the recommendation of Duke Bluefeather, a person called Noel became the new prime minister of the Ottoman Empire. It was because of this person's ascension that the Ottoman Empire made great progress. Noel. Nianbing's mind spun quickly. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. I believe that this Prime Minister Noel is not only very young, but also a woman. Yin Dang was surprised. How did you know? This Prime Minister Noel reports directly to the Emperor of the Ottoman Empire in the Aland Palace. She almost never appears in front of the monarch and his ministers. The decrees are also issued by the Emperor. We used a lot of manpower to investigate that this Noel is a woman, but you... Nianbing looked at Longling with a smile. It seems that your good sister has begun to show off in the Ottoman Empire. Longling looked at Nianbing in surprise. Are you saying that this Noel is Roa? Nianbing nodded. That's right. Other than the Lady of Wisdom, I can't think of anyone else who has the ability to make the Ottoman Empire change so much in such a short time. Yes, although the Emperor of the Ottoman Empire may not be very wise, he definitely knows how to use people. No wonder Duke Bluefeather was always placed in an important position by him. This time with Luo Ro, 1 civil and 1 military, if they are given some time, I believe that the Ottoman Empire will achieve great things in the future. Feng Nu, you don't have to worry now. With the Lady of Wisdom in the Ottoman Empire, it won't be easy for the Huarong Empire to swallow her. Feng Nu looked at Nianbing confusedly. She really couldn't understand when the man she loved so much had become a politician. Looking at his calm face, it seemed that he already knew the situation in front of him. Nianbing stood up and said to Yin Dang, "You go inform the elders, as I said. I need to go out for a trip." Yin Dang nodded sincerely and walked out. Nianbing looked at Halogen, and the 3 girls smiled and said, "Now I can answer your questions. Is there any problem? You can ask." Feng Nu was the first to speak. "What's with you being a leader? I've never heard you mention it before." Nianbing smiled and said, "You will all be my wives. There's nothing to hide. Back then, do you still remember what happened when we participated in the competition in the Huarong Empire? I took over the position of the leader of the Bloodlion sect at that time." Then he briefly explained how his grandfather had passed on the Bloodlion sect to him and how he had promised to protect the Rong family in the future. Hearing Nianbing's words, Lanchin suddenly said, no wonder you were in the palace that day when the Ice Moon Empire's royal family was in chaos. That Yen Feng could become the emperor. It must have been because of you." Nianbing grinned and said, "Of course, even those powerful warriors who went to intercept your teacher were sent by me. If I hadn't controlled everything well, How could I have let that good brother of mine sit on the emperor's throne? In fact, the real reason I did this was because of Ling. Only when Yen Feng became the emperor, there would be no more obstacles between Ling, and me. Back then, when I agreed to help my master Longji, I didn't have the slightest confidence. However, for Ling Er's sake, I had no choice but to agree. After that, when I discovered that the underground forces of the bloodline cult were actually so large, I finally had the confidence to succeed. In fact, it was very dangerous that time. Even if your teacher had arrived earlier, our plan would have been ruined. Fortunately, we succeeded in the end. That's my secret. You know everything else. Do you have any questions? Longling smiled and said, I don't have any questions. I don't care who you are or what your subordinates are in charge of. Anyway, I won't leave you in the future. Lan Chen sighed softly and said, Nianbing, I was really unwilling to admit defeat when we fought for the first time, and I've always been looking for an opportunity to defeat you. So, I've been constantly training bitterly while I was looking for you. I hoped that I would be able to take revenge when I saw you again. However, every time I saw you, you were stronger than before. You not only faced me, but also so many things. I have to admit that you are much better than me. Nian Bing held Lan Chen's hand and smiled. If I'm not as good as you, you probably won't recognize me as your husband, right? Well, don't think too much about it. I will do my best to deal with your teacher's matter. She locked my parents up for so many years, destroyed my childhood, and destroyed my family. I have to take revenge. But after all, she also raised my mother and you. As long as my parents are safe and sound, I promise you that I will spare her life. Lan Chen's eyes lit up. Ignoring the other people around, he threw himself into Nian Bing's arms and said in a trembling voice, Are you telling the truth? Although she had decided to leave the Ice God Tower at that time, how could she forget the kindness of the Ice Goddess Priestess for raising her for so many years? The thing she was most afraid of was going to the Ice God Tower with Nian Bing one day. She wasn't afraid of facing her teacher, but she was afraid that if a conflict broke out between her beloved man and her teacher, either side would be hurt. Nian Bing obviously understood her heart. Making such a promise to her could be considered as the biggest concession he could make. After all, in Nian Bing's heart, hatred had always been the source of his continuous efforts. The reason why he said so was entirely because of her. Thinking of this, Lan Chen's heart surged with strong emotions. She hugged Nian Bing's neck and used her ice-cold lips to kiss Nian Bing's lips. Nian Bing had been here for 2 days, but when the 3 women were with him, they were too embarrassed to be too intimate with him. They were all afraid that the other 2 women would misunderstand. Lan Chen's sudden kiss startled Nian Bing, but his surprise was soon replaced by tenderness. He hugged Lan Chen tightly and kissed her deeply on the lips. Don't worry, I never go back on my words. Since I have already promised you, I will definitely do it. Lan Chen's eyes reddened. She lowered her head and said, Thank you for understanding my heart. Nian Bing hugged her elastic body tightly, recalling the madness of that time. He couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. He smiled and said, Well, don't think too much. You are my lover. I should do something for you. What's more, this is not a big deal. After going to the continent of gods, Nian Bing's knowledge had greatly increased. In the past, when he was in the Yangon continent, he always thought that God's Descent Master was the ultimate goal he pursued. But after going to the continent of gods, he discovered that his pursuit was so shallow. In the future, there were still many tests to face. Those few true gods should be the ones he should face. Lan Chen's heart gradually calmed down in Nian Bing's warm embrace. Only then did she remember her current situation. She hurriedly broke free from Nian Bing's embrace. A blush appeared on her fair face. She stole a glance at her sister, then looked at Long Ling, and Feng Nu's expression didn't change. They were both looking at her with a smile. Lan Chen's gaze just happened to meet Lan Chen's. This made Lan Chen even more embarrassed. Nian Bing laughed and said, What are you looking at them for? Don't worry, I won't favor one and discriminate against the other. Come, my 2 wives, let's kiss. After saying that, he made threatening gestures and pounced on Feng Nu and Long Ling. The 2 women cried out in alarm and hurriedly hid behind Lan Qin. But Nian Bing's physical strength was no longer comparable to before. Feng Nu smoothly dodged, but Long Ling fell into his evil clutches. Long Ling only made a symbolic struggle before Nian Bing succeeded. Different from Lan Chen's cool lips, Long Ling's lips were extremely moist and soft. It was exceptionally comfortable to kiss. When Nian Bing went to grab Feng Nu again, Feng Nu said shyly, "Didn't you say you were going out to do something? Why haven't you gone yet? You're fooling around in front of Big Brother Halogen. What are you doing?" Halogen was originally looking at them foolishly. Hearing Feng Nu's words, he quickly turned around and muttered, "I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything." Nian Bing suddenly stepped forward like lightning and deeply kissed Feng Nu's hot lips. "Okay, I'm done kissing. You wait for me here. I'll be back in a while." After that, Feng Nu snorted and hurriedly ran out of the meeting room. Looking at Nian Bing's back, Feng Nu couldn't help but shake her head helplessly, but her heart was very sweet. She had spent the longest time with Nian Bing. She clearly found that since Nian Bing came back, his mentality had changed a lot. At least, he was no longer as dark as before and had become much more cheerful. Perhaps it was because he had regained his life, and at the same time because he knew that his parents were safe and sound. Nian Bing left the Warriors' Union, tidied up his clothes, and slowly walked towards the palace. Before seeing Yin and I, he had guessed that the Blood Lion Church had helped the Huarong Empire launch an invasion. Therefore, Yin Ni's words didn't surprise him too much. As he walked, he thought about the current situation of the Yangon continent. No matter how the Yangon continent fought, it didn't affect Nian Bing too much. He just hoped that his family and friends wouldn't be hurt. As for who ruled the continent, it didn't matter too much. What he was thinking about the most now was the lost continent. In his mind, he often analyzed what would happen if the lost continent returned, or if the process of opening the seal was stopped. After staying with Cao for a year, the unlucky emissaries sent by the godly continent might have already come to the Yangon continent. He didn't know if they had found the whereabouts of Evil Moon. These emissaries had seen so many complicated scenes on the Yangon continent. If they went back to the godly continent and spread the news, it was very likely that the binding seal of the godly continent would be opened in the future. Although they were all humans, it was definitely not a good thing for so many strong people to come to the Yangon continent one by one. But was it something that he could stop? Nian Bing's good mood gradually disappeared as he thought about it. He felt more and more that the situation was serious. Cao and Tianxiang had both entered meditation when he left, and the other 3 true gods definitely wouldn't be idle either. No one could predict what would happen in the future. If he wanted to change all of this, he needed more power and influence. It seemed that he had to make some preparations on the Yangon continent. No matter how strong the gods were, they were far from being comparable to the Yangon continent in terms of numbers. When he arrived at the Huarong Empire, he should talk to his grandpa. He hoped that he could come up with a solution as soon as possible. While thinking, Nian Bing arrived at the gate of the Ice Moon Empire's palace. As soon as he arrived, he suddenly felt a cold breath invading his body. He was shocked and couldn't help but raise his head to look in the direction of the breath. He saw 3 magicians wearing white magic robes looking at him. These 3 people were also coming to the Ice Moon Empire's palace. Seeing them, Nian Bing's heart beat violently. The one in the lead wearing a thin veil was the priestess of the Ice Goddess. At this time, the priestess of the Ice Goddess was dressed the same as before, but there was an additional white bamboo hat on her head. The 3 feet long veil hung in front of her, covering her peerless beauty. The 2 people behind her were dressed the same as the priestess of the Ice Goddess, but their breath was much weaker. Although he couldn't see the priestess appearance, with Nian Bing's spiritual power, he could see through her. In an instant, he determined that the person in front of him was his greatest enemy. Taking a deep breath, his eyes lit up and he took the initiative to greet him. The reason why the priestess of the ice goddess was able to discover Nianbing first, and not Nianbing, was not because her spiritual power was stronger than Nianbing's, but because Nianbing was a little absent-minded when he was thinking and didn't pay attention to the movements around him. Seeing Nianbing walking towards her, the priestess of the ice goddess couldn't help but be a little surprised. When Lan Chen was still Bingyan, he once told her about Nianbing's identity. Right now, looking at Nianbing's somewhat familiar handsome face, she couldn't help but think of her own disciple, and also that stubborn Rongtian. From the surface, this young man wearing a golden magic robe in front of her was more outstanding than his father. But the strange thing was, he was clearly a magician. But why didn't she feel any magic elements around her body? What wind blew Lord Ice Goddess Priestess to Ice Moon City? Royal Court Magician Nianbing greets you. Nianbing's voice was very calm, although his mood was agitated. But ever since he went through countless trials, his spiritual power had already reached a whole new realm. He definitely wouldn't let his inner thoughts affect the change of his aura. The priestess of the ice goddess said coldly, "You're Nianbing." "Rong Nianbing?" Nianbing's eyes flashed and said, "Since you already know, why do you need to ask?" The priestess of the ice goddess nodded. She said, "You've got guts. You actually dare to talk to me like that." Nianbing smiled slightly and said, tit for tat, "We're all humans, we all have mouths. Other than eating, aren't mouths also used to talk? Could it be that your mouth can fart?" Although separated by a thin veil, once Nianbing's voice fell, she could immediately feel two exceptionally cold gazes shooting out from behind the white veil. "You think I don't dare to kill you here?" The priestess of the ice goddess's voice became even colder. "You dare. Of course you dare. As the only god's descent master in the continent, is there anything you don't dare to do? However, if I remember correctly, all the supplies of the Ice God Tower seem to be provided by the Ice Moon Empire. No matter what, I'm under the orders of the Ice Moon Empire's royal family. In front of the palace, if Lord Priestess kills me, I'm afraid it won't have a good effect." The priestess of the ice goddess snorted coldly. She said, "Your father isn't as glib as you. At least he's still a gentleman." Hearing the priestess of the ice goddess mention his father, Nianbing's eyes couldn't help but shine. He said coldly, "Gentlemen, since you think my father is a gentleman, why do you still want to harm him and my mother? You should understand that the hatred between us can't be resolved. Rest assured, I won't run away. The matter between us will be resolved one day, just not now. If you want to get back the stone of the ice goddess, it'll depend on your ability." Two rays of cold light instantly shot out from the hands of the two magicians behind the priestess of the ice goddess, aiming straight for Nianbing's vital points on his chest. As disciples of the ice god tower, hearing Nianbing insult the priestess of the ice goddess, they didn't have the self-restraint of the priestess of the ice goddess and immediately couldn't help but attack Nianbing. Nianbing smiled indifferently, not the slightest bit flustered by the opponent's attack. He didn't even move, letting those two highly condensed ice cones pierce his body. He didn't even use magic to resist. His chest shone faintly, and the two ice cones turned into ice powder. Looking at the two holes left on his golden magician's robe, Nianbing said indifferently, "Lady Priestess, I think you should compensate me with a new robe." The priestess of the ice goddess was also very surprised. The two ice magicians who came with her to Ice Snow City this time had been her subordinates for many years, and their strength had reached the level of an ice magus. Although the ice cones were instantaneous, it wasn't something that an ordinary ice magician could do. However, Nianbing didn't even use magic and blocked the attack with just the strength of his body. What was going on? Could it be that he also practiced martial arts at the same time? Because she couldn't sense Nianbing's aura. In her heart, the water seal became mysterious. Nian Bing looked deeply at the priestess of the ice goddess. It wasn't that he didn't want to make a move immediately, and it wasn't that he didn't have confidence in himself. However, since he had already promised Feng Nu that he would deal with the Ottoman Empire first, now was definitely not the time to complicate matters. Moreover, the priestess of the ice goddess had always been the symbol of the Ice Moon Empire. If he rashly made a move against her, it would be difficult to explain to Yan Feng. "Why aren't you saying anything, priestess? You're in the wrong. Since we're already here, then let's go in. You should also be here to see His Majesty." After saying this, Nian Bing no longer paid any attention to the priestess of the ice goddess and turned to walk towards the palace. "Priestess, he's so arrogant. What do you think?" An ice magus beside the priestess whispered. The priestess of the ice goddess said indifferently, "Now is not the time to make a move. You must remember that, as an ice archmage, you must remain calm when facing an enemy. Only in this way can you find the enemy's weak point and strike. Your magic is already very strong. Haven't your tempers been smoothed out after so many years of cultivation?" The two ice magi said in fear, "Yes, priestess." The priestess of the ice goddess walked towards the palace. "Let's go in as well." With the gold medal that Yan Feng had given her, Nian Bing didn't encounter any resistance and directly entered the palace. At this time, Yan Feng was currently in court. He had come to the Ice Moon Empire's Ice Goddess Palace and ordered a messenger to report inside. Yan Feng was currently in court with the ministers of the Ice Moon Empire to discuss the matter of the Four Kingdoms Conference. Ever since he received the invitation from the Huarong Empire, he had been in a difficult situation. He had been the emperor for a while now and had gradually adapted to his current life. His own talents were gradually showing, and he sat firmly on the throne. However, this matter was truly too troublesome. He didn't want to offend the Huarong Empire, but at the same time, he didn't want to offend the Longmu Empire. Right now, the envoys of both empires were in Ice Moon City. Chapter 187. The emissary from the Huarong Empire had come to invite him to the conference, while the emissary from the Longmu Empire had come to ask for cooperation. He didn't know what to do. His decision represented the attitude of the Ice Moon Empire, so he couldn't be careless. He had already discussed with the officials for 3 days, but he still hadn't come to a conclusion. It was almost time for the conference to begin. If he didn't leave now, he wouldn't be able to make it in time. As a result, he was very anxious and hadn't slept well for a few days. "Your Majesty, the Ice Goddess Priestess has arrived. The chief court magician, Nian Bing, has arrived." The Ice Goddess Priestess had a high status. No matter what, her name was always at the front, even when Yan Feng's name was mentioned. Yan Feng suddenly stood up from the throne, his eyes filled with surprise. He wasn't surprised by the arrival of the Ice Goddess Priestess because he had sent someone to invite her from the Ice God Tower. The Four Nations Conference was so important that he had to ask for the Ice Goddess Priestess' opinion. Moreover, the most ideal emissary in his heart was the Ice Goddess Priestess. With the #1 godly emissary in the continent, the Ice Moon Empire would naturally be able to obtain the most benefits. However, when he heard that Nian Bing had also come, he was immediately filled with excitement. Although Marshal Shui had contributed greatly to his ascension to the throne, in his heart, he trusted Nian Bing the most. Without Nian Bing's perfect strategy, he wouldn't have been able to succeed. He treated Nian Bing as a brother. Now that Nian Bing had arrived at such a crucial time, he had one more person to discuss with. How could he not be happy? Quickly invite her in. "Oh no, I will personally welcome her." As he spoke, he lifted the hem of his dragon robe and walked down the stairs. The officials parted to the sides. Shuepa, who was also pleasantly surprised, followed behind Yan Feng. The doors to the Ice God Hall opened. At this moment, the Ice Goddess Priestess and Nian Bing were standing at the entrance. The Ice Goddess Priestess had already taken off her bamboo hat, revealing her peerlessly beautiful appearance. seeing that the first person to walk out of the door was actually the current king of the Ice Moon Empire. Yanfeng, the priestess of the ice goddess, couldn't help but be shocked. The cold light in her eyes softened a little. He frowned and said, "Why did His Majesty come out personally?" Yanfeng smiled and said, "It is the fortune of the Ice Moon Empire that the ice goddess priestess arrived in time. How can I not come to welcome you personally? Lord Priest, please come in." As he spoke, he stepped aside. He made a gesture of invitation. Nian Bing praised him in her heart. Yanfeng looked more mature than before. It was not easy for him to do this with his current status. The priestess of the ice goddess was proud to begin with. Being praised like this would make her feel much better. The priestess of the snow goddess wasn't lucky either. She entered with her 2 subordinates. Nian Bing followed behind them all the way into the hall. At this time, Yanfeng finally had the chance to look at Nian Bing. The excitement in his eyes could not be concealed. Nian Bing gave him a look, and then walked side by side with the priestess of the ice goddess. Yanfeng ordered people to bring 2 chairs over. He placed them on both sides of his dragon throne and said, "Lord Priest of the ice goddess, please sit. Nian Bing, you also sit." Wait a moment. The priestess of the ice goddess's gaze turned cold again. Her gaze fell on Nian Bing, and she said coldly, "What right does he have to sit here?" Yanfeng frowned and said, "Nian Bing is our country's chief court magician. She is a guest. Naturally, she can sit here." The priestess of the ice goddess snorted and said, "I'm afraid that his identity is fake. If he can sit here with his strength, then my subordinates can also sit here. If you want to sit in this hall, you need to rely on your strength to speak." Nian Bing did not get angry. She smiled and said, "Oh, then how do you think I can sit here, Lord Priest of the ice goddess?" The priestess of the ice goddess said, "Strength is the basis for speaking." Nian Bing found it funny and said, "Could it be that you want to fight in the hall?" The priestess of the ice goddess said disdainfully, "You are not qualified to fight with me. If you can win against either of my subordinates, then you have the right to sit here." Nian Bing smiled faintly and said, "That's not a difficult task." Yanfeng looked at Nian Bing and then at the priestess of the ice goddess. He said sincerely, "Both of you are the pillars of our country. You must not fight." What a joke! If Nian Bing and the other advanced magicians were to fight, just their destructive power alone would be enough to turn this place into ruins. Nian Bing looked at Yanfeng and said, "Your Majesty, I came from afar and am a bit tired. Naturally, I want to sit. Since the priestess of the ice goddess questions my identity, then I will prove it to her. Your Majesty, please rest assured that I will not destroy anything here. Otherwise, I will voluntarily resign from my current position." Yanfeng was very anxious. "Nian Bing, do not be rude." After all, the priestess of the ice goddess had been accumulating power for a long time. He was afraid that Nian Bing would be taken advantage of. Nian Bing looked at the priestess and said, "Priestess, let your subordinates prepare. I am going to start." The priestess of the ice goddess was only provoking Nian Bing verbally. She did not expect that he would actually dare to fight here. She couldn't help but be stunned. At this moment it happened. Red and blue light lit up at almost the same time. The entire hall was suddenly filled with a sharp aura. 2 rays of light that were polar opposites of ice and heat instantly shot out from Nian Bing's body, drawing an arc in the air and circling around the priestesses of the ice goddess, arriving in front of the 2 ice archmages like lightning. The 2 magicians reacted quickly and instantly cast ice shields to block the light. They were both magicians. They naturally thought that this sudden attack would not have any effect, so they did not put Nian Bing in their eyes. However, they were wrong. Nian Bing could no longer be compared to a normal magician. The red and blue lights instantly enlarged. 2 tall and slender figures appeared in the air. The dark, red, righteous yang saber flickered with blue true fire, breaking the ice shield in almost an instant. On the other side, the blue morning dew saber broke through the ice shield. They easily turned the other archmage's ice shield into ice powder and locked onto them in an instant. The two archmages' hands had just touched the magic scrolls they were carrying when they were sealed by the ice and fire puppets. It wasn't that they couldn't move, but as archmages, they knew very well that they couldn't move. As long as they moved slightly, the magic locked onto them would instantly explode and tear them to pieces. Feeling the heat of the righteous yang saber and the coldness of the morning dew saber, the two ice magicians' expressions changed. The sudden change caused a commotion in the ice goddess hall. No one saw clearly what had just happened. The two subordinates of the priestess of the ice goddess had already been restrained. The priestess of the ice goddess felt her heart turn cold. She was very close to Nianbing. She also felt it the most. Even she didn't have the confidence to completely block that sharp energy. Only by running away could she avoid that instantaneous attack. Nianbing still stood there with a smile on her face, as if she hadn't done anything. However, the lives of the two magicians were already in her hands. The priestess of the ice goddess couldn't help but reevaluate the strength of the young man in front of her. The light receded. The two puppets took the two blades and merged into Nianbing's body, disappearing. I think now I have the right to sit here. Priestess, I just want to tell you that I didn't get this position by relying on connections. As she said that, Nianbing sat in her seat grandly, no longer looking at the priestess of the ice goddess. The priestess of the ice goddess didn't change. She also sat down. The two subordinates behind her wanted to attack, but she raised her hand to stop them. Seeing this, Yanfeng hurriedly said, "The two of you are my guests. There's no need to argue over such a small matter. All right, let's continue to discuss business. Priestess, the Four Nations Conference is about to begin. I've already made it clear in my letter to you. What do you think our country should do? The Huarong Empire is too powerful. If we don't adapt well, it will be very detrimental to our country's future development." The priestess of the ice goddess said indifferently, "I don't understand politics. Your Majesty doesn't need to ask me." Yanfeng hit a nail, but he didn't express any dissatisfaction. He continued, "Currently our country is outside the war zone. For the time being, we don't have to worry about war. However, the Longmu Empire borders our country. Because our country is located in the north, the climate is cold. Most of our food comes from the Longmu Empire. Now that they've sent people to ask for an alliance, if we don't agree, I'm afraid it won't be appropriate. However, if we join forces with the Huarong Empire, it will be a long journey. Moreover, the Huarong Empire is too powerful and doesn't border our country. No matter if we win or lose, the benefits to us will be very small. That's why I'm in a dilemma with the other ministers. I want to hear your opinion." The priestess of the ice goddess glanced at Yanfeng. She saw that Yanfeng's eyes were full of sincerity. She said slowly, "There's nothing wrong with forming an alliance. The Longmu Empire is the granary of the Ice Moon Empire. As for sending troops, I don't think it's necessary. The Huarong Empire isn't that easy to deal with. Of course, we have to go to the Four Nations Conference. Your Majesty, you can decide the specific situation yourself. If there's a need for the Ice God Tower, I will naturally help you." The last four words, "help," made Yanfeng furious. Her face stiffened. She thought to herself, the Ice Moon Empire has given Ice God Tower a lot of support in the past. The Ice God Tower has also been helping the Ice Moon Empire. Now that there's a problem, you want to help me? But now was the time to use her, so she couldn't lose her temper. Thinking of this, Yanfeng said, "Priestess, to participate in the Four Nations Conference, we need a prestigious and powerful emissary to represent us. After thinking about it, I think it's better for the priestess to go personally. What do you think?" The priestess of the ice goddess raised her hand to stop Yanfeng from continuing. She shook her head and said, No, I won't go to the Huarong Empire. Maybe your majesty doesn't know, but our Ice God Tower and the Huarong Empire have always been enemies. If I go, not only will I not be of help to the Empire, it might even be counterproductive. What's more, the Ice Moon Empire's Magician Union is developing rapidly. It's better for them to send experts to assist your majesty's emissary. Yan Feng immediately understood. Although most of what the priestess of the Ice Goddess said was true, she wasn't afraid of the Rong family. Part of the reason why she didn't want to contribute to the Empire was that the rise of the Magician Union would affect the status of the Ice God Tower. It seemed that it was time for him to declare his position. Although the Magician Union had been developing rapidly in the past 2 years, it wasn't that far behind the Ice God Tower. There were still many places that relied on the Ice God Tower. After weighing the pros and cons, Yan Feng was about to speak when Nian Bing, who was sitting on the other side of him, spoke. Your Majesty, I agree with the Ice Goddess Priestess. It's indeed inappropriate for the Ice God Tower to appear in the Huarong Empire to participate in the Four Nations Conference. Since the Ice Goddess Priestess has also agreed to let the Magician Union assist the emissary to participate in this conference. As the Vice President of the Magician Union, I request your Majesty's permission. Yan Feng looked at Nian Bing in surprise. Nian Bing nodded firmly at him. If Yan Feng was still hesitant before, he had already made up his mind when he saw Nian Bing's eyes. Nian Bing was the person he trusted the most. Without Nian Bing, he wouldn't have the throne. What else was there to doubt? All right, since the Ice Goddess Priestess and Nian Bing both agree, then this matter is settled. However, the emissary selection is very important. Which one of you is willing to go? The audience was silent. This responsibility was too heavy. No one knew the current situation of the Huarong Empire. No one knew what changes would happen. Each of the ministers was more cunning than the other. Who would be willing to take on such a strenuous and unrewarding task? Looking at the silence of the ministers, Yan Feng couldn't help but be slightly angry. What? No one is willing to share the burden for me. Your Majesty, let me go. Nian Bing stood up from her seat. You? Yan Feng looked at Nian Bing with some doubt. It wasn't that he didn't believe in Nian Bing's ability. Back then, Nian Bing had helped him plan a plan to ascend the throne. If it wasn't for Nian Bing's insistence, Yan Feng would definitely let her sit on the throne. However, the danger of this four-nation conference was too high. He really didn't want Nian Bing to take the risk. Nian Bing said, I am willing to share the burden for your Majesty. No, the Ice Goddess Priestess's cold voice sounded. Magician Nian Bing definitely cannot take on this task. Not to mention whether or not she has the ability in politics. Her identity alone cannot represent the Huarong Empire as an emissary. Yan Feng was stunned. Identity? What identity does Nian Bing have? He was actually asking the obvious. Back then, Nian Bing had already told him that she was from the Rong family. Of course, Nian Bing only told him that she was from the Rong family. At the same time, she also told him that she had already left the Rong family because of her father. The Ice Goddess Priestess said indifferently her name should be Nian Bing Rong. As soon as she said that, the ministers below the stage were in an uproar. Many people looked at Nian Bing in a different light. Nian Bing smiled and didn't panic at all. That's right, I am indeed from the Rong family. Prince Rong is my grandfather. However, I don't use the surname Rong anymore. Ever since my father betrayed the Rong family and was killed by you, the Ice Goddess Priestess, I have been an orphan. I grew up in the Ice Moon Empire. I only know how to be loyal to my homeland. Below the stage, Snow Soul walked out and said respectfully, Your Majesty, I believe that Magician Nian Bing is capable of taking on this responsibility. I believe in his character. I have also heard of Nian Bing's identity as a magician. He has indeed left the Rong family long ago. As he said that, he raised his hand and touched the silver embroidery on his collar. As soon as Snow Soul finished speaking, dozens of ministers stood out and said respectfully at the same time, We also believe that magician Yanbing is capable of taking on this responsibility." Their voices were so synchronized that even Yan Feng was startled. He didn't know that these ministers who occupied important positions were all members of the Blood Lion cult. What Snow Soul did just now was the Blood Lion cult's secret signal. Most of these Blood Lion cult members didn't know Nian Bing's identity. But when the secret signal appeared, they immediately agreed with Snow Soul's suggestion. Those who could stand out and speak were all important people in the Ice Moon Empire. Those ministers who felt that something was wrong couldn't speak rashly anymore. On the stage, the priestess of the snow goddess showed surprise for the first time. She glanced at the calm Nianbing and said coldly, "Your Majesty, since so many people support Nianbing, you can send him as the emissary. However, our ice god tower has been blessed by the Empire for many years. Now that the Empire is in trouble, we can't just ignore it. I will go with magician Nianbing." Hearing the priestess's words, Marshal Snow Soul's expression changed. He raised his head and looked at Nianbing. Nianbing was still smiling. She said, "That's good. If you can change your mind and agree to go with me, I will definitely teach Nianbing a lot. With your deterrence, I think our country will be able to get the best benefits." The priestess of the snow goddess had no choice but to change her mind. Although she didn't care about worldly possessions, the Ice God Tower was built by her. The Ice God Tower had never been involved in any business, and because it needed the magic stones of a master, the cost was shocking. The north was the most suitable place for ice mages to practice, without the support of the royal family. Without the support of the royal family, it would have a great impact on the Ice God Tower. To get the support of the royal family, one must have enough status. Now that the Magicians' Union was rising, the priestess of the snow goddess had come in person. She had already thought of doing something for the Ice Moon Empire to prove that she was the guardian of the Ice Moon Empire. She didn't expect that Nianbing would agree to be the emissary, which put her at a disadvantage. She had no choice but to ask to go with them. Although Yan Feng felt that it was a little inappropriate, Nianbing and the priestess of the snow goddess had already made up their minds. He couldn't change it. At that moment, he appointed Nianbing as the emissary. The priestess of the snow goddess would go with him, and the two of them would choose their own entourage. They would leave tomorrow. After that, they discussed some more details in the palace before announcing the end of the court session. After the court session ended, Yan Feng directly brought Nianbing and Marshal Snow Soul back to his own palace. After the servants left, Yan Feng grabbed Nianbing's shoulder. "Brat, where have you been all these days? Why couldn't I find you? I was so worried." Nianbing smiled when he saw the sincerity in Yan Feng's eyes. He said, "Am I not back to help you now?" Yan Feng lightly punched Nianbing's shoulder and said, "Brat, you're too impulsive. Why are you fighting with that old woman? Just let her go. Why do you have to get involved in this mess?" Nianbing smiled and said, "No matter what, I'm still your chief court mage. I have to do something for you. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Snow Soul said, "But this time the priestess of the snow goddess is going with you. She's also your enemy." "I'm afraid." Nianbing shook his head and said, "I know what's more important. I'm now the envoy representing the Empire. She won't do anything to me. When it's time to settle the score, I'll settle it with her." Yan Feng said, "Nianbing, what do you think we should do now?" Nianbing said, "We must form an alliance with the Ottoman Empire and the Longmu Empire. This is necessary, but we don't need to use force against the Huarong Empire. As long as we control this well, it will be beneficial to our country. Your Majesty, what you need to do now is to develop our country. Only by becoming stronger can we better control our fate." Yan Feng nodded and smiled. "You're suitable to be the envoy. You're one of the people I trust." A strange look flashed across Snow Soul's eyes. Nianbing pretended not to see it and continued, "All right, since your Majesty trusts me, let me handle this matter. I'm confident." Yan Feng smiled. "Of course I trust you. You won't harm me. You've already proven this when you helped me ascend the throne. All right, since you're finally back, you must stay for lunch. This trip to Huarong Empire is dangerous. I'll send some experts to go with you. Nian Bing shook his head and said, That won't be necessary. With me and the priestess of the snow goddess who dares to offend us. Although I hate her, I have to admit that there aren't many people in the Yangon continent who can defeat her. As for the meal, I want to try the dishes of the palace's chefs. Yan Feng laughed and said, I want to try your dishes, but you're finally back. You must be tired. Let's just eat something today. In front of Nian Bing, he didn't put on the airs of an emperor. Nian Bing stayed in the palace until the afternoon before leaving with Snow Soul. Hierarch, how can you be the envoy? Snow Soul whispered to Nian Bing as they walked. Nian Bing smiled faintly and said, Why? Why can't I be the envoy? Our goal is to help the Rong family, not the Huarong Empire. Elder Snow, don't forget this. Snow Soul trembled. Hierarch, what do you mean? Nian Bing said, From now on, you'll be one of the elders of our sect. There are some things I don't need to hide from you. First of all, the Rong family is at the peak of its power in the Huarong Empire because of the annexation of the Qilu Empire. However, if the Huarong Empire really annexes the four empires and unifies the entire continent, it won't benefit the Rong family at all. I have a different view from Grandfather on this point. Grandfather's wish is to unify the continent. However, once the continent is unified, I'm afraid the Rong family will walk towards destruction. Snow Soul's eyes flashed as she said, Hierarch, you mean to cook the hound after the cunning rabbit is dead? Nian Bing said coldly, When the birds are gone, the bow is put away. When the cunning rabbit is dead, the hound is cooked. This has always been an unquestionable principle. The Rong family's achievements shake the ruler. Once the Huarong Empire changes rulers, the Rong family will be destroyed in less than 3 generations. The Rong family will be destroyed. However, the Rong family has many experts. If the Rong family is not unified, the Huarong Empire will definitely try to win over the Rong family in order to use the Rong family's power. The Rong family's status will be very difficult to change. Not to mention, for our Bloodline sect, do you think it's better to unify the continent or secretly control the other empires? After the continent is unified, although the underground forces can still survive as long as the ruler of the Huarong Empire is not a fool, they will definitely find a way to control the underground forces. Although our Bloodline sect is mysterious, I believe that the Huarong Empire already has some records on us. Therefore, the direction we should develop in the future is not to help the Huarong Empire unify the continent, but to control the Ottoman Empire and the Longmu Empire after the Ice Moon Empire. That is the right thing to do. Only when our people are completely innocent can we have better development in the future. Snow Soul listened to Nian Bing's explanation. Snow Soul nodded repeatedly. Hierarch, you have great foresight. After your analysis, this subordinate immediately understands a lot. Nian Bing sighed softly and said, Actually, I am not very suitable to be the hierarch because I am too emotional. This is my biggest flaw. However, if a person has no emotions, then he is not fit to be called a person. Elder Snow, to be honest, Yan Feng has always treated me as his best brother. I have always felt guilty towards him for using him to control the Ice Moon Empire. Therefore, I want to help him. Moreover, your daughter is his wife. Whether it is for Yan Feng or for her, we cannot let the Ice Moon Empire perish. Therefore, I came to the Imperial Court today to be the emissary of the Ice Moon Empire. I want to help Yan Feng in a hurry. I hope you can understand my painstaking efforts. Although our people are scattered all over the continent, most of them have already taken root. If there is a huge change, it will involve too many people. Don't tell me you want our high-ranking subordinates in the Central Plains to give up everything they have. If we want to develop better, we must consider the future of our subordinates. Only then can our cult live in the darkness forever and control everything in the continent. Snow Soul took a deep look at Nian Bing and said, Sect Master, Nian Bing smiled faintly and said, That's what I think. Since I've become the leader, I have to think for my brothers in the cult. It's time for the Bloodline cult to change its policy. When we reach the Hua-Rong Empire, I will naturally have a good talk with the 7 elders. Although we exist for the Rong family, if we want to help the Rong family better, we must change. Snow Soul nodded respectfully and said, I understand. Now, I truly believe that the demonic lion cult leader has good foresight. You are indeed more suitable to be the hierarch. Nian Bing parted ways with Snow Soul on the way and returned to the Warriors' Union alone. What? Lan Qin stared at Nian Bing with wide eyes. You said that Master wants to travel with us. How can this be? After listening to Nian Bing's explanation, Lan Chen's heart was in a mess. She really did not want to face her master. Nian Bing smiled. This is nothing. I have already thought about it for you. You don't necessarily have to face your master. You people from the Ice God Tower take carriages when you go out, so we will also take carriages. Now that you have the Heaven's Iacupoint, it should be no problem for you to hide your aura. Your master will not be able to detect it. Moreover, did you not see Big Brother Halogen's appearance? I have a way to change his appearance, so naturally I can do the same for you. Do you want to give it a try? But Lan Qin was still somewhat hesitant. Nian Bing smiled. Don't worry, Qin, I know what to do. This time, I have many things to do in the Huarong Empire. If I remember correctly, the Phoenix Clan ceremony is about to begin. After I'm done with the 4 Nations Conference, I'll go with you to the Phoenix Clan. Although Mother has already left the Feng people, I understand her heart. Feng Nu's beautiful eyes flickered with light, and she took the initiative to hold Nian Bing's hand. You are still the most thoughtful. Qin, don't worry. Even if your master travels with us, she won't be able to do anything. With our combined strength, she won't be able to do anything to you. Lan Qin lowered his head and said, Master raised me since I was young. Although she is also strict with me, she is really good to me. For Nian Bing, I left the Ice God Tower, but I really don't want to go against Master. I don't even know how to face her. Nian Bing hugged Lan Qin and said, This is also something that can't be helped. I also didn't expect that she would take the initiative to go with us to the Huarong Empire. Don't worry, what the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. If you really can't do it, just wait here for us to come back. Lan Qin shook his head and said, No, I've already waited for you for 1.5 years. Don't tell me you still want me to wait. We'll do as you say. However, you have to help me change my appearance so that I look prettier. I don't want to be ugly. Nian Bing laughed and said, My Qin is so pretty. Why would I change your appearance to be ugly? You are of the ice attribute, so use my Sai of the Ice Goddess. It suits you best. With its aura temporarily fusing with you, it will also be very beneficial for your strength to increase. Lan Qin said, Do you really have to use your blade? That's your best weapon. If you give it to me, what will you use? If Master makes a move on you, I'm afraid you won't be able to resist. Nian Bing smiled and said, Relax, it's fine. I can take back my blade at any time. Moreover, with Big Brother Halogen here, your master won't have the chance to hurt me. As an envoy, she will at most make a move to test me, but won't really kill me. Moreover, I'm not necessarily afraid of her. Chapter 188. The next morning, after making arrangements for the Blood Lion sect, Nian Bing brought along the official documents and tokens that Yan Feng had given her. A total of 2 carriages set off for the Huarong Empire. The 2 luxurious carriages carried Nian Bing's group of 5, as well as the priestess of the Ice Goddess and her 2 subordinates. The carriages were the Ice Moon Empire's best equipment. Each carriage was pulled by 4 strong, high-grade warhorses and moved forward at an extremely fast speed. There was not much time left before the start of the 4 Nations Assembly, so they had to travel at full speed. As for the emissary from the Longmu Empire, under Nian Bing's suggestion, Yanfeng had already agreed to form an alliance with the Longmu Empire. The carriages sped along the official road. Nian Bing used her spiritual power to place a layer of seal on the carriage that she was sitting in. Unless it was a super expert like the god of life, Cao, no one would be able to detect the situation on the carriage. He was very comfortable now, hugging 3 beauties in each arm. He was indescribably happy. Halogen was indeed dull. Beauties were not very attractive to him. He just sat in the corner of the carriage and closed his eyes to cultivate. When he was awake, he would look at the scenery outside. He did not disturb Nian Bing and the others. After coming to the Yangon continent, Halogen was really infatuated with the scenery here. He was very interested in everything around him. With Nian Bing's guidance, he had gradually become familiar with this continent. Bing, is Master really unable to detect us? Lan Chen looked at Nian Bing with some worry. Nian Bing smiled and said, "Of course not. Don't you believe in my spiritual power? Speaking of which, if the 4 of us go to the godly continent, it will probably cause a commotion. There are 4 people who have opened their Tianyan acupoints. You have to remember, the growth of spiritual power is almost limitless. Although the potential of the human body is very good, there is still a limit. If you want to improve your strength, you can't stop cultivating your spiritual power." Towards his woman, Yi Zichen said. He didn't hold back at all. He had already told them the process of how he cultivated his spiritual power on the first night in the Dragon Cave. The carriage continued to move forward. The Ice Moon Empire was extremely far from the Huarong Empire. According to Nian Bing's estimation, even though the carriage wasn't slow, it would still take at least 10 days to reach the Huarong Empire. In the past 10 days, he didn't want to cultivate. It wasn't easy for him to come back, so he wanted to do more. It was to be with the woman he loved. However, there was something that made him a little depressed. There were 3 stunning beauties by his side, but they were all very shy. They were not willing to let Nian Bing be too intimate with them. This made Nian Bing, who was already enlightened, unable to bear it. But out of respect for the 3 women, he could only endure it. Long Ling leaned on Nian Bing's right shoulder, while Feng Nu sat beside him, holding his hand. Lan Chen was much less shy than the other 2 women because she had already done it with Nian Bing. She was resting on Nian Bing's thigh. Although the road wasn't very smooth, the quality of this luxurious carriage was indeed excellent. It filtered out most of the bumps. It was warm and comfortable. The food prepared in the hidden compartment was enough for them to eat for more than 10 days. The first day after leaving the Ice Moon Empire ended in a rush. When night fell, Nian Bing ordered the carriage to stop and rest by the side of the road. Because of the urgency of time, Nian Bing decided not to stay in any city when they set off. They would rest wherever the carriage arrived. The carriage was enough to accommodate the underground anyway. Jumping down from the carriage and stretching his body, Nian Bing looked at the carriage behind them. He saw that the ice goddess priestess had also walked down from the carriage and was looking at him. Nian Bing smiled and said, "Priestess, after sitting in the carriage for a day, are you used to it?" These years of experience had already made him a lot more tactful. The hatred in his heart had faded a little because his parents were still alive. He was more comfortable in dealing with any situation than before. The ice goddess priestess said indifferently, "There's nothing to be used to. I like a boring life. Nian Bing, come with me." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the direction of the forest. Feng Nu and the others also got down from the carriage. Under the effect of the morning dew dagger, Lan Chen's appearance had undergone a great change. Nian Bing turned her into a look similar to wisdom girl Luo Ro. Although it couldn't compare to her original appearance, it was enough to satisfy her. As soon as they got down from the carriage, they heard the words of the ice goddess priestess. Their faces couldn't help but change at the same time. Lan Chen anxiously said, "Ice don't go." Nian Bing shook his hand and said, "It's okay, you wait for me here. Believe me, it's okay." Halogen said, "Brother, how about I go with you? That woman has a dangerous aura." He was very sensitive to strength. Feng knew and the others didn't know Halogen's strength, so they all asked to go with Nianbing. Nianbing smiled and said, "I said, she won't do anything to me, and I'm not afraid of her. You all wait for me here, no one needs to go. How about this, if you are worried, I'll take back the 2 daggers first. With 7 super divine tools in hand, it's hard to die even if you want to." After saying that, he shrugged his shoulders and made a funny action, which eased the tense atmosphere a little. The ice goddess priestess walked a full 100 feet into the forest before stopping. No, it should be said that she was floating instead of walking. Her white magic robe set off her cold face, making her look like an ice fairy. If Nianbing wasn't aware of her age, he might have been tempted by her beauty. After all, apart from Cao and Tianxiang, that kind of perfect beauty, the ice goddess priestess's appearance was one of the most beautiful he had ever seen. Bing Yin was somewhat similar to her, but she didn't have the holy aura on her body. "Lord Priestess, I wonder why you called me here?" Nianbing asked with a smile. The ice goddess priestess coldly looked at Nianbing and said, "You are not like your father." The smile on Nianbing's face disappeared. When he heard her mention his father, the anger in his heart suddenly rose. He said indifferently, "Yes, I'm not like my father. However, don't you think that this is all caused by you?" The ice goddess priestess looked at Nianbing and said, "Although you are not like him, you are more outstanding than him. With the genes of Ice Spirit and Tian Tian, I have to admit that you are an outstanding talent. It's a pity that you are their child." Nianbing said coldly, "Yes, I am their child, ice goddess priestess. What do you want to do? You can start now." The ice goddess priestess's eyes flashed coldly. "Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" Nianbing said, "I am very afraid of death. Perhaps I wasn't afraid before, but now I am really afraid, because I have a confidant, and I have a great enmity yet to be avenged. How can I die? However, do you really think that you can kill me?" The ice goddess priestess looked deeply at Nianbing and said, "Do you think that you can contend against me just because you have opened the Tian Yen acupoint?" Nianbing said indifferently, "Of course not. The Tian Yen acupoint can be said to be the growth acupoint. It can also be said to be the support acupoint of the 7 major acupoints. Compared to your already opened Huangji acupoint, to some extent, the support acupoint can't be compared to the strongest attack. However, I can be sure that you can't kill me." The ice goddess priestess said indifferently, "Your confidence should come from your blades. Since you think so, then let's give it a try." A cold aura floated out, and a faint cold air rose around her body. The cold air had a form. Although a faint blue light was not conspicuous in the dark night, it really existed. A golden light gradually appeared in her palm. She looked coldly at Nianbing and raised her hand. Nianbing smiled faintly and said, "Although your Huangji acupoint is powerful, you haven't practiced it to perfection. At most, it can only be used to instantly cast an 11th step forbidden spell. However, these are useless against me." Although he looked relaxed, facing the number 1 magician of the continent, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. 7-colored light flashed, and 7 divine blades floated out from his body, floating around him. Not a single magical aura was mixed, and was exceptionally clear as they were emitted from the blades. A cold light flashed in the ice goddess priestess's eyes, and the cold air around her suddenly rolled up. In an instant, everything within a radius of 10 zhang was completely frozen, and an ice spear directly shot towards Nianbing's chest. Nianbing calmly looked at the ice goddess priestess, and the Tian Yi acupoint between his eyebrows lit up. Instead of retreating, he advanced. The 7 divine blades flashed at a speed hard to see with the naked eye, and that ice spear had already turned into the original ice element. Nian Bing didn't launch an attack and still looked at the ice goddess priestess in silence. In fact, he was also very conflicted. He really wanted to use all of his strength to fight to the death with the ice goddess priestess, but he knew that he couldn't do so. For Lan Qin, and for his parents, now was not the time to fight the ice goddess priestess. A black shadow slowly appeared behind Nian Bing, and the 3 zhang tall silhouette gradually became clear. The space between Nian Bing's eyebrows completely turned black, and the 7-colored light dimmed at the same time. 7 shadow puppets floated out, and under the leadership of Emperor Krobutsu, they each held their respective divine blades and scattered to the sides. The huge black shadow behind Nian Bing slowly raised the 5 zhang long black sickle in its hand, and the aura of death surged out, shrouding everything in the surroundings in an instant. Those frozen trees instantly withered under the aura of death, and their life aura was completely absorbed by this death god that suddenly appeared. The ice goddess priestess's expression changed greatly, and the golden light on her right hand suddenly became stronger. A loud dragon cry sounded, and the aura of ice immediately turned everything in the surroundings except for Nian Bing into fragments. The forbidden ice spell, Ice Goddess Dragon, was instantly released and soared behind the ice goddess priestess, confronting the death god summoned by Nian Bing. Impossible! How can you also release a forbidden spell in an instant? The ice goddess priestess's voice was no longer as cold as before. Nian Bing smiled indifferently and said, "I just want to tell you that if you can do it, I can do it too. This time we are representing the Ice Moon Empire to the Huarong Empire, and this is not the time for conflict. At another time, I will definitely pay a visit to the Ice God Tower in person. The battle between us is unavoidable." The ice goddess priestess's gaze became cold again, and she looked at the huge shadow behind Nian Bing. "You think you can contend against me like this?" Nian Bing smiled indifferently and said, "Yes, you who have the Huangji Acupoint has almost reached the 13th level of strength. Even another divinity descent master would be no match for you. However, I can tell you a secret, and it can be considered as a fair fight between us in the future. Look carefully, great ice goddess priestess." Her voice was filled with indescribable ridicule. However, the celestial eye acupoint between his eyebrows suddenly changed. Blue, red, yellow, green, silver, white, and black, the 7 colors instantly converged into one and shot out from the celestial eye acupoint, forming a protective barrier around Nian Bing's body. Immediately afterwards, the 7 colors of his celestial eye acupoint suddenly changed, and this third eye unexpectedly turned golden. An enormous pressure gushed out from Nian Bing's body, and in an instant his body seemed to have become much taller, and an incomparably domineering aura floated out. Nian Bing raised his head to look at the ice goddess dragon in the sky. That huge dragon condensed from an 11th step forbidden spell actually trembled, and its size rapidly shrank. Within a radius of 300 meters, all the plants trembled under this enormous pressure. The trembling of the branches and leaves brought about a swaying shadow under the moonlight. Regardless of whether it was the deathly aura of the grim reaper behind Nian Bing or the ice-cold aura of the ice goddess dragon, they were completely suppressed at this moment. Although that faint golden light wasn't shining, it indeed seemed to bring about an unlimited amount of power. Looking at the ice goddess priestess who was overwhelmed with shock, Nian Bing said indifferently, "Nothing in this world is impossible. Don't tell me you're the only one who has the Huangji Acupoint?" That's right. After Nian Bing's mental strength underwent a mutation, he had opened a new acupoint. That's right, he discovered in astonishment that he had opened another acupoint, and that was the Huangji Acupoint, which was known as the strongest attack. And the location of this Huangji Acupoint was actually inside the celestial eye acupoint. It was precisely for this reason that he had stayed in Cao's life domain for half a year. This was also his greatest gain after his resurrection. Even for Cao and Tianxiang, this was the first time they had seen such a situation. They also didn't know how Nian Bing would develop in the future. What would happen when the Huangji acupoint and Heaven's eye overlapped? Would they support each other or interfere with each other? For half a year, Nian Bing could only barely use this ability. However, he discovered that he could no longer directly use his mental strength to carry out physical attacks. Therefore, the opening of this Huangji acupoint not only didn't bring about a qualitative leap in his strength, but also brought him a lot of trouble. Right now, the real purpose of him using the Huangji acupoint was laughable. It was just to scare the ice goddess priestess in front of him. His strongest strength was still those 7 shadow puppets that had gained souls under the leadership of Emperor Krobus. The ice goddess clearly felt that her clothes were already a little damp. In 50 years, this was the first time she had sweated, and the reason was actually fear. She stared blankly at Nian Bing, not knowing what to do for a moment. The golden light receded, and the 7 shadow puppets merged back into Nian Bing's body. The gigantic shadow behind her suddenly fused with the scythe. The Grim Reaper had activated. The ice goddess dragon let out a mournful cry. It was originally slightly stronger than Nian Bing's forbidden curse, Grim Reaper scythe, but because the ice goddess priestess aura was already weak and didn't have enough energy to support it, it weakened instead. When the ice goddess dragon clashed with the Grim Reaper scythe, it transformed into the primitive ice element, just like the ice spear from before. When the ice goddess dragon disappeared, the black shadow also disappeared under the golden light from the ice goddess priestess hand. Sensing the chilling air, Nian Bing turned around and walked outside. Do the most important thing first. After everything is over, I'll definitely go to the ice god tower to find you. Let's fight to decide my parents' fates. He left with his back facing the ice goddess priestess, completely leaving himself open to the other party. However, the more he did this, the more the ice goddess priestess didn't dare to attack. As she watched Nian Bing gradually disappear into the distance, her gaze became a bit unfocused. This didn't increase her hatred. Instead, it increased Tong Tong's confusion. Confusion because of Nian Bing's sudden increase in strength. Confusion because of his heavenly eye that merged 2 acupoints, and confusion because he didn't attack her. When they returned to the carriage, Feng Nu had already started a fire, but no one ate first. They were all waiting for Nian Bing's return. Upon seeing him return safely, Long Ling was the first to leap into his arms. She caressed Nian Bing's body from head to toe, afraid he was missing something. Nian Bing grabbed Long Ling's hand. He chuckled mischievously and said, "You're in such a hurry to get intimate with me? Then how about tonight?" Long Ling exclaimed and escaped from Nian Bing's demonic grasp. She hid behind Feng Nu in your dreams. Even if you want to get intimate, it should be sister's turn, right? You two met first. Feng Nu blushed slightly, and Nian Bing shot her an inquiring look. Nian Bing nodded at her and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I think our journey will be much more peaceful. All right, let's return to the carriage." Without the magic saber's help, Lan Chan and Halogen had already returned to the carriage by the time Nian Bing put away the saber. When Nian Bing entered the carriage, his body involuntarily swayed. He only managed to stabilize himself with Feng Nu's support. The 3 women's concerned gazes landed on Nian Bing at the same time. Nian Bing shook his head and said, "I'm fine. Maybe I used too much magic just now. I'll be fine after a bit of recovery." Although he said so, he was cursing in his heart. This damn fusion of 2 acupoints is really hateful. It can only scare people and has no use at all. It also affects my strength. Although Cao and Tianxiang didn't judge the true effect of his fusion of 2 acupoints, Nian Bing felt it himself. These 2 strongest acupoints only had one effect, and that was to interfere with each other. Not only did he lose the ability to use his psychic power to attack, but when he used his psychic power to stimulate 2 acupoints at the same time, the consumption of psychic power in the multicolored light orb between his eyebrows would greatly increase. It was like using psychic power to attack several times in a row. But when it was used, it would produce a huge oppressive force. He took advantage of this to scare the ice goddess priestess. A silent night passed. The next day, they continued on their journey. Perhaps they were really scared by Nianbing. The ice goddess priestess didn't look for trouble again, and didn't say a word to Nianbing, just like when Lan Shan was Bingyun and participated in the competition in the Huarong Empire. He didn't even get out of the carriage. Every day, he just sat in the carriage and let the coachman outside drive him. Nianbing often thought of an evil leader. Could it be that the ice goddess priestess didn't need to go to the toilet? When he found an opportunity to quietly ask Lan Shan somewhat angrily pinched him several times. Then he told him that when the people of the Ice God Tower practiced magic, their bodily functions would decrease to a certain extent, making their metabolism very slow. This way, they could go without eating for 10 to 15 days. Naturally, they wouldn't need to excrete. 14 days later, 2 luxurious carriages marked with the Ice Moon Empire's emblem arrived at the capital of the Huarong Empire, Dutian City. As soon as they arrived, they immediately met the Huarong Empire's personnel in charge of reception. Nianbing knew the highest official in charge of reception and was very familiar with him. It was his big brother, Rongbing. When Rongbing saw Nianbing come down from the carriage, his eyes suddenly became dull. The next moment, the 2 brothers were tightly hugging each other. Nianbing felt it most vividly. From life to death, and then from death to life. He once thought that he would never see Rongbing again. Now that he finally saw him again, how could he not be excited? Nianbing, why are you in the Ice Moon Empire's diplomatic mission? Do you only have these people? Rongbing looked suspiciously at Nianbing. It was Lan Qin and Long Ling's first time seeing Rongbing. Seeing someone who looked exactly like the man they loved, their hearts were indescribably strange. Nianbing gave Rongbing a meaningful look and said, "Brother, let me introduce you to someone first." Saying that, she pulled Rongbing to the second carriage. At this time, the ice goddess priestess had just come down from the carriage. When she saw Nianbing, she was also stunned and immediately frowned. Nianbing had already thought of this possible situation and said calmly, "This is the ice goddess priestess, and this is Prince Rong's family's eldest grandson, Viscount Rongbing." Because Rongbing was the eldest grandson and also the son-in-law of Emperor Huatian's most beloved granddaughter, he had already been conferred a title of nobility. The ice goddess priestess coldly snorted and said, "I'm afraid he's also your brother." Rongbing looked at Nianbing in astonishment. Of course he knew about the relationship between the ice goddess priestess and the Rong family. At this time, the ice goddess priestess was actually representing the Ice Moon Empire to participate in the 4 countries' publicly acknowledged conference. This was something he didn't expect. However, the powerful aura emitted by the ice goddess priestess made his heart secretly tremble. As a fire magician, he had the most profound understanding of ice magic. After not seeing each other for 2 years, Rongbing had also matured a lot. He said without batting an eyelid, "To have the continent's only God-sent magician come to our country is truly an honor. Lord Ice Goddess Priestess, please." After saying that, he made a gesture of invitation and led the Ice Goddess Priestess into the state guest house. Feng Nu chuckled and told Lan Chen and Long Ling about the misunderstanding she had with Rongbing for the first time. Immediately, the 2 girls burst into laughter. Fortunately, Lan Chen had already changed his appearance and temperament under the effect of the morning dew dagger, so he didn't arouse the ice goddess priestess' suspicion. After settling everyone down, Rongbing immediately went to Nianbing's room. The rooms in the state guest house were very standard, 2 people to a room. The 3 girls were shy and didn't want to live with Nianbing. Nianbing was also worried that she might neglect Halogen, so she lived with Halogen. The 3 girls, on the other hand, had an extra bed in another room and lived together. "Brother, what's going on with you?" Rong Bing couldn't wait to ask as soon as he entered the room. As he spoke, he glanced at Lin Lun, who was next to him, under the effect of the longevity saber. Halogen was extremely tall. On the way here, Halogen didn't speak much. At this moment, he was leaning against the window, looking at the bustling scene of the capital city. Nian Bing pulled Rong Bing to sit down. Brother, it's okay. Big Brother Halogen is one of us. Don't worry. I know you must be wondering why I became an emissary of the Ice Moon Empire. Actually, didn't I represent the Ice Moon Empire to participate in the competition? Rong Bing frowned and said, but it's different this time. The one presiding over the conference is our grandfather. The situation of the Four Empires Conference is very delicate. Don't tell me you want to go against grandfather? Moreover, what's with that ice goddess priestess? She also came here. Don't tell me she wants to intimidate the Huarong Empire? Nian Bing smiled. A faint seven-colored light floated out and enveloped the two of them. Pure spiritual power blocked out all sound. Only then did he say, you don't have to worry about the ice goddess priestess. Although she's a powerful magician, she's not a very good politician. The one who really made the decision this time is actually me. As for Big Brother's doubts, I can't answer them for you now. However, since grandfather took me back into the Rong family, everything I do naturally won't harm the Rong family's interests. I'll go talk to grandfather, but not now. Nian Bing's spiritual power gave Rong Bing a fright. Brother, what kind of magic is this? Nian Bing smiled and said, Brother, this is a special magic that I've cultivated myself. It's based on spiritual power and 7 elemental magic. All right, let's not talk about this for now. Oh, right, are you married? Rong Bing blushed slightly and said, Not yet. It'll be a few years before I get married. I won't ask too much about your affairs. In any case, since you're the emissary of the Ice Moon Empire, grandfather will take care of it. You left for nearly 2 years and didn't even come back to see me. Could it be that you've forgotten me, your brother? Nian Bing thought of the situation where he struggled between life and death in the past 2 years. His mind rippled. He smiled bitterly and said, I also wanted to come back to see you, but the truth is beyond my control. Brother, this time I came back with a lot of things to deal with. First, tell me what happened in the Huarong Empire in the past 2 years. Grandfather's actions are really fast. In just 2 years, he weakened Longmu and destroyed Kiru. His actions were like lightning, and he's already laid the foundation of the south. Rongbing smiled and said, Yes, grandfather has been preparing for this day for a long time. You know, when Kiru was destroyed, I also participated in the battle and made some contributions under grandfather's deliberate command. Nianbing smiled and said, Grandpa, you're laying the foundation for your successor. Brother, you have to work hard. In our generation, there's really no one in the Rong family who can compete with you. Rongbing suddenly said seriously, Nianbing, if you come back, I'd rather give this position to you. Not only is your magic power above mine, but your other abilities are also much stronger than mine. From the moment you represented the Ice Moon Empire as an emissary, I already understood your strength. Nianbing, do you really want to be used by the Ice Moon Empire? Nianbing grabbed Rongbing's shoulder and said, No, brother, the position of the Rong family's patriarch will definitely be yours in the future. Don't worry, I don't belong to any country, but my surname will always be Rong. As long as you need help, I'll always be your shadow in the dark. We're blood brothers. I'm used to freedom and can't stand the atmosphere of the family. I don't have to stay in the family to contribute to the Rong family. Just do your best to be the successor. All right, tell me about the situation here. It's not suitable for you to stay here for too long. Rongbing gave Nianbing a deep look and said, When you left, we launched an attack on the Longmu Empire. Because of many years of peace, the Longmu Empire's defenses were much looser than before. In addition, we opened up a special passage and forced our way into the Longmu Plains. Relying on our 2 main cavalry regiments and a large number of elite cavalrymen, we defeated them quickly and annihilated many of their main forces. Father was in charge of logistics and led the army to carry out the cleanup operation. At this point, he couldn't help but laugh. Father is really ruthless. Everywhere we went, we didn't leave a single grain of food for the Longmu Empire, but we didn't kill a single person. This way, it wouldn't arouse the anger of the people and cause the Langmu Empire's civilians to retaliate. Moreover, it would cause an enormous burden to the Langmu Empire. Just solving the problem of the starving people made the Langmu Empire busy for a long time. Even if they had sufficient food reserves, they were busy for half a year before gradually calming down. It was also because of the losses in this battle and the large consumption of food reserves that they didn't find the best opportunity to launch an attack on us at the crucial moment. Grandfather once said that among the other 4 empires, Huarong is only afraid of the Ice Moon Empire and the Longmu Empire joining hands. As for the others, they can be easily dealt with. You probably know what happened after that. We suddenly launched an attack and broke into the interior of the Qilu Empire like a hot knife through butter. We directly attacked their capital and forced the Qilu Empire to surrender, drawing the entire empire into our territory. Although we paid a heavy price, compared to the final result, it was worth it. This 4 empires publicly acknowledged conference was proposed by Grandpa Su. The goal is to ease the conflict between us and the other 3 empires. The soldiers have fought 2 battles in a row, and it's time for them to rest. However, we aren't afraid now. Even if All-In, Longmu, and the Ice Moon Empire join hands, it won't be easy for them to deal with the Huarong Empire. After all, our soldiers are all elites who have been through many battles. Because Grandpa Su used delaying tactics to attack the Qilu Empire, they've already been adjusted to a certain extent. Even if we suddenly respond, we can still hold out for a period of time. Chapter 189. Nianbing smiled and shook his head. Big brother, I'm afraid what you're seeing is just the surface. Actually, the Huarong Empire's greatest crisis isn't the 4 Nations Conference, but the Kiru Empire. That's why this conference is being held. Along the way, Nianbing had already sorted out his thoughts and gradually understood the meaning of the 4 Nations Conference. Rongbing asked in surprise, "What do you mean?" Nianbing replied calmly, "Although the Kiru Empire was annexed and the Huarong Empire paid a small price, the Huarong Empire didn't have to worry about the Kiru Empire. However, don't forget that because the Kiru Empire used to be allied with the Huarong Empire, the Kiru Empire's influence isn't small. Furthermore, the Kiru Empire's land area is second only to the Huarong Empire and Longmu Empire. Although your attacks had a good effect, the Kiru Empire's forces were not weak. However, the Kiru Empire's main forces might not have been wiped out. Right now, the most important thing for the Huarong Empire is to completely pacify the Kiru Empire. Annexing a country isn't something that can be done in a year or 2. Right now, there doesn't seem to be any danger in the Kiru Empire. However, there will definitely be some people who aren't convinced. Perhaps there won't be any major riots, but small-scale wars will continue for a long time. Just the possibility of guerrilla warfare will give the Huarong Empire a headache for a long time. In order to stabilize the situation in the Kiru Empire, there needs to be at least a legion of soldiers scattered throughout the Kiru Empire. Furthermore, they need to be elite troops. Am I right? Rongbing looked at Nianbing and suddenly laughed. Good kid, you're really smart. Are you blaming me for not telling you the truth? Nianbing shook his head. No, of course not. We're brothers. Why would I blame you? After all, I'm representing the Ice Moon Empire. We're in different camps, so it's normal for you to hold back. Rongbing sighed. It's good that you understand my difficulties. Yes, you guessed right. Right now, the one guarding the Cairo Empire is my father. He is leading all the elites of the Eastern Army to be stationed there. He is gradually reorganizing the various armies of the Cairo Empire, breaking them up and reorganizing them into our own forces, expanding the Eastern Army from 1 army corps to 3. However, it won't be easy to make the Cairo Empire's soldiers fully submit to me. Now, All we have to do is wait for this group of troops to complete their reorganization and return to our country. I'm afraid this process will take some time. Nian Bing said, "If that's the case, then it's obvious. Currently, there were only 2 corps in charge of guarding the city. Even though the Huarong Empire was no longer surrounded by enemies from 3 sides, it was still under attack. However, the southern battlefront was as wide as the border between the 2 empires. How could 2 armies defend it? If the other 3 empires were to join forces and attack, the situation would not be optimistic. Even with his grandfather's prestige, he would still be able to fend them off." The Longmu Empire also saw this point, which was why they desperately tried to rope in the Ottoman Empire and the Ice Moon Empire. Prime Minister Grandpa Su also saw this point, so he used all kinds of situations to stall for time. Every day passed. Every day, the Huarong Empire would grow stronger. Right now, both sides are just fighting for time. Rong Bing said, "I'm not very clear about the specifics. Right now, I'm a soldier and only responsible for fighting. I'm not good at scheming and scheming. However, if Grandpa heard such an accurate analysis of the price, he would definitely be very happy to have a good grandson like you." Nian Bing smiled and shook his head. "Actually, what I see is only the surface. Compared to those politicians, I'm still too inexperienced. After all, I've only been in contact with these things for a short period of time. Brother, you're right. You're a soldier. It's fine as long as you understand these things, but don't get involved. Otherwise, it'll disrupt your life and make it difficult for you to have any more happy moments." Rong Bing smiled bitterly. "As the successor, even if I don't want to participate, I'm afraid it won't be up to me in the future. You're the last to arrive. The emissaries from the Ottoman Empire and the Longmu Empire have already arrived. Compared to them, you're much more shabby. The Ottoman Empire is slightly better with only a few dozen people, but the Longmu Empire has a few hundred people. Only the Ice Moon Empire has sent a mere 8 people. Could it be that the 7th prince of the Ice Moon Empire, who inherited the throne, doesn't care about this meeting? I really didn't expect this. I've seen him before. Someone as lazy as him can actually sit on the throne." Nian Bing said, "Although we've only sent a few people, we're all very experienced. Just that Ice Goddess Priestess alone is something the other countries can't compare to. Brother, don't underestimate anyone. Dong Bei Feng isn't what you think he is. He's very capable, but he's been hiding because he didn't have the opportunity. Now that he's ascended the throne, the Ice Moon Empire will definitely develop rapidly in the future." "Oh, right. Who are the representatives of the various countries this time?" He thought to himself, if he told his brother that he'd brought experts who were at least at the level of Magister, he wondered what his brother would think. There was even a warrior in the room who wasn't inferior to the Ice Goddess Priestess. Rong Bing said, "Our country's representatives are naturally Grandpa Su and our grandfather." Nian Bing smiled. "I guessed it was them. Grandpa Su's wisdom and our grandfather's deterrence is indeed the best combination." "What about the other 2 countries?" Rong Bing said, "You've seen the Longmu Empire's representative before. It's Miss Mu Jing who participated in the competition last time. This time her brother didn't come. For her to be able to represent the Longmu Empire at her age, you can see her status in the Longmu Empire." "Oh, right after you left last time, we discovered a large number of spies from the Longmu Empire. That time, the Longmu Empire lost a lot of people. Only the 2 siblings, Mu Rong and Mu Jing, were able to escape. However, they didn't seem to have learned their lesson last time. This time, they've brought more people than last time. I really don't know what they're thinking. Don't tell me that they think these few hundred people can do anything?" Nian Bing said, "Every side has their own ideas. That Mu Jing isn't easy to deal with. Last time it was only because Du Tian City was the territory of the Huarong Empire, and because my grandfather was there that the threat they posed was easily resolved. This woman can't be underestimated." His heart was as clear as a mirror. The reason why Mu Jing's men were completely wiped out last time was most likely related to the bloodline cult that he was in charge of. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to find so many infiltrated enemies with just the people on the surface. Rongbing said, the most unlucky ones are the Ottoman Empire. This time, they've sent a young woman as an emissary. It's not the Duke of Blue Feather who's usually in charge of big events. Instead, it's a middle-aged woman who's going to be the emissary's assistant. Their subordinates aren't strange. They're all elites of the Silver Feather Knights. However, Grandpa Su seems to value this emissary from the Ottoman Empire a lot. Only, I don't know what happened during the negotiations with the Ottoman Empire. Otherwise, I'd be able to make some judgments. Nianbing smiled. I know who the Ottoman Empire sent. Brother, just wait and see. This girl is the one who is truly amazing. Speaking of which, it was the Ice Moon Empire who pushed her to the Ottoman Empire. I haven't seen her for a few years. I wonder what she's become. Rongbing said in surprise. Nianbing, why do you get so excited when women are mentioned? Quick, tell me the truth. Why are there 3 women with you? Don't tell me. Halogen, who'd been watching from the side, suddenly turned around and laughed. Nianbing is really good at this. Those 3 are all his wives. As his brother, I'm afraid you can't compare to him. Nianbing blushed and smiled bitterly. Brother Halogen, don't make fun of me. But brother, they're really your sisters-in-law. You've met Feng Nu. As for the other 2, Rongbing was stunned. He was just guessing. He didn't expect that the 3 beauties were all Nianbing's wives. He looked at him strangely. Good, you're really strong. However, don't tell me that the other 2 are also as strong as Phoenix Maiden? The situation in the capital city is a bit chaotic. Aren't you afraid that something will happen to them? Nianbing said confidently, I'm not worried about that. It's good enough that they don't provoke others. Why would I be afraid of others provoking them? All right, brother, you can go back first. I've already understood the situation here. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, it's better if you don't see me often. Rongbing said with a smile, suspicion my ass. Just based on our similar appearances, it's already a big suspicion. If they want to suspect us, then they can. With our Rong family status in the Huarong Empire, who dares to gossip about us? Nianbing sighed and said, Brother, that's what I'm worried about. The Rong family is in the limelight now. If there's a chance, I really need to have a good talk with Grandfather. Go back and tell Grandfather that I'm here. If he's willing to see me, send someone to send a message. I'll think of a way to go over. Rongbing also knew that it wasn't good for him to stay for too long. Nianbing nodded and said goodbye to Halogen before leaving. Lying on the bed, Nianbing's brain spun quickly. According to Rongbing, the instigator of Holland should be Wisdom Girl Luo Ro, while the instigator of the Longmu Empire should be Mu Jing. This is going to be interesting. I hope that the one accompanying Luo Ro will be Urian. If that's the case, some things will be much easier to deal with. Nianbing, I'm hungry. Aren't you the instigator of that whatever country? It can't be that there's no food here, right? Halogen closed the window and rubbed his protesting stomach. Nianbing smiled and said, Brother Halogen, your appetite is growing. When we were in the continent of gods, I didn't see you eat so much. Buluan gave a silly smile and said, Food is scarce there, so we naturally have to be frugal with whatever we eat. But it's different here. It wasn't easy to come to this continent where I can eat my fill. How can I treat my stomach badly? Nianbing's mind flashed, and she immediately remembered the porridge that Rongbing had brought her to eat. She hurriedly said, All right, then let's go out and have a good meal. Today, I'll bring you to eat something new. Let's go. Nianbing changed into civilian clothes and put on the bamboo hat that she had prepared beforehand. She went out with Halogen, called the 3 girls next door, and left the state guest house. In the room on the other side of them, a mage under the priestess of the snow goddess saw the 5 of them leave from the window. He hurriedly said to the priestess, Priestess, they've gone out. Should I follow them and take a look? The priestess shook her head and said no need. It's useless for you to follow this person. Ever since that day when she had a simple fight with Nian Bing, she had been thinking about Nian Bing's combination of Sky Eye and Emperor Realm. She really couldn't believe that such a thing could happen, but the truth was right in front of her eyes. At that time, the pressure emitted by Nian Bing left an extremely deep impression on her. In her heart, for the first time, she doubted her position as the #1 divine descent master on the continent. He was also able to cast an instant forbidden spell and had the support of 7 divine tools. This kind of strength wasn't something that she could easily defeat. What a young man! How old is he to actually be able to reach such a level? Closing her eyes, the priestess continued her meditation. But several figures appeared in her mind. Nian Bing walked with Halogen and the 3 girls on the wide street. Although he had experienced many difficulties in his childhood, every time he came back here, he felt like he had returned home. After all, this was the place where he was born. His parents had also spent the most beautiful time here. Long Ling came to the capital city for the first time. Like Halogen, she looked around excitedly. She never thought too much. After coming to the Ice Moon City with Nian Bing, she didn't even see her father. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but that she didn't dare. She was afraid that her father wouldn't let her follow Nian Bing. It wasn't easy for Nian Bing to come back alive. She just wanted to accompany him for a while. After settling Nian Bing's matter and calming down, she would find an opportunity to return to her father's side to fulfill her filial duties. Long Ling still had a grudge because of what Long Jinan did to Nian Bing and betrothed her to the 5th prince. Although she didn't say it, she now saw Nian Bing as the closest person to her. This time, she followed Nian Bing to the capital city. She completely treated it as a trip. Looking at the capital city of the Huarong Empire, which was completely different from the Ice Moon Empire, she was indescribably happy. Nian Bing, this place is much warmer than the Ice Moon Empire. The temperature is at least twice as good. Nian Bing smiled and said, "Of course. This is the southernmost part of the continent. The temperature is always high. Even in winter, the plants are evergreen. The capital city is one of the most suitable cities to live in. Here, as long as you have money, you can find almost anything you want. 3 beautiful ladies. You don't have to be polite with me. Yen Feng gave me a lot of money for this trip. If there's anything you like, feel free to buy it." Nian Bing had never had any concept of money. Although she was here for business, the meeting had not started yet. It was rare for her to bring her 3 beloved ladies out to play. Of course, she wanted them to be happy. Lan Chen smiled as she followed Nian Bing. She had been cultivating with the ice goddess since she was young. She had a pure heart and few desires. She was not very interested in anything in the outside world. Feng Nu and Long Ling, on the other hand, were wandering around the surrounding shops. They were very happy. They did not buy anything. After all, there were too few things that caught their eyes. After walking for a long time, they passed a street. Halogen could not help but complain in a low voice, "Nian Bing, with the speed of your 2 wives, I'm afraid I won't be able to find a place to eat even if I starve to death. Can't we eat something first?" For him, the most attractive thing in the Yangon continent had always been delicious food. Nian Bing smiled and said, "Okay, let's go eat first. Feng Nu, I'll take Chin Chin and Big Brother Halogen to eat at the kanji shop where we met last time. You and Ling can come find us after you walk around for a while." Feng Nu and Long Ling were choosing clothes in a clothing shop. Although they were wearing bamboo hats, they unintentionally emitted a noble aura. The female owner of the shop was constantly flattering them and giving them the best things to choose from. When Feng Nu heard Nian Bing mention the kanji shop, she could not help but blush. Fortunately, her bamboo hat was covered by a white veil, so it could not be seen from the outside. "Okay, you 2 go first. We'll go find you after we play for a while. If there's anything, just blow the flute and call me." Nian Bing reminded her, "This is Ling. Er's first time in the capital city. You have to look after her. Don't let her get lost. Feng Nu laughed and said, Do you think we're still children? How could we get lost? Go quickly. Only then did Nian Bing, Halogen, and Lan Qin quicken their pace and walk towards the kanji shop. Because the hotel was not far from the kanji shop, they arrived in front of the kanji shop after a while. Just like the last time, there was already a queue. Although it was not mealtime, Nian Bing and the others were still in the queue. Halogen sniffed and smelled the fragrance coming from the shop. He asked Nian Bing, said in a low voice, Brother, how long do we have to wait before we can eat? Nian Bing shrugged and said, I didn't expect this place to be so popular. Even though it's not a restaurant, there are still so many people coming to eat. Lan Qin smiled and said, Is the food here really that delicious? Why don't we go somewhere else? It's nearby. Sister, and the others can find it if they come. Nian Bing smiled and said, No, let's eat here. You should know that the kanji here is very special. Think about what your husband does. If even I think it's delicious, how can it be bad? Feng Nu and Ling are really good at foresight. Chin Chin, why don't you go play with them for a while? I'll line up here with Brother Halogen. Lan Qin shook his head and smiled. He didn't insist anymore. His cold little hand gripped Nian Bing's large hand tightly, and his shoulder pressed against Nian Bing's arm. She had always liked silence. It was rare for her to be alone with Nian Bing. Although she was standing and waiting, she still felt very comfortable. She thought to herself, how good would it be if we could stay like this forever? Nian Bing naturally did not know what Lan Qin was thinking. She looked at the kanji shop. Like Halogen, she hoped to go in earlier. Suddenly, when he raised his head unintentionally, he saw a graceful figure flash past the window of the shop. His heart skipped a beat, and a faint smile appeared on his face. It seems that we can eat this porridge in advance. As he said that, Nian Bing held Lan Qin's hand and walked out of the line. Bing Yin said in surprise, Why aren't we lining up again? Nian Bing smiled mysteriously and said, We don't have to line up when we meet someone we know. You know this person too. Chin Chin, restore your original appearance, hee. Seeing Nian Bing's mischievous smile, Lan Qin's heart was filled with warmth. The morning dew dagger was still in her body. Under the control of Nian Bing's spiritual power, she restored her original appearance. The three of them walked directly to the kanji shop. Just as they were about to enter, they were stopped by the shop assistant. I am sorry, the three of you. The shop is now full. Please line up at the back. Thank you. Nian Bing smiled and said, No need to line up. My friend is already eating on the second floor. Please take us upstairs. The shop assistant was stunned. Oh, so that's how it is. Then please follow me. Under his lead, Nian Bing and the other two climbed to the second floor. The second floor was full of private rooms. When the shop assistant asked Nian Bing for the room number of the private room, Nian Bing was a little embarrassed. He only knew the approximate location. How could he know the room number? However, this was not a problem for him. He instantly spread out his spiritual power and found the exact location in the blink of an eye. He pointed to the private room, and the shop assistant hurriedly led them there. The shop assistant motioned for Nian Bing and the other two to wait. He knocked on the door of the private room a few times. A calm voice came from the room. Didn't I say not to disturb? The shop assistant respectfully said, I'm sorry, your guests are here. Our guests? The voice in the room was a little surprised. Frozen Cloud glanced at the confident Nian Bing and couldn't help but pinch his hand. She said in a low voice, You're so annoying, always being so secretive. Just who is in this room? Before Nian Bing could answer, the door was opened and a charming figure came out. Bing Yan's eyes flashed and she immediately recognized the person. It was the representative of the Humu Empire, Mu Jing, who participated in the 5 countries' new magician competition. As soon as Mu Jing opened the door, she saw the tall Nian Bing at a glance. She was stunned. Why are you here? Nian Bing smiled and said, It's better to meet by chance. We were waiting in line downstairs when we suddenly saw Mrs. Figure from the window. We specially came to disturb you. Would you like to eat together? Mu Jing's eyes flashed, but her face showed a trace of embarrassment. Brother Nian Bing, I'm really sorry. I'm entertaining a friend, so it's not very convenient. How about you tell me where you are? When I'm done here, Mu Jing will immediately visit you. Nian Bing smiled and said, I see. I haven't seen you for a long time, and Miss Mu Jing has become more beautiful. I just came from the Ice Moon Empire, and am staying in the state guest house. If Miss is free, you can come over and sit with us. After that, she pulled Bing in and turned to leave. After hearing Nian Bing's words, Mu Jing's face suddenly changed. She hurriedly said, Brother Nian Bing, please wait a moment. Nian Bing turned around and smiled. What, is there anything else? Mu Jing said, You said that you're staying in the state guest house. Could it be that you're the emissary from the Ice Moon Empire? Nian Bing had already guessed that she would have this kind of reaction. She nodded and said, Thank you, His Majesty, for not abandoning me. I'm here as the chief magician, representing the Ice Moon Empire. Mu Jing looked at Nian Bing's deep gaze and felt a chill in her heart. She said, If that's the case, then you're not an outsider. The friend that I invited is from the Ottoman Empire. Brother Nian, please come in. We can talk. After that, she hurriedly moved to the side of the door. Nian Bing tightened her grip on Bing Yan's hand. Brother Halogen, I say we don't need to line up. Miss Mu Jing has always been hospitable. As she spoke, they had already entered the room. The private room was very spacious. There was a large dining table in the middle that could seat 20 people. Other than Mu Jing, there were 3 other people in the room. Each of them had a small pot of porridge in front of them. Nian Bing? 2 of the 3 people in the room stood up. They were Yu Ruyan and wisdom girl Luo Ro, who hadn't been seen for a long time. Yu Ruyan seemed to have lost some weight, but her gaze was sharper. Luo Ro had changed a lot since the last time Nian Bing saw her. She was wearing a black dress that looked very plain. Although the dress was simple, there was a blue gem about 3 inches in diameter on the chest area. It shone brightly with her deep blue eyes. Her wavy hair was a foot longer than before. In order to not let it loose, it was originally hanging on her thighs. Now that she stood up, it could clearly be seen that her hair had reached her knees. The biggest change was her temperament. In Nian Bing's impression of Luo Ro, although she was full of wisdom, she seemed to be somewhat arrogant. But now, her deep eyes seemed to be a bit more calm, and her aura was much more mature than before. Mom, Miss Luo Ro. Yu Ruyan seemed to have forgotten that Mu Jing was beside her. In a flash, she had already arrived in front of Nian Bing. She grabbed his shoulders with both hands, and her gaze constantly flickered on his body. Feeling the surging vitality coming from Nian Bing's body, Yu Ruyan's eyes couldn't help but become moist. Good. Child, it's great that you're okay. Mu Jing stood at the side in a daze. She never thought that Nian Bing and Yu Ruyan would have such a relationship. When Nian Bing called her mom, her heart was in chaos. Mom. Bing Yin suddenly lifted the bamboo hat on her head and threw herself into her mother's arms. Her tears flowed uncontrollably. After a full year and a half, she finally saw her mother again. How could she not be excited? Yu Ruyan's heart was filled with joy. She held her daughter with one hand and Nian Bing's hand with the other. She was so excited that she couldn't say anything. Luo Ro looked deeply at Nian Bing and then at Lan Qin. Her excitement from before quickly calmed down. She walked in front of Nian Bing and smiled. Nian Bing, long time no see. Nian Bing smiled and said, It really has been a long time. I've already heard of Miss Fame when I was in the Ice Moon Empire. Luo Ro looked deeply at Nian Bing and said, Isn't this all thanks to you? Luo Ro hasn't had the chance to thank you yet. Nian Bing's eyes showed a trace of surprise. He didn't understand why Luo Ro would use her real name and not that alias. He said, "All right, let's sit first. Don't let Miss Mu Jing see us make a fool of ourselves." As he said that, he gently pinched Yu Ruyan's hand. Yu Ruyan finally reacted. She pulled Lan Chen to the side and condensed her duki into a voice and said something to her. At this time, Mu Jing's heart was in chaos. Lan Chen, no, in her heart it was still Bing Yin. This powerful magician of the Ice God Tower was actually Yu Ruyan's daughter? Just what was Nian Bing's identity? He came as a representative of the Ice Moon Empire, but his relationship with Yu Ruyan was so close. He was also very familiar with Luo Ro, who was her archenemy. Looking at how he came in with Bing Yin, it was obvious that they were very close. A year and a half ago, they were still enemies. Chaos! Everything was in chaos. A layer of blue light rose up around Bing Yin's body. Her voice was restrained under the effect of the ice element. She was talking with Yu Ruyan, as if she had already forgotten that there were other people present. Nian Bing's eyes moved around and fell on the only stranger in the room. Seeing this person, he couldn't help but be secretly shocked. It was a handsome man who looked to be about 30 years old. He was wearing an exquisite blue warrior suit. His aura was completely restrained. On the surface, he looked like an ordinary person. If it wasn't for Nian Bing's strong spiritual power, he wouldn't have been able to discover his true aura. This person hid his strength very well. His duki was completely condensed in his body. However, Nian Bing observed him through his Tian Yen acupoint. He found that this person was not simple. His energy strength was actually not below Halogen's. This discovery made him a little confused. When did such a martial arts master surpass the 12th level appear in the Yangon continent? No wonder Mu Jing invited Luo Ro and Yu Ruyan to eat here, and only brought him here. Luo Ro let Nian Bing sit beside her. Halogen sat on the other side of Nian Bing. Luo Ro didn't look at Yu Ruyan and her daughter. She smiled and said, "Nian Bing, so you and Miss Mu Jing also know each other. Jing and I have been good friends since we were young. She even lived in our house for a long time." It was because she saw the doubts in Nian Bing's heart that she introduced her like this. Nian Bing felt a little strange. Since Mu Jing was the princess of the Longmu Empire, why would she live in Ice City? However, he didn't ask. He smiled and said, "What a coincidence. We are representing the 3 empires to participate in the 4 Nations Conference. We actually met in this kanji shop." "Oh, Miss Mu Jing, should we ask the waiter to bring some more food? We haven't eaten yet." Only then did Mu Jing wake up. She really did have an outstanding bearing. Her expression immediately returned to normal. She smiled and nodded. She called the waiter over and ordered more food. As soon as Halogen entered, his gaze fell on the handsome man. The man was also looking at him. The two of them didn't give way to each other and constantly collided in the air. Nian Bing said, "I don't know what the 2 ladies are discussing. I wonder if I can also participate?" Mu Jing smiled sweetly and said, "Of course you can. Actually, we were guessing who your Ice Moon Empire would send to participate in this 4 Nations Conference. I didn't expect you to come yourself." Nian Bing didn't seem to hear the sarcasm in her words. He smiled and said, "That's why I said it was a coincidence. Actually, I'm only an emissary. This time, the highest official sent by my empire isn't me. I'm only responsible for the negotiations. The diplomatic group will be led by her." Chapter 190. Mu Jing pretended to be surprised and said, "Oh, I just heard Brother Nian say that you've become the chief court magician. Why aren't you leading the team?" Nian Bing smiled and said, "It's Bing Yan's teacher. You all must know her. She's the protector of our Ice Moon Empire, the Ice Goddess Priestess." When he said this, his eyes never left Mu Jing's body. He could clearly feel her body tremble slightly and her expression change. Although this process was very short, Nian Bing still caught it. Luo Ro spoke up from the side. Oh, so it's the ice goddess priestess. If there's a chance, I'd like to meet the continent's only god descending master. The man who had been staring at Halogen coldly snorted and said with some disdain, Is a god descending master that amazing? If there's a chance, I'd like to see it too. Taking advantage of his words, Nian Bing hurriedly asked Mu Jing, I haven't asked, who is this? Mu Jing smiled and said, This is my new teacher, Master Zamulin. He's a magic warrior and is deeply respected by our country's imperial family. Zamulin. This name sounded a bit strange. At this time, the waiter had already brought over 3 pots and placed them in front of Nian Bing and the others. All kinds of food were placed on the table. Nian Bing explained a few words to Halogen in a low voice. Halogen didn't hold back and immediately started eating, no longer looking at Zamulin. Mu Jing smiled and said, Since Brother Nian represents the Ice Moon Empire, I wonder if you've seen the envoy sent by our country? What's the result of the discussion? Nian Bing said indifferently, Of course I know about the alliance. As for the specific result, my king didn't say. Let's wait until after the 4 nations' public discussion. Mu Jing frowned and said, Brother Nian is a smart person. I think you should understand the current situation. Could it be that Brother Nian doesn't care about the survival of your own country because of your relationship with the Huarong Empire? Nian Bing took a sip of the porridge that she had just scooped out of the pot and said, Miss Mu Jing's words are a little harsh. Yes, I used to be a citizen of the Huarong Empire. But ever since I came to the Ice Moon Empire, I no longer had anything to do with the Huarong Empire. The fact that His Majesty sent me to participate in this meeting means that he trusts me. As for what the Ice Moon Empire will do, I'm afraid it's not something your country can control. A cold light flashed in Mu Jing's eyes, but she immediately calmed down. Nodding, she said, Mu Jing misspoke. Please forgive me, Brother Nian. However, the situation is critical now. We can't miss this opportunity. Nian Bing didn't reply directly. She turned to look at Luo Ro and said with a smile, I wonder what Miss Luo Ro's opinion is. Luo Ro smiled and said, The Longmu Empire has greatly supported our country, allowing many of our poor people to have food and clothing in advance. The Ottoman Empire is extremely grateful and has already decided to form an alliance with the Longmu Empire. However, our country has been very poor for many years, so sending out troops is indeed not enough. Barely holding our defensive line is already the limit. Nian Bing laughed inwardly. What a cunning and intelligent Luo Ro! Her meaning was clear. They could form an alliance, but the Ottoman Empire wouldn't send out troops. This was in line with Nian Bing's thoughts. Looking at her meaning, it should be possible for the Longmu Empire to pass through their borders and attack the Huarong Empire from another direction at any time. Nian Bing nodded and said, I see. Indeed, the Ottoman Empire isn't suitable to send out troops. Your country has experienced too many vicissitudes and needs time to recuperate. Mu Jing sighed. She said, Sister Luo Ro, you are still too conservative. If we don't grasp such a great opportunity, I'm afraid that in the future, Nian Bing smiled and said, Otherwise, I actually agree with Miss Luo Ro's opinion. Our 3 countries forming an alliance is definitely a good thing for the development of each country. However, the Ottoman Empire has been through many wars, and it really isn't the time to start another war. As for our Ice Moon Empire, a long expedition is indeed not a good strategy. Therefore, we still need to think about it. Come, everyone, eat the porridge. The taste is indeed not bad. Mu Jing looked deeply at Nian Bing and said, Brother Nian, since your country has the intention of forming an alliance, then we should all show some sincerity. Don't you think so? Nian Bing smiled and said, This time, even the ice goddess priest has been invited. Don't tell me that this doesn't represent the sincerity of our country. Miss Mu Jing, tomorrow we will only talk about friendship. Let's not talk about national affairs anymore. In any case, the 4 Dukes debate will begin the day after tomorrow. There is no need to rush. Miss needs to think more, and we also need to think about our future development. Miss Luo Ro, what do you say? Luo Ro and Nian Bing looked at each other. Nian Bing was also looking at her. The two of them revealed a knowing smile at the same time. Luo Ro nodded and said, "That's right. It's not easy for us to come out together. Let's relax today and not talk about national affairs anymore. Luo Ro is really tired." From the moment they met, Nian Bing could tell that Luo Ro's body was not in good condition. Although she had also cultivated some dou qi, it was obvious that she was too tired, causing her body's functions to deteriorate. Her life force was also constantly flowing away. There was no need to ask. Luo Ro had put in a lot of effort for the Ottoman Empire in the past few years. Mu Jing looked at the tacit understanding between the two in front of her and suppressed the anger in her heart. She smiled and said, "All right then, let's not talk about official matters today. The porridge here is really good. If you need anything else, just order it. It's my treat today." She was also calculating her own plans. In today's situation, it seemed impossible to get Nian Bing and Luo Ro to make any promises. What was the use of just forming an alliance? What they needed now was to buy time and launch an attack before the Huarong Empire had a firm foothold. However, relying on the strength of the Longmu Empire alone was clearly not enough. Only with the cooperation of the three countries would they have any hope of success. While they were eating, the sound of knocking came from the door. The waiter outside said, "Everyone, your guests have arrived." While Mu Jing was stunned, Nian Bing had already stood up. She smiled and said, "They came with me." After she finished speaking, she went to open the door. It was Feng Nu and Long Ling. The two girls were dressed exactly the same as Lan Qin. As soon as they entered, Nian Bing's voice sounded in their minds. "Don't get too excited. Mom and Luo Ro are here." Feng Nu's body trembled. She immediately saw Yuruyan. Long Ling also saw Luo Ro. Although the two girls had been warned by Nian Bing, they still unconsciously quickened their steps and walked to the table. When they took off their bamboo hats, just like Lan Qin, the entire room seemed to light up. Their beauty immediately overshadowed Mu Jing. Even Luo Ro couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. Feng Nu and Lan Chen's beauty was something that she and Mu Jing couldn't compare to. Even Long Ling was slightly more beautiful than them. Long Ling also saw Mu Jing. She said in surprise, Jingjing, so you're both here." Mu Jing stood up and greeted them with surprise. "Ling, why are you here?" "You." At this point, she couldn't help but look at Nian Bing. Long Ling's face was slightly red. She whispered, "I'll explain it to you when I have the chance." Her expression had already told Mu Jing a lot of things. Mu Jing already understood a lot without any explanation. Nian Bing pulled Feng Nu and Long Ling to sit down. She ordered the waiter to add 3 more pots of porridge. One of the pots was for Halogen, who had already finished the food in front of him. Luo Ro kindly let Long Ling sit on the other side of her. The two of the 3 beauties of Ice Snow City finally met again. Feng Nu sat next to Yuruyan. Yuruyan held her hand. Her eyes were shining with tears. Her daughter had finally returned to her side. This joy made her extremely excited. Her lips buzzed, and she kept saying something to Feng Nu and Lan Qin. Mu Jing looked at Nian Bing with deep meaning and said, "Brother Nian, you're really lucky." Nian Bing smiled but didn't say anything. Looking at the 3 women who came with her, she couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. How lucky it was to have them as wives. Zamulin also saw Feng Nu and the other 2. Previously, Lan Qin had already shocked him. Now, Feng Nu and Long Ling were also here. His eyes couldn't hide the strong jealousy. He said coldly, "It's indeed a good fortune. However, it depends on whether you can protect your own fortune." Nian Bing said indifferently, "I have some confidence in this. Miss Mu Jing, this time except for the ice goddess priest, the rest of us are here. I heard that Miss brought a lot of people this time. You have to be careful. This is the territory of the Huarong Empire. Mu Jing's eyes subconsciously showed a trace of hatred. She obviously thought of the fate of her subordinates when she participated in the master tournament. Brother Nian, don't forget that we're here to participate in the peace talks. Zamulin snorted disdainfully and said, I really didn't expect that the Ice Moon Empire would send an inexperienced child to be the envoy. I'd like to see where your confidence comes from. The hand on the table moved slightly, and a blue light floated out like lightning. Mu Jing wanted to stop it, but it was too late. The green light drew an arc in the air and went straight for Nian Bing's chest. Delicious, really delicious. Halogen had just finished a bowl of porridge and subconsciously stretched. He just happened to raise his hand and block the blue light. The blue light disappeared without a sound, as if nothing had happened. Halogen poured himself a bowl of fresh porridge with many ingredients and continued to eat. Luo Ro frowned and said coldly, Jingjing, what is the meaning of this? Mu Jing looked at Zamulin with dissatisfaction, but didn't dare to say anything. She could only say, I'm sorry, my master always likes to use strength to talk. Please forgive me, Brother Nian. Nian Bing smiled indifferently and said, It's nothing. However, I find it strange that the master didn't say anything, so why did the dog bark? Zamulin's eyes flashed coldly, and a sinister light flickered. Dog? This is the first time I've heard someone describe me like that. Good. A smile appeared on his face. Although he was smiling, the aura on his body was already fluctuating invisibly. He slowly stood up from his seat, and the chair he was sitting on silently turned into powder. Master! Mu Jing cried out and hurriedly pulled Zamulin. Master! Could it be that you forgot what you promised me? Zamulin frowned and coldly looked at Nian Bing. Fine, we will have a chance to meet again. He raised his hand and lightly patted the table, then turned and walked out. Mu Jing hurriedly said, I'm sorry, everyone. Mu Jing will apologize to everyone another day. She hurriedly followed him out. Just as Mu Jing walked out, Halogen suddenly grabbed his porridge pot. The huge table in front of him, including all the utensils on the table, turned into ashes in an instant. Nian Bing's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Yuruyan had already stood up and coldly snorted. Just as she was about to follow him out, she was stopped by Nian Bing. Mother, why bother with this kind of person? Yuruyan looked at the dust on the ground and said, This person is very strong. When Ro-er and I first saw him, I felt that his aura was definitely not something an ordinary person could compare to. Nian Bing nodded and said, Yes, he is very strong. I can almost conclude that he is not from the Longmu Empire. Halogen drank the rest of the porridge in his pot and wiped his mouth. Nian Bing, your judgment is very correct. Although I have never seen this person before, his aura is clearly from the same place as mine. From the moment she felt Zamulin's powerful fighting aura, Nian Bing had already begun to suspect his identity. Later, when she saw the jealousy in Zamulin's eyes and his provocative words, Nian Bing had already determined his strength when he attacked her and sent out that final palm strike in anger. Zamulin was not much different from what she had imagined. His strength was definitely not below Halogen's. Long Ling looked at the debris on the ground and said, All right, there are no outsiders now. Ro, I heard from Nian Bing that you have become the Prime Minister. How amazing! Luo Ro sighed softly and said, Amazing? Actually, as a woman, I am far less fortunate than you. As she spoke, she glanced at Nian Bing beside her. Nian Bing's heart trembled. He had already seen some clues from Luo Ro's gaze. He knew that he already had so many close female friends. He couldn't afford any more emotional debt. He hurriedly looked to the side and said to Yuruyan, Mom, this time I have returned your daughter to you. You've lost weight. Yuruyan smiled and said, Chin Chin has already told me everything about you two. You really got lucky. Promise Mom that you will take good care of them in the future. Nian Bing said seriously, I will. Mom, don't worry. Unless I die, I won't let anyone hurt them. Yu Ruyan pulled Lan Chen and Feng Nu's hands and walked in front of Nian Bing. She placed the two slender jade hands in Nian Bing's palms and said, Last time, you didn't hesitate to sacrifice your life to save Chin Chin. How could I still doubt you? Just now, you told Mu Jing that you are representing the Huarong Empire. Is that true? Nian Bing nodded and said, It is true. Mom, there are no outsiders here, so I will speak frankly. Yes, I am related to the Rong family. Prince Rong is my biological grandfather. Although I left the Rong family when I was young, I am still a member of the Rong family. However, this time I am indeed here for the Ice Moon Empire. At the same time, I am also here for Oren. Yu Ruyan said in surprise, What are you going to do? Nian Bing, right now, the situation is very chaotic. I'm afraid it won't be easy to control. For our Ottoman Empire, whether the Huarong Empire becomes stronger, or the Longmu Empire uses this opportunity to weaken the Huarong Empire, there is no benefit. As such, although Ro has decided to form an alliance with the Longmu Empire, she is not willing to send troops. Nian Bing said, My thoughts are the same as Miss Luo Ro's. The alliance must be formed, but there is no need to send troops. If the three empires form an alliance, the Huarong Empire will not dare to offend them, forming a situation where the North and the South are facing each other. Such a balanced situation is perfect. If one side dominates, it will not benefit Oren or the Ice Moon Empire. I believe in Miss Luo Ro's ability. In this aspect, she is much more intelligent than me. Luo Ro said with some dissatisfaction, Don't call me Mississippi. Don't you know how to call me something else? Ling, and I are good friends. You can call me Ro or. In terms of intelligence, I can compare to you. Yu Ruyan looked at Luo Ro with some surprise. Ever since Luo Ro came to the Ottoman Empire, she had displayed her intelligence in many aspects, gaining the recognition of the Ottoman Empire's king. That was why he made an exception and appointed her as the prime minister. Luo Ro used her own abilities, and with the support of the Duke of Bluefeather's support, she did a few big things in a short year. She made many officials submit to her, and finally became a minister of the Ottoman Empire. It had been 2 years, and this was the first time she had seen Luo Ro act like a little girl. There was no trace of her usual wise and far-sighted appearance. Nian Bing said with some embarrassment, Miss Luo Ro, please don't make fun of me. I represented the Ice Moon Empire this time because I had no other choice. In terms of intelligence, how can I compare to Miss Luo Ro? I think that Miss Luo Ro has already drawn up a strategy for the Ottoman Empire for a long time to come. Oren and the Qilu Empire share a border. Right now, the Qilu Empire situation is not stable, and the next few years are the best time to develop. I think that Miss Luo Ro will definitely not let go of such an opportunity. As for the Ice Moon Empire, it has always stood aloof from worldly affairs, and it has always been on good terms with Oren. I think that only our two empires can form the most stable alliance. He was not being modest. He still had some confidence in dealing with some major matters. However, if he wanted to gradually strengthen a country like Luo Ro, it was impossible. He would never be able to do such a thing. He would rather cultivate in a boring manner than get involved in the struggle for power, this time as an emissary of the Ice Moon Empire. One reason was because he felt guilty towards Yan Feng, and the other was because of Yu Ruyan and her family in the Ottoman Empire. Nian Bing was very clear that his greatest weakness was that he placed too much importance on relationships. In front of relationships, everything else could be put aside. As such, he was destined to never be able to become a ruler. Of course, he had never thought of correcting this weakness of his. If he didn't have this weakness, he would not have been able to have 3 beautiful wives. Luo Ro nodded and said, I also had this thought a long time ago. However, ever since the Ice Moon Empire's new emperor ascended to the throne, The situation has been rather chaotic. It has only gradually calmed down recently. I really did not expect that Yen Feng would actually become the new emperor of the Ice Moon Empire. After returning this time, I will immediately send an emissary to the Ice Moon Empire to discuss an alliance with your esteemed country. Right now, what I am worried about is that the border between our two countries is too long. Although we are in an alliance, once something happens, it will be difficult for us to help each other. Nian Bing smiled and said, Miss Luo Ro can rest assured on this point. Since I proposed an alliance, I naturally have some confidence. If Hua Rong and Longmu make any movements, I will definitely inform Miss Luo Ro in advance so that you can prepare in advance. With our two countries helping each other, after a period of development, it will not be long before we become strong. Miss Luo Ro is still young. I think that in a few decades, the situation on the continent will be different again. Luo Ro said with some dissatisfaction, Why do you keep calling me Miss? Is it so hard to call me by my name? Nian Bing said seriously, Right now we are talking about proper business. Miss Luo Ro, there is something I want to talk to you about in private. Feng Nu, tell the waiter to set up a new table and order some more porridge. You guys eat first. I want to talk to Ro for a while. I will be back soon. Yu Ruyan looked at Nian Bing with some surprise. She did not understand why Nian Bing wanted to talk to Luo Ro in private when they were all on the same side. Nian Bing nodded apologetically to Yu Ruyan, then turned and left. Luo Ro also had some doubts in her heart. First, she did not understand why Nian Bing was so confident in the alliance between the two countries. Second, she had the same doubts as Yu Ruyan. Feng Nu did not ask anything, and immediately did as Nian Bing said. Nian Bing brought Luo Ro out of the private room and stopped at a secluded corner. Turning around, Nian Bing used her spiritual power to create a shield around the two of them. Then she said, Ro, do you trust me? Luo Ro had already guessed that Nian Bing called her out for something important. She smiled and said, Why wouldn't I trust you? If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I would have already married that dead fifth prince. Ro, I will never forget your kindness. To be able to control my own fate, that has always been my greatest wish. If you have something to say, just say it. Even if I can't do it, I won't say a word. Nian Bing smiled and said, All right, I trust you. Ro, what do you think of the world? Luo Ro thought for a moment and said, Although there are many countries in Yangon, the only true powerhouse is the Huarong Empire. Although I have done my best, it is impossible for the Ottoman Empire to make a qualitative leap in a short period of time. If the Ottoman Empire wants to grow, it will take a long time. Overall, the Huarong Empire is very powerful. The current Emperor Huatian has Prime Minister Su Yu and Prince Rong, one civil and one military, supporting him. He is at his peak. Even if the three of us work together, I don't think the final result will be good. It will be very difficult to hurt the Huarong Empire. Also, there is the Longmu Empire. You must not underestimate them. Although the Longmu Empire was caught off guard and defeated by the Huarong Empire, the Longmu Empire was originally the wealthiest of the 5 countries. Over the years, they have accumulated a great amount of strength. Although they are not as strong as the Huarong Empire, they are not much stronger. It is because of this that Prince Rong decided to attack once and then immediately retreat. As for the Ice Moon Empire, although they are a bit stronger than the Ottoman Empire, the Ice God Tower, the large number of mages, and the cold weather in the north. If the Huarong Empire in the south wants to break through the Ice Moon Empire, they will have to pay the greatest price. From a commercial point of view, the current situation is very delicate. If I were Emperor Huatian, after the peace talks, I would use the power of the entire country to quickly pacify the Kuru Empire and use all the resources to develop my military. Then, I would declare war on Åland and use the mountains as a barrier to block the Longmu Empire. At that time, with Prince Rong's thunderous methods, as long as the main forces of the two countries are defeated, the unification of the continent will be just around the corner. Although destroying the Kuru Empire is a risky move, however, I really admire Prince Rong's courage and ability. The Huarong Empire has to pay a much smaller price than I expected. I have thought of many ways to deal with this, but the biggest problem is that we are unable to grasp the true situation within the Huarong Empire and make corresponding preparations. Nian Bing nodded and said, "You are right. This is the most important problem right now. I have also thought about it carefully. If the Huarong Empire wants to completely take over the Kiro Empire, it will take at least 2 years. Within these 2 years, you will be able to do many things. Just as you said, whether it is the Ottoman Empire or the Longmu Empire, what they lack the most is information on the Huarong Empire. When the 3 countries join forces, Olind and Longmu will be able to gather their armies at the border. If that is the case, it will not be easy for the Huarong Empire to attack. As such, I hope that after this peace talk, we will join forces with Longmu, but will not send troops to attack the Huarong Empire. The Longmu Empire is most afraid that the Huarong Empire will use Olind as a springboard to attack them from the plains. If that is the case, the Huarong Empire's powerful cavalry will not be something they can defend against. Using this point, you can request large amounts of resources from the Longmu Empire to build fortifications at the border with the Huarong Empire. Before coming here, I looked at the map carefully. Although there are no large mountain ranges at the border between Olind and the Kiro Empire, there are still some small mountains. Using the mountains to defend is the best choice. If we build more forts and help each other, it will not be easy for the Huarong Empire to break through. Although the Ice Moon Empire does not have as many resources as the Longmu Empire, they produce all kinds of ores and are best at forging equipment. In terms of equipment, they can provide you with more. Within 2 years, as long as you can build a solid defensive line at Olind, you will definitely be able to deter the Huarong Empire from taking risks." Luo Ro laughed lightly and said, "You still say that your intelligence is not as good as mine? What you are thinking is exactly what I am thinking. This is also the best method I can think of. The Longmu Empire will naturally give in. With you on the Ice Moon Empire's side, there shouldn't be any problems. However, the Huarong Empire's Prime Minister Suyu is famous for his intelligence and is proficient in sophistry. In addition to Prince Rong's 2 super cavalry regiments, I'm afraid," Nian Bing said, "if you can know the movements of the Huarong Empire's army in advance, how confident are you in being able to defend it?" Luo Ro looked at Nian Bing in surprise. "At least 70%. As long as the Longmu Empire cooperates well, it can even be as high as 80% or 90%. In war, intelligence is the most important thing. If we can grasp the movements of the local army and make good use of it, even if our country is weak in the future, our chances will be much higher." "Nian Bing, I don't understand. Why do you seem to want to deal with the Huarong Empire? Didn't you just admit that you are from the Rong family?" Nian Bing sighed softly and said, "The situation on the continent has nothing to do with me. I only like to live a free life. However, my family and friends have no choice but to be dragged into this. If I told you that I decided to help you because of Duke Bluefeather and my godmother Urian, would you find it strange?" Luo Ro shook her head and said, "I won't. I heard from Andy that you're not only doing this for them, but also for Feng Nu and Lanchin. Nian Bing, I finally understand what kind of person you are. However, I believe that you are not helping me unconditionally. Otherwise, you can say these words in front of Auntie Urian. If you have any request, just say it. But for the sake of the Ottoman Empire, you have to show me proof that I can trust." Nian Bing nodded and said, "Yes, I do have a request. This request may be a bit difficult for you, but I can promise you that as long as you are alive, I will not do anything to harm the Ottoman Empire." Luo Ro said, "I believe that. For the sake of Auntie Yu's family, you will not do that. What is your request?" Nian Bing's eyes flashed. "I want to ask you to insert my people into the Ottoman Empire's political circle and let them gradually occupy important positions. Of course, they will fully support you in all aspects. Unless something big happens, I will not use them." What did you say? Even though Luo Ro had thought of many possibilities, She did not expect Nianbing to actually make such a request. She looked at Nianbing in shock. You want to control the Ottoman Empire? Nianbing said calmly, in a sense, yes. However, I do not want to harm anyone in the Ottoman Empire. I only want to leave a way out for my family. This is also why I am willing to take such a huge risk and help the Ice Moon Empire and do things that are detrimental to the Huarong Empire. Luo Ro took a deep breath. Nianbing, do you know? If it wasn't for what you said before, I would really think that you are an ambitious person. Unfortunately, you are not. Nianbing smiled and said, Thank you for the compliment. Power is like floating clouds to me. I only want to protect my family and friends so that they will always have a way out. Actually, in the next year, I'm afraid that there will be a huge change in our world. As for the extent of the change, it is hard to say. Perhaps, one day, all the countries on the continent will have to join forces. However, I really don't want to see that day come. Ro, are you willing to help me? Whether it is for Alland or for Auntie Yu's family. Chapter 191. Luo Ro suddenly smiled. She took a step forward and stopped a foot away from Nianbing. Nianbing could clearly smell the virgin fragrance from her body. His handsome face blushed slightly. He wanted to retreat, but his back was already against the wall. Luo Ro said, Nianbing, you don't understand. First of all, I'm not someone from the Ottoman Empire. The reason why I'm helping the Ottoman Empire is because I want to repay Auntie Yu's family for saving my family. It's also because I want to put my intelligence to good use. The situation between the Ottoman Empire and other countries is like a game of chess. I'm just someone who likes to play chess. However, I can also give up everything at any time. To me, these are not absolutely important. Secondly, although we've only met twice, you've done me a huge favor. The future of the Ottoman Empire doesn't have much to do with me. I'll definitely repay the favor I owe you. You don't need to give me any reason. If you came to me alone and wanted me to make such a request, I'd agree to it, even if it's just because I owe you these things. So, you don't need to say anything else. I'll agree to your condition. With the Alland King's trust in me, what's the big deal about planting some people? The Ottoman Empire lacks a lot of talents. However, I want to hear how you can give me the most accurate military intelligence of the Huarong Empire. I also want to know what kind of power is behind you. Looking at Luo Ro and listening to her words, Nianbing felt a warmth in his heart. He didn't expect Luo Ro to think so highly of him. The bet he made with Luo Ro in the Ice Snow City was still fresh in his mind. Ro, I think I only need to say 5 words. That's enough. Which 5 words? Luo Ro couldn't help but be curious. Nianbing said word by word. Blood. Lion. Sect. Leader. What? Luo Ro cried out involuntarily. Her eyes were filled with shock as she looked at Nianbing in shock. She covered her mouth in disbelief. Nianbing laughed and said, It's my honor to be able to make the wise girl Miss Luo Ro so surprised. Luo Ro stared blankly at Nianbing. She naturally knew about the bloodline cult. As the chancellor of the Alland Empire, she had analyzed the situation of the continent countless times. Thus, she had heard of the bloodline sect more than once. She had sent people to investigate the matter, but she didn't manage to obtain any useful information. However, the size and mystery of the bloodline cult shocked her greatly. The scale of this underground organization was enormous. She greatly admired the meticulousness of his actions and the loyalty of his followers. Although she didn't know how big this bloodline cult was, she deeply felt how terrifying this organization was. You're saying that you're the leader of the Blood Lion sect? Luo Ro's voice was filled with confusion. Nianbing smiled and said, That's right. I've been the sect leader for 2 years now. Luo Ro took a deep breath and her eyes became clear again. The Rong family is so powerful. Prince Rong is so powerful. Nianbing, tell me honestly, were you specially trained by the Rong family? Nianbing knew that with Luo Ro's intelligence, She must have guessed many things. She shook her head and said no. I was indeed not trained by the Rong family. That year, I left the Rong family with my father until the kingdom's new magician competition. Only then did I return. Grandfather thought highly of me. Not only did he accept me back into the Rong family, he also gave me the Blood Lion cult. One thing you can rest assured about is that the Blood Lion cult's existence is unknown to the other members of the Rong family. This secret can only be known by the acting head of the Rong family, and the Blood Lion cult is not controlled by the Rong family. Therefore, you should understand what I mean. The Blood Lion cult is now under my control. The Blood Lion cult's intelligence network covers the entire continent. What I'm doing now is for the future of the Rong family. With your intelligence, you will naturally understand what I mean. I understand. The fact that you can tell me this shows that you trust me. Luo Ro promises you that when I return, you can send someone to contact me. This is the proof. However, I have a small request. Please don't misunderstand. It's just a request. Even if you don't agree, I will still help you. As she spoke, she took off a necklace from her neck and handed it to Nianbing. The pendant on the necklace was a teardrop-shaped red gem, like a blood tear. The necklace was very simple. It looked like a silver thread, but it was much brighter than silver. When the necklace touched her hand, it still had Luo Ro's body temperature and light fragrance. Nianbing looked deeply at Luo Ro. Do you need such an expensive thing? He could clearly feel the pure fire element contained in the gem. Although the gem's energy was not as good as the divine firestone on the Zhenyang sword, it was even purer. Luo Ro smiled. What if it's not something special and someone impersonates it? The pendant on the necklace can be taken off. Consider it as the favor I owe you. Whenever you need my help, just take this gem and find me. I will definitely do my best to help. As for this time, consider it as interest. When your people come, just take the necklace and leave the pendant with you for the time being. This blood tear was left to me by my mother. It is unique. No one can impersonate it. Nianbing looked at Luo Ro in a daze. This is too precious. How can I return an eye for an eye? Luo Ro sighed softly. Don't you want to ask what my request is? Nianbing nodded and said, What's your request? As long as I can do it, I will do my best to help you. Luo Ro smiled and said, Actually, this is an extremely simple matter for you. After I help the All-In Empire grow stronger, and I arrange for your men to be promoted to high positions, I hope that you can leave a place for me where you and Ling are living in seclusion. Is that possible? Nianbing's body trembled. Looking at the smiling Luo Ro, she did not know how to respond. Was this a confession? But don't misunderstand. I don't want to steal Ling or his man. I just want you to give me a place to live. Nianbing's brain suddenly became sluggish. She asked foolishly, You are the Prime Minister of the Ottoman Empire. Isn't it easy to find a place to live? Luo Ro glared fiercely at him. Just tell me if you agree or not. Do you really want me to say it so that I can go to your place to eat? Nianbing smiled bitterly. Your request is a bit childish. All right, when I decide to live in seclusion in the future, I will tell you the address first. As long as you are willing to come, there will be a room for you. Luo Ro opened her small hand and held it out in front of Nianbing. Nianbing looked at her in surprise. What are you doing? Luo Ro angrily said, Why are you suddenly so stupid? If you don't give me a token, how will I command your subordinates in the future? How will they believe me? Nianbing was stunned again. A token? What could he give Luo Ro? She had given him such a precious thing. If it was an ordinary item, how could he take it out? However, he couldn't just give her the 7 divine blade or the Blood Lion Temple's religion token. What should he give her? He really couldn't make up his mind. But looking at the small white hand in front of him, he couldn't refuse. Gritting his teeth, the space ring on Nianbing's hand lit up. A small pouch appeared in his palm. Seeing this pouch, Luo Ro's eyes couldn't help but light up. Of course, she had seen this pouch before. When Nian Bing first showed off his cooking skills, it was this pouch that had shocked everyone present. Nian Bing opened the pouch, and with a flick of his finger, a medium-sized ghost eagle appeared between his right index and middle fingers. The blade was held between his fingers, and the handle was facing outwards as he handed it to Luo Ro. The ghost eagle is one of the most precious things Master left me. Only with this can I barely compare to young lady's token. Luo Ro happily held the ghost eagle in her hand and looked at the exquisite patterns on the small knife. Feeling the faint cold air, her pretty face was filled with an excited smile. I will definitely keep it well. However, if you give me this knife, will it affect your cooking skills? Nian Bing smiled bitterly. Do you think I still have time to cook? Don't worry, the ghost eagle can be used. With my current ability, even if I use magic to condense an ice knife, I can still produce the same effect. I will tell my subordinates that seeing this knife is like seeing me, and they will listen to your orders. Luo Ro's beautiful eyes showed a trace of gentleness. Remember your promise, when you go into seclusion, you must leave a rune for me. Nian Bing nodded and said, I'll definitely do what I promised. All right, let's go back. Don't let them wait too long. He didn't say anything to Luo Ro because he knew that with Luo Ro's intelligence, she naturally knew what to do. After saying this, he released his spiritual force seal on the surrounding space and took the lead to leave. Looking at Nian Bing's back, Luo Ro's eyes shone with resentment. Idiot! Why are you so stupid in this regard? You don't even understand the meaning of a girl giving you a token? If it wasn't for you, why would I make such a request? She carefully put the ghost eagle into her clothes and followed Nian Bing. That year, when Nian Bing won the bet, his figure was branded in Luo Ro's heart. However, what really moved Luo Ro was the first time Nian Bing displayed her culinary skills, making the heaven-defying delicacy, 9 Azure Divine Dragon Bingyan. Nian Bing's peerless knife skills and focused expression had already stirred the heart of this intelligent girl. However, she was a proud girl. How could she ask for such a thing? Especially today, when she saw Feng Nu and Lan Qin, who were even more beautiful than her. The hope in her heart dimmed even more. However, she wasn't willing to give up, so she made her request when Nian Bing suggested it. When they returned to the room, Yu Ruyan looked at Nian Bing strangely, but she didn't say anything. Feng Nu and the others were eating porridge. When they saw them return, they hurriedly invited them to eat together. During the meal, the one who ate the most was Halogen. He ate 3 big pots of porridge before patting his stomach in satisfaction. Mom, let Feng Nu, Qin Chen, and Ling or accompany you around Du Tian City. I still have some things to do. Yu Ruyan nodded and said, You do what you need to do. Ro and I are also staying at the state guest house. We will go back together. Nian Bing squeezed Lan Chen's little hand and used her spiritual power to condense a message to her. You two go back and discuss it. Sleep with me tonight. Hee, I'm going to do a sneak attack tonight. After she finished speaking, she didn't wait for Lan Chen to say anything. She pulled Halogen, who was full, and ran out. Longling saw that Lan Chen's face turned red when Nian Bing leaned over and said something to her. She couldn't help but ask, Qin, what did Nian Bing say? Why is your face red? Lan Chen glanced at Longling. She naturally couldn't tell the truth in front of her mother. She said angrily, him. No. What else could he have said? He only knows how to bully me. Feng Nu glanced at her sister and chuckled. Is that so? Well, we'll wait for him to come back tonight and punish him. Luo Ro looked at the intimate atmosphere between the 3 girls and Nian Bing. She couldn't help but feel a little sad, but she didn't show it on the surface. She smiled and said, Well, everyone is full. Let's go out for a walk. It's my first time in the capital city. Nian Bing and Halogen came out of the porridge shop. Halogen praised, Brother, the place you introduced is really good. Although it may not be as good as the food you make, it is very special. Nian Bing smiled and said, Brother, you are eating more and more. Are you going to develop a second time? Halogen said angrily, Develop my ass. I'm hundreds of years old. What do I need to develop? Oh, right, did you feel it? Nianbing nodded and said, That Zamulin should be the person sent by the godly mainland to find Black Oda's bottle of sealing. Brother Halogen, there are some things I can't hide from you anymore. Actually, at that moment, she brought Halogen to the center of the city and told him about Miorda's bottle of sealing. After hearing Nianbing's words, Halogen said excitedly, Brother, you're saying that it's possible for me to come back from my hometown? Nianbing nodded and said, In theory, it's like that. However, I'm not completely sure now, because the possibility of the lost continent returning is very small. With the 7 Dragon Kings in charge, the guy who stole Miorda's bottle of sealing won't be able to do anything. Now that the godly mainland has sent a lot of gods, their combined strength is enough to sweep the entire Yangon continent. Halogen suddenly stopped and looked seriously at Nianbing, said, Brother, do you also think that the lost continent shouldn't return? Nianbing turned to look at him and said, In the past, it was like that. However, after I understood the grudges between the godly mainland and the lost continent and went to the godly mainland, my thoughts have changed. From my point of view, if it wasn't for the possible variables caused by the return of the lost continent, I really hope that it can come back. At least, the lost continent can restrict the godly mainland. The Yangon continent will be safe, compared to the godly mainland. Don't you think that this continent is a pure land for all kinds of creatures? This might be the last pure land. Halogen walked to Nianbing's side. I understand what you mean. Actually, you're also contradictory. However, whether you're willing to help me or not, I'll still treat you as a brother. I only hope that you can tell me where the decisive battle will take place. Nianbing looked at him deeply and said, Have you decided to stand on Evil Moon's side? Halogen shook his head and said, No, I'll only stand on the side of the lost continent. Although Nianbing had already expected Halogen's reaction, when it really happened, he still felt a little embarrassed. He sighed and said, Brother, no matter what, I'll be there, and I won't necessarily take you with me. As for my position, let me think about it again, okay? Halogen's eyes flashed with sparkling tears. The opportunity that the dwarf race had been waiting for thousands of years was about to come. The obsession in his heart made it impossible for him to give up this opportunity. He nodded gently and didn't say anything. The two continued to walk forward. Nianbing's heart suddenly moved, and he used his spiritual power to send a message to Halogen. Brother, someone is following us. Halogen was still immersed in the matter that Nianbing said. After being reminded by him, he quickly pulled himself together. Sure enough, as Nianbing said, through the cooperation of his own fighting spirit and spiritual power, he could feel a vague aura hanging behind them about 300 meters away. Nianbing nodded and said, It should be him. Nianbing could sense a strong murderous aura coming from Shu Luan's body. He knew that Shu Luan was truly angry. The emissary sent by the godly mainland should be investigating Miorda's sealing bottle. Right? How could he mix with the people of the Longmu Empire and become Mu Jing's master? Halogen said coldly, Let me kill him. Nianbing saw that Halogen was about to make a move and hurriedly pressed down on his broad shoulders. No, this is the capital city. They were in Capital Sky City, so they couldn't fight. Brother, I understand how you feel. However, we can't be too hasty in everything. Let's lure him out of the city first. He also didn't have a good impression of the godly mainland. Moreover, this Zamulin had become Mu Jing's biggest helper. Without changing direction, Nianbing continued to walk forward. When he passed by a magic item shop, he brought Bai Luan with him and walked in. What are the two of you looking for? Our small shop has all kinds of top-grade magic items. The price is fair. The waiter saw that although Nianbing and Halogen were dressed in ordinary clothes, their auras were far from ordinary people, and hurriedly greeted them. Nianbing said indifferently, the winds and clouds of the continent, the mighty winds of the blood lion. Naturally, he wasn't afraid that the other customers in the shop would hear him. His spiritual power transmission sounded directly in the other party's mind. The waiter's body stiffened, but he quickly returned to normal. He whispered, "May I know what color of weapon the customer usually likes?" Nian Bing said golden red. Nian Bing glared at him and said, "What? You don't have it here?" The waiter had already calmed down. He hurriedly said, "We do have it, but the price." Nian Bing turned to the waiter and used his body to block the view of the other people in the shop. A red light flashed in his palm. It flashed in front of the waiter. Only the waiter and Jean Lewin could see that it was an exquisite red jade lion. "I want the golden red ones. Prepare 7 golden red weapons for me. I'll come back to pick them up in 2 hours. Remember, ask the weapon forgers to come over. I want to ask them some questions about the forges." The waiter's attitude had become unusually respectful. He hurriedly said, "Yes, yes, I will pass on your message." Nian Bing patted Halogen, who was a little confused, and said, "Big brother, let's go." After saying that, he brought Halogen out of the magic item shop and walked towards the city gate. Halogen asked doubtfully, "Brother, why do you still want to buy weapons? Your 7 knives are already the best." Nian Bing smiled and said, "Big brother, that is the incision of my bloodline sect. The golden red one that I said represents my identity. When I said that I want 7 and asked the forgers to come over, I actually meant to ask him to invite the elders of my sect to wait for me here. All right, let's speed up and get rid of the trouble first." The two of them didn't turn back to look and walked directly towards the nearest west gate. When experts of their level fight, it is very likely to cause a huge commotion. Just the shock wave of the energy is very likely to cause a huge destruction. It is possible to kill and injure civilians. This is not what Nian Bing wants to see. When they arrived outside the city, the originally clear sky was covered by dark clouds. The warm air also brought a bit of chill. Nian Bing and Halogen were still walking forward. Nian Bing could clearly feel that the killing intent in Halogen's heart was still rising. For the dwarves who were once part of the lost continent, the gods were their biggest enemy. Nian Bing and Halogen looked at each other. Halogen understood tacitly. The two of them moved at the same time. Halogen relied on his doqi, while Nian Bing relied on her tyrannical body. Her speed suddenly increased, leaving behind 2 faint afterimages in the air. Jia Mulin, who had been following them all this time, could no longer hide his body. He quickly increased his speed and chased after the two of them. Actually, because he came from the gods' continent, he was overly confident in himself. Otherwise, at this time, from Nian Bing and Halogen's speed, he should be able to see that these two people were not easy to deal with. Unfortunately, due to his overconfidence and his self-proclaimed god, he did not notice this. Although Nian Bing and Halogen were not running at full speed, their speed was still considerable. He was very familiar with the surrounding terrain of the capital Sky City. When they passed through a forest on the official road and came to a small hill, they immediately stopped. Nian Bing stood still and looked at Halogen. At the same time, Halogen also looked at him. The two of them saw the coldness in each other's eyes. A faint rainbow light emitted from the Tianyan point on Nian Bing's forehead. Without turning back, he calmly said, "Brother Jamulin, you have been following us for long enough. Come out." Jamulin's figure flashed, and he appeared about 10 feet away from the two of them. He did not follow them to cause trouble for Nian Bing. He had received a request from Mu Jing. Mu Jing had always been somewhat wary of Nian Bing. Therefore, she asked Jamulin to secretly follow Nian Bing and see what he was up to. Now was the crucial time before the Four States Conference. She hoped to know some of Nian Bing's movements. Unfortunately, she did not know. Between Nian Bing and Halogen, one had a deep hatred for gods, while the other did not have a good impression of selfish gods. Under Jamulin's tale, their killing intent was aroused. You can discover me? Jia Mulin said with some surprise. As he spoke, he casually walked over to Nianbing and Halogen. His body shone with a faint green fighting aura. Because Mu Jing had repeatedly warned him not to harm Nianbing at this time, he now only wanted to teach Nianbing and Halogen a lesson. He also wanted to find out more about them. Nianbing felt that this Jia Mulin seemed to be somewhat similar to Aeolus, who had been enemies with the sacred teacher. However, his fighting aura was not as simple as fighting aura. The wind attribute fighting aura also contained a strong wind element. Although it was not as pure as Aeolus energy, it had its own characteristics. Nianbing slowly turned around. When Jia Mulin saw the heavens I point between his eyebrows, he could not help but feel his heart tighten. He immediately understood why the other party could sense his presence. However, he was not overly nervous. After all, this was only the Yangon continent, not the godly mainland. With his strength, he naturally would not be afraid of two people from the Yangon continent. Nianbing smiled faintly and said, Brother Jia Mulin has been following us two brothers. What advice do you have? Jia Mulin snorted and said, Your appearance is indeed not bad. I did not expect there to be so many beauties in this world. He had a deep impression of Feng Nu, Longling, and Lanqin. As soon as he saw Jia Mulin's handsome appearance, his heart was immediately filled with jealousy. Hearing Jia Mulin's irrelevant answer, Nianbing could not help but frown slightly, especially when he saw the strong, lustful light in Jia Mulin's eyes. He could not help but feel angry. He suddenly said, Life in the Yangon continent is much better than in the godly mainland. Of course there. It is simply the difference between heaven and hell. You, how did you know I came from the godly mainland? Realizing that he had let it slip, Jia Mulin's body was filled with a murderous aura. The surrounding vegetation trembled under the strong, murderous aura emitted from his body. Nianbing smiled faintly and said, Brother Jia Mulin, do not be nervous. Actually, I only came a few days later than you. Jia Mulin was stunned and said, You are also a godly person? How come I have not seen you before? You are clearly not among the people who have come all this time. Nianbing said, You should have come to the Yangon continent to find the whereabouts of Miordaz's sealed bottle. How come you are mingling with people from the Longmu Empire? Brother Jia Mulin, can you give me an explanation? Jia Mulin's expression changed slightly. You know quite a lot. What about you? Since you are also a godly person, how did you become the representative of a country? Looking at his somewhat awkward expression, Nianbing suddenly understood. Life in the Yangon continent is indeed not bad. Like you who are attached to a country can enjoy a wonderful life and can also investigate in passing. It seems that Brother Jia Mulin is a smart person. Jia Mulin snorted coldly and said, Boy, you are not sent by the Master God to spy on us, are you? You still haven't answered my question. Nianbing smiled and said, What? Are you angry out of humiliation? The answer to your question is very simple. I am not a godly person, and I have nothing to do with those so-called Master Gods. I am a human from the Yangon continent. Could it be that you godly people are allowed to come to the Yangon continent, but I am not allowed to go to the godly mainland? Jia Mulin was shocked and said, You are human. Nianbing did not wait for him to continue asking and immediately said, What about the people who came with you? Don't tell me they are also like you. Jia Mulin coldly looked at Nianbing, and the wind attribute Do Qi around his body became more intense. You want to get information from me? Stop dreaming. I originally did not plan to kill you, but since you know so much about me, then I cannot let you live. Nianbing smiled and said, It is fine if you do not speak now. However, I heard that godly people are very afraid of death. I think you will speak soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Jia Mulin suddenly raised his right hand and lightly chopped his palm over. The biggest feature of wind attribute Do Qi was its speed and sharpness. A green light flashed, and a wind blade was already chopping towards Nian Bing's head. This was not something an ordinary wind blade could compare to. The huge amount of energy contained in it seemed to completely cut the air, and the air around the green light was somewhat distorted. Halogen shouted and took a step to the side with his left foot. He was already in front of Nian Bing. He was already a little impatient. He suddenly swung his black battle axe, and the black Do Chi was not small at all. He met the wind blade head-on. There was a loud bang. Halogen stood in the same place and did not move. A layer of green appeared on Jomulin's face, and he subconsciously took 2 steps back. It was obvious that he was at a disadvantage. Nian Bing could not help but be a little surprised. Halogen's battle axe was not an ordinary weapon. It was a super divine weapon that the Dwarven Masters had spent a lot of effort to forge. It had a special effect on Do Chi. This kind of battle axe with a short handle and wide blade was only suitable for dwarves to use. It was called the God-slaying axe, and its attack power was very strong. After all, Jomulin's attack was empty-handed, and Halogen's attack with the God-slaying axe could only make him take 2 steps back. It was obvious that the strength of both sides was equal. Jomulin was more surprised than Nian Bing. When they were eating, Halogen had broken his attack once. However, that was in the restaurant, and Jomulin had only used a little Do Chi, so he did not pay too much attention to it. However, it was different this time. Because Nian Bing had the heavenly Ayaku point, he had used almost 80% of his Do Chi. He was determined to win, but he did not expect that not only did he not succeed in killing Nian Bing, but he was also pushed back by Halogen, who had not spoken from the beginning. Facing an enemy who had the heavenly Ayaku point and whose strength was not below his own, he could not help but think of retreating. With the selfishness of a god, protecting his own life was the most important thing in any situation. Chapter 192. With a faint smile, Nian Bing's eyes shone with a faint light. Seeing Zamulin's bewildered expression, she moved as well. Her right foot stomped on the ground, and her body floated backwards. At the same time, she transmitted her voice to Halogen. "Big brother, this guy is very strong. Moreover, we are too close to the capital city. We shouldn't waste too much time here. Let's work together and get rid of him." Nian Bing never had any chivalry in her heart. With Zamulin's strength, if Halogen wanted to kill him alone, then Halogen himself would have to pay a heavy price. However, with her by his side, it would be much easier to kill this guy. Halogen naturally understood Nian Bing's meaning. His heart warmed and his shoulders shook. His body suddenly changed. A yellow light shot out, heading straight for Nian Bing. Then, without dodging, he met Zamulin's 9 consecutive attacks of Do Chi. Zamulin couldn't help but rejoice when he saw Nian Bing's body being shattered by the 9 streaks of Do Chi. Although he was puzzled as to why this originally powerful warrior would suddenly become so weak, it would be much easier to deal with Nian Bing now that he had such a strong opponent. Just as Zamulin was about to continue his attack, a black light shot across the sky. A huge amount of Do Chi condensed into a sharp blade, heading straight for his head. Zamulin didn't dare to be careless. His hands flashed with green light, and 2 long blades appeared in his hands. He crossed them in front of his body to meet the attack. He shouted, "Open!" Boom! The explosion of energy caused by the collision between experts of the 13th step was extremely frightening. Reappearing in his dwarven form, Ma Luan made 3 somersaults in the air and landed in the distance. With Zamulin's body as the center, the ground within a radius of 50 zhang sank by 3 zhang. Under the roaming of his fighting aura, even the dust was crushed and scattered in all directions. Zamulin spat out a small mouthful of blood. His heart was filled with anger. His sense of fear also increased greatly, because Bai Luan had used the fake body that Nian Bing had created for him to distract Zamulin, and because he had used the God-slaying axe to attack him from above, Zamulin had already suffered a little. For experts of the same level like them, Victory or defeat was often decided by a hair's breadth. The two long blades in Zamulin's hands flickered with a green light. Clearly, they weren't ordinary weapons. They looked exactly the same. Each blade was 4 feet long, and its body was long and narrow. The wind element was extremely rich. It was a pity. At that moment, there was a chip on the two sabers. It was clear that the god-destroying axe had just struck them. These two sabers had always been Jamulin's treasures. Now that they had been damaged by Halogen, he could not help but feel a sharp pain in his heart. Halogen landed 500 feet away. He coldly looked at Zamulin. The black fighting energy around his body was constantly fluctuating. It was like the black flames of hell. The short hair on his head stood up. Although he was short, his muscles were unusually large. The black metal of the dwarf divine armor did not have any luster, but it had completely merged with his aura. Dwarves! Zamulin's voice became much more dignified. You dwarves actually dared to run out of the continent of gods? Humph, we will definitely exterminate your entire race. This time, even Lord Cow will not be able to help you. Hearing the words, exterminate his race, Halogen was instantly enraged. He roared and leaped high. He held the dwarf divine axe with both hands. It was as if he could split the heavens and earth. He chopped down at Zamulin. A strange smile appeared on Zamulin's face. As a god-level deity, he had been able to live to this day. He had experienced too many things. It was not difficult for him to anger a straightforward dwarf. His body flashed in place. Suddenly, like a wisp of green smoke, he became ethereal and formless. Halogen had originally locked onto his body, but at that moment, the lock had suddenly lost its effect. He launched an all-out attack toward the ground, and that wisp of green smoke instantly escaped his attack range. Zamulin's somewhat excited voice sounded behind Halogen. Glorious wind cross slash. When a fighter reached the 12th level, although overall energy would become the key to victory, technique was the most important aspect to show the difference between fighters of the same level. Thus, very few fighters would use their full strength in battle. They would always leave a way out for themselves. However, the straightforward Halogen was now completely enraged by Zamulin. Zamulin's all-out attack made it so that he could no longer change the direction of his charge. At this moment, although he knew that he had been tricked, he could not withdraw the axe in his hand. He could only forcibly gather all his fighting aura behind his back, preparing to face Zamulin's attack head-on. If it was only Halogen and Zamulin here, then Halogen would definitely be at a disadvantage in this exchange of attacks. Zamulin's strength was not inferior to his. Even with the protection of the dwarf god, Halogen could not completely nullify his opponent's attack power. Unfortunately, Halogen was not fighting alone. Although he was not calm, not far away there was still Nianbing, who was calmer than anyone else. A silver light appeared behind Halogen almost at the same time as that green cross slash was launched. Halogen's charging body disappeared in an instant. Zamulin, who was feeling pleased with himself, was shocked. Naturally, he would not charge forward with all his strength like Halogen. Without any hesitation, he turned around, forcibly bringing the cross slash behind him. Boom! Green and black do chi filled the air. This time, the destruction on the ground was even more serious than before. Within a radius of 100 feet, not a single blade of grass was left. Halogen and Zamulin both spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Half of Zamulin's body sank into the ground. As for Halogen, he staggered for more than 10 steps after landing on the ground. He almost fell on his, but as it turned out, when Halogen was in danger, Nianbing had forcibly sent the space shadow puppet into his body, forcibly teleporting him and her attack behind Zamulin. Although the process of teleportation had caused a certain amount of mental shock to Nianbing, his strange fusion of Heavenly Eye and Extreme Emperor acupoints made it so that he could not use his physical body. His mental attack had become abnormally solid. He only felt dizzy for a moment before returning to normal. Halogen had been teleported, while Zamulin had changed the direction of his attack at the last moment. Both of their attacks had been imperceptibly weakened, and neither of them had gained the upper hand. After landing on the ground, both of them did their utmost to condense their do-chi. Halogen's eyes had already turned red from anger. All he wanted to do was press forward with an indomitable will. As for Zamulin, all he wanted was to immediately escape. If it was said that Nian Bing's killing intent had not been resolute at the beginning, then now that Zamulin had seen Halogen's true divinity and had insulted the dwarf race that he was full of respect for, the killing intent in Nian Bing's heart had already reached its peak. 7 divine blades appeared around his body at the same time. 7 shadow puppets surrounded him in the center. Nian Bing did not immediately launch an instantaneous attack on Zamulin because he was very clear. With his own absolute attack power, it would be very difficult to injure Zamulin, who had already reached the 13th level. Unless he recovered his spiritual power and used a physical attack, it would not be possible to injure him with magic, even if he used the 12th level God's Descent spell with all his might. Furthermore, the God's Descent spell was too powerful. It could not be used in a place so close to the capital city. Furthermore, he was not afraid that Zamulin would attack him, with Halogen by his side, unless it was a super expert at the level of a main god. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to attack him before defeating Halogen. Hence, he made a special choice. In the eternity sealed in chaos, in the broken balance, in nothingness, in the deepest abyss of the universe, the great God who has been summoned, please respond to my prayer. Overlap fantasy and reality, intertwine the weak and the strong, change each other's appearance, and bring pain and sorrow to each other. Intertwining fantasy. During the recitation of the spell, the Tianyan acupoint on Nian Bing's forehead suddenly lost its 7 colors, turning into a gray brilliance. A faint gray light floated out. At this moment, it seemed to cover heaven and earth. Everything around him turned gray. It was a gray without any aura. The sky turned gray, the earth turned gray, and everything between heaven and earth was constantly twisting in the gray. Zamulin suddenly realized that everything in front of him was no longer real. There was an additional figure in his mind, the figure of Nian Bing. He, who had lived for thousands of years, was at a loss as to what was happening. Was this magic? No, he had never seen such magic before, and had never had such a feeling. He could only feel it clearly. Everything in his body seemed to have changed. He suddenly realized that his body was becoming more and more sluggish. When he looked down, he realized in horror that he had turned into a rock. The dwarf in front of him, Halogen, was growing exponentially. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into a giant that was more than 10 feet tall. He felt panic and used all his strength to urge the fighting energy in his body to soar up. He turned around and ran in the opposite direction. However, he was shocked to find that his body that had blindly turned into a rock was no longer obedient. He was still in the same place. The earth trembled violently with each step Halogen took. The gray world became even more hazy. That huge battle axe seemed to split the heavens and earth as it chopped down. The gray line twisted in the air as if it was going to land somewhere unknown. No. Zamulin roared, but he couldn't hear his own voice. He was trembling in fear. He had never felt so close to death before. Nian Bing's calm voice sounded in the depths of his soul. You are a rock. You can't do anything. Zamulin still tried to make a final resistance. He wanted to use his 2 blades to block the battle axe that was chopping down on his head. However, he could only feel that he was a rock. In the next moment, his body became lighter and he was thrown far away. Halogen felt completely different from Zamulin. He caught his breath and immediately attacked his opponent. Nothing around him had changed. Although the sky was a little gloomy, everything was so real. When he soared into the air and gathered all his strength to attack Zamulin, he was shocked to find that his opponent was standing there in a daze. Then he suddenly ran in his direction. Although Halogen didn't know why, he still chopped down with the battle axe that had been accumulating heat for a long time. Zamulin raised his two blades that shone with a green light, but he was powerless to block it. With a huge bang, the two blades, which had lost most of their fighting energy, were split into four by Halogen. Zamulin's defense was also broken by the huge impact. His fighting energy was shattered and he was blasted far away. If it wasn't for his fighting energy being extremely strong, this battle axe would have split his body in two. Even so, he had already suffered severe injuries. His skin was covered with scars from Halogen's tyrannical fighting energy. He spat out mouthful after mouthful of blood. It seemed that he was no longer able to fight. The gray space disappeared. The 7 blades entered Nian Bing's body at the same time. Nian Bing looked exhausted, but her eyes were filled with excitement. Of the 3 people present, only he knew what had just happened. Interlaced fantasy. This could be called a magic spell, but it could also be said that it wasn't. This was because it didn't come from any magical element. It came from Nian Bing's spiritual energy. When Nian Bing woke up from the Lake of Life on the continent of gods, Cao had researched several abilities that only Nian Bing could use. In order to make him stronger and have a certain level of self-protection, he had used his situation as a foundation and taught him several abilities that only Nian Bing could use. The energy used as a foundation for interlaced fantasy was actually the supreme energy that the magician Little Dragon King Oscar possessed. Only after mastering all 7 mana elements would one be able to use all 7 mana elements as a foundation. In that instant, Nian Bing had used up all the magical energy of the 7 elements within a radius of a few hundred feet. Using her spiritual energy as a foundation, she had used a special chanting method to activate this special spell that even she needed to chant. Nian Bing didn't know what level this spell was, but Cao had once told her that this spell would increase in power as the user's spiritual energy increased. The so-called interlace fantasy was to use one's spiritual energy to attack the opponent's spiritual energy, causing all kinds of complicated illusions in the opponent's mind and weakening the opponent's control over their own abilities. When Nian Bing learned this spell, Cao had once told her that this spell had 3 major weaknesses. First, it wasn't a direct attack on the spiritual energy. It was just a distraction. In this way, it wouldn't cause real damage to the opponent. It would only cause the opponent's spiritual energy to be in chaos for a period of time. The advantage of this was that the user didn't have to risk the risk of backlash. Even if it failed, there wouldn't be too much of a problem with the user's spiritual energy. The second weakness was that once the opponent's spiritual energy exceeded the user's, or if the user's willpower was extremely strong, the failure of this spell would inevitably lead to a violent attack from the opponent. The user would inevitably be at a disadvantage because of a certain amount of spiritual energy consumption. The last weakness, which was also the most crucial one, was that when the user activated interlaced chaos, due to the high concentration of spiritual energy, it was impossible to make any other attacks while using the ability. The body also couldn't move at all. Therefore, from the perspective of magic, this was only an auxiliary spell and couldn't be used for real attacks. Although there were 3 weaknesses, the advantage was even more obvious. Once the opponent fell into the interlaced fantasy spell, his fighting strength would be greatly reduced. In fact, his own abilities still existed, but his control over them would be strongly affected by the fantasy. In the process of a battle between masters, this kind of fantasy was absolutely fatal. When Nian Bing learned interlace fantasy, she understood that rather than calling it a spell, it was more appropriate to call it a domain. A special auxiliary domain activated by incantations and spiritual energy. If it was just her, she naturally wouldn't use it so easily. However, there was a dwarf warrior with her, Halogen, whose strength wasn't inferior to Zamulin's. Halogen turned around and looked in surprise at Nian Bing, whose gray light was gradually converging between her eyebrows. An indescribable feeling of panic arose in his heart. Nian Bing's interlaced fantasy could completely target a single opponent or a large area. It naturally wouldn't affect Halogen, but the abnormality in the surrounding space still caused Halogen to feel fear from the bottom of his heart. Halogen looked deeply at Nian Bing, and then looked at Zamulin, who was lying on the ground in the distance, his body unceasingly bleeding. An expert of the 13th step, his originally tyrannical strength had suddenly become so weak. This was all because of some unknown method Nian Bing had used. In his heart, Nian Bing's strength was becoming more and more mysterious, and also more and more frightening. Nian Bing walked to Halogen's side and patted his shoulder. With a faint smile, she said, "It seems like we still expended quite a bit of energy. Big brother, are you all right?" Halogen shook his head, saying, "I'm fine. Just some minor injuries to my meridians. With my body, it won't take long to recover. Just now, when I attacked at the end, I should have been able to hack him to death. However, a fantasy suddenly appeared in my mind, and my hand subconsciously softened, which was why I spared his life. Was it you?" Nian Bing nodded and said, "This is a new ability that I've learned. I can't let him die yet. I still have something to ask him." As she spoke, she said this. She tapped the ground with one foot, already drifting to Zamulin's side. A milky white holy radiance appeared in Nian Bing's palm. The radiance flickered, enveloping Zamulin's body, causing his wounds to stop bleeding. With the support of the light element healing technique, Zamulin immediately felt much better. Looking at Nian Bing's peaceful smile, he subconsciously moved his body backwards. What are you doing?" He still hadn't completely recovered from the fantasy of intertwined. In his eyes, Nian Bing was like a ferocious demon. Nian Bing smiled slightly, a strange light flashing in her eyes. "I don't want to do anything. I just want to ask you a few questions. If you want to live, answer me honestly. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Zamulin nodded repeatedly, saying in horror, "Ask away. I will definitely tell you what I know." As a selfish god who had lived for thousands of years, in his heart, the thing he feared the most was death. Nian Bing seemed to have expected this result, and her voice became gentler. She squatted down, looked into Zamulin's eyes, and asked, "What about those gods who came to Rangoon with you? Where are they? What are they doing?" Zamulin shook his head, saying, "I don't know either. When we first came to Rangoon, we were indeed looking for Miordaz's sealing bottle. There were a total of more than 10 people. But later we discovered that this continent was simply a paradise. Things that we didn't even dare to think about were simply too common here. Because we were all divine experts this time, none of us could restrain each other. Therefore, after some discussion, we decided to split up and look for Miordaz's sealing bottle. Therefore, I don't know where they are, let alone what they are doing now." Nian Bing sneered, saying, "What do you mean by splitting up after some discussion? You were clearly filled with greed for the various beautiful things in Rangoon, and went to enjoy them everywhere. After that, you went to Longmu Empire, and with your strength reaching the 13th step, you became the master of Princess Mujing. This way, you could borrow Mujing's power to look for Miordaz's sealing bottle. Moreover, with the support of the imperial family, you could do whatever you wanted. Whatever you wanted, you only had to open your mouth. Am I right? However, I am very curious, why did you choose Longmu Empire? The one closest to the godly mainland should be the Ice Moon Empire." Zamulin said a little awkwardly, "We came to this continent through spatial transmission magic. When we first arrived, it just so happened to be the intersection of the 3 empires. After that, everyone split up, and a few of us went to carry out special missions given by the main gods, while the rest of us scattered. As for that Princess Mujing, she herself was a very good material. She had a natural domain and an innate spiritual body. If I could obtain her virgin body, it would be very beneficial to my cultivation. However, because of her domain, if she wasn't willing, it would be easy for me to kill her. But to obtain her body was impossible. She promised me that as long as I and my companions could help Longmu Empire destroy the Hwarong Empire, she would be willing to give her body to me. So I? Nian Bing nodded and stood up, saying, I understand. What a great god! Mu Jing was really willing to go all out. For the sake of her own country, she was even willing to trade her virginity. I really admire her. However, your strength is indeed worth it for her to do this. Presumably, this time, you coming with her to the Hwarong Empire was her greatest reliance. With your strength, if you deliberately wanted to, it wouldn't be impossible for you to destroy the entire city. Unfortunately, you were tricked, although the Hwarong Empire couldn't find an expert of your level. If the Rong family's magicians were led by Prince Rong, who had reached the 12th step, it would still be possible for them to eliminate you. If my guess is correct, you actually haven't truly reached the 13th step. Moreover, because you cultivate both wind element Do Qi and wind element magic at the same time, you are unable to open your own apertures. Thus, your strength is still insufficient. Relying solely on strength and without an aperture to become a god, it really isn't easy. Nian Bing originally wanted to see how a god's aperture could be used, but he didn't see him use it during the battle. He couldn't help but feel a bit strange. Just now, he squatted down suspiciously and used his own Tianyan acupoint to carefully scan Smulin. Only then did he come to this conclusion. Smulin naturally didn't know the abilities of Nian Bing's Tianyan acupoint. Hearing him accurately describe his situation, the fear in his heart grew even stronger. He hurriedly said, I've already told you everything I know. Can you let me go now? Nian Bing laughed mischievously and said, Did I say I would let you go? Let you go so that you can inform your companions that dwarves have come to this continent? No, I definitely won't say that. Smulin had already thought of something. Nian Bing said indifferently, The best way to make someone like you shut up forever is to cancel his right to exist. Smulin's eyes were wide with shock, and his body moved back continuously. You just promised not to kill me. You can't do this to me. As long as you promise to let me live, I'm willing to be your subordinate. Nian Bing smiled slightly and turned to look at Halogen. Brother Smulin, do you think I will believe a despicable god? For you, there is only one ending. Think carefully about what I just said. When did I say I would let you go? Brother Halogen, I'll leave the rest to you. I think you've long been willing to vent your anger. Careful. Halogen suddenly cried out in alarm. Nian Bing's body had already used a teleportation to leave his original position the moment he spoke the first word. Actually, with his Tianyan acupoint senses, why would he need Halogen's warning? A ray of silver light flashed past where he had been standing just a moment ago. In the blink of an eye, it was on the horizon. Halogen's black figure arrived in front of Smulin almost at the same time the silver light disappeared. His huge battle axe chopped down without any hesitation. Ah! With a miserable cry, Smulin's entire chest was smashed to pieces by the black fighting aura, and blood splattered everywhere. Nian Bing and Halogen didn't go west to return to capital Sky City. The process of killing Smulin just now had caused a huge commotion. With the vigilance of the Hwarong Empire, they would definitely send people to investigate. Therefore, the two of them took a detour and returned to the city from the North Gate. Nian Bing looked at Halogen, who had regained his tall and big appearance with the longevity blade, and couldn't help but laugh. Brother, you looked so excited all the way back. Is killing a god that important to you? Halogen laughed and said, Awesome. You don't know. Although we dwarves can survive on the godly mainland because of Lord Cow's words, we can only hide in the holy mountain. I can finally kill gods like my ancestors. How can I not be excited? There aren't many god-level experts like this in the godly mainland. Every time I kill one, my strength will be weakened. After hearing Halogen's words, Nian Bing couldn't help but be moved. That's right. The biggest disadvantage of the godly mainland was their lack of numbers. After all, they were too few, Compared to the hundreds of millions of people in the Yangon continent, they were so insignificant. If they really wanted to go against the godly mainland, then they had some methods. Of course, this method could only be used to deal with gods below the level of an overgod. When it came to the level of a 14th level overgod, it was no longer a matter of numbers. After entering the city, Nian Bing and Halogen couldn't use their abilities anymore. They had to walk back to the magic item shop. The two of them walked for a full 2 hours. Seeing the magic item shop in front of them, Halogen couldn't help but say, "Why do I feel that walking back is more tiring than the battle just now? Brother, I've lived for so many years. If we were to talk about walking at this speed, I'm afraid that even in 100 years, I wouldn't be able to catch up to today." Nian Bing laughed and said, "There's no other way. You have to integrate into this new society. Naturally, you need to adapt. You'll get used to it in the future. Don't you think that only in this kind of environment can you have a relaxed and comfortable life?" Halogen stretched his body a little exaggeratedly and said, "Yes, I've already started to love this continent." Nian Bing laughed and said, "I think you've taken a fancy to the delicious food." Halogen blushed and said, "What's wrong with that? Anyway, it's all about love. Let's go, we're going in." While talking, they had already arrived at the entrance of the magic item shop. At this time, there was a sign on the door that said that the shop was temporarily closed. Nian Bing naturally pretended not to see it and walked in side by side with Halogen. The waiter from before hurried to welcome them. Beside him was a person who looked like a shopkeeper. Through the feeling of the aura, Nian Bing judged that this person already had the strength of a martial artist. Facing his subordinates, Nian Bing naturally emitted a dignified aura and said indifferently, "Are they all here?" The waiter nodded and said, "They are all here. Please follow me." After saying that, he and the shopkeeper bowed to Nian Bing and Halogen and led him and Halogen to the back. From the outside, the shop didn't look big. However, the backyard was very spacious. Nian Bing could clearly feel that there were at least 20 hidden sentries in this spacious courtyard. He couldn't help but praise in his heart. The waiter and the shopkeeper brought them to the door of a large room in the main hall. The shopkeeper said in a low voice, "Leader, the elders are inside." Nian Bing nodded and said, "All right, you guys can leave." After saying that, he raised his hand and pushed the door open. This was a living room that was about 50 square meters in size. The living room was very well decorated. When Nian Bing entered, the people who were originally in the living room immediately stood up. Nian Bing's body shook and shouted in surprise, "Grandfather!" In the room, other than the Blood Lion's 7 elders that Nian Bing summoned, there was one more person. It was Prince Rong, who was in charge of the Huarong Empire's military forces. At the same time, he was also the previous leader of the Blood Lion cult, Demon Lion Rong Yen. Chapter 193. Aside from Prince Rong, who remained in his original position, the 7 elders of the Blood Lion cult respectfully said in unison, "Greetings, cult leader." Although they did not need to bow due to their status, etiquette could not be ignored. Nian Bing hurriedly said respectfully to these elders, "Greetings, elders. Grandfather, why have you also come?" Prince Rong's expression was solemn. He glanced at Halogen and said in a deep voice, "I heard that you have become an emissary of the Ice Moon Empire. Is this true?" Rong Bing had received news of Nian Bing's arrival and knew that Nian Bing had summoned the 7 elders for a meeting, so he immediately rushed over. Nian Bing nodded, "That's right. I am representing the Ice Moon Empire this time. This big brother Halogen is my friend, so he is one of us. There is no inconvenience." As she said this, Nian Bing walked to the seat of honor and sat down. Prince Rong's gaze followed Nian Bing the entire time. Seeing her sit down, he coldly said, "You need to give me an explanation for this matter." Nian Bing calmly joked, "Grandfather, since you have handed the Blood Lion cult over to me, then you should trust my decision. I am very clear about the Blood Lion cult's mission, and I have the ability to handle it. You came at the right time, saving me the trouble of looking for you. There are some things I wanted to discuss with you." Prince Rong's expression softened a little. "Nian Bing, when I decided to pass the position of chief to you, it was because of your ability and your ability to see the bigger picture. I believe that the Bloodlion cult will develop better under your control. However, this time, you have come as a representative of the Ice Moon Empire, accompanied by the priestess of the Ice Goddess. I can't help but suspect your motives. You should understand how important the Four Nations Conference is to our Huarong Empire. Also, you have been missing for more than a year. Don't forget that you are the chief of the cult. How can I be at ease when you are so irresponsible?" Nian Bing nodded and said, "Don't worry, I will give you an explanation now. First, let me ask you a question. The Four States Conference is important to the Huarong Empire, but is it also important to our Rong family?" Prince Rong stared blankly, and the expressions of the 7 elders beside him changed. They seemed to have grasped the main point of Nian Bing's words. Prince Rong frowned and said, "Of course it's important to our Rong family. The Huarong Empire is our foundation. As the Huarong Empire grows stronger, so will the Rong family." Nian Bing said calmly, "If it were that simple, the Bloodlion cult wouldn't exist. Grandpa, I just want to tell you, the Bloodlion sect existed for the Rong family, not for the Huarong Empire. If it wasn't for the fact that I wasn't part of the cult, just the matter of the Qilu Empire would have been enough. I will never allow my sect's strength to support your actions." Prince Rong looked into Nian Bing's pure blue eyes. He already understood some of what he wanted to say, so he said in a low voice, "Continue." Nian Bing said, "Although our Bloodlion sect is the largest underground power in the Yangon continent, we have always been mysterious. Not many people even know of our existence. However, our sect suffered great losses in the battle of the Qilu Empire. As long as one is observant, they can see that the Huarong Empire has used power that doesn't belong to them. Emperor Hua Tian is your brother, but have you thought about it? Now that he is the emperor, he must be very familiar with the situation in the army. I'm afraid that part of our sect's secret has already been exposed. Moreover, in this battle with the Qilu Empire, our sect's losses were probably not that great. Is this what you want to see? You want our brothers to sacrifice their lives for the Huarong Empire? You are still a subject. Perhaps you are not afraid of being overawed by your achievements. But since you have given me the task of protecting the Rong family, I can't help but think a little more. Therefore, I have decided that from now on, without my orders, the Bloodlion sect will not contribute a single bit to the Huarong Empire." The 7 elders nodded slightly at Nian Bing's words. The Grand Elder even showed a look of approval. When Prince Rong had decided to help the Huarong Empire attack the Qilu Empire, the Grand Elder had objected. However, because Nian Bing wasn't present and the other elders supported Prince Rong, the plan had to be carried out in the end. Nian Bing didn't participate in that battle, but his analysis was extremely accurate. Every judgment was as if he had seen it with his own eyes. Prince Rong said coldly, "In my life, my greatest wish is for magicians to unite the entire continent. As long as I am alive, I will continue to strive in this direction." Nian Bing smiled as he stood up and said, "Grandpa, can you please calm down for a while? Yes, I can understand your ultimate wish as a commander. However, I will still say the same thing. All your efforts are for the Huarong Empire, not for the Rong family. Secondly, unifying the continent doesn't necessarily mean that you have to conquer it. With your method, only the Huarong Empire will benefit. However, if you use my method, the Rong family will benefit. I am sure you are well aware of the changes in the Ice Moon Empire. Although I am not the ruler of the Ice Moon Empire, I dare say that as long as I give the order, the Ice Moon Empire will truly change. It will become the best base for the Rong family. Is this something that can be achieved by years of battles? I only have one ultimate goal, and that is to use the power of the Blood Lion sect to control every country on the continent and become the true ruler of the continent. I think the effect will be much better than what you've been doing all these years. I agree with the head's words. The head elder stood up and walked behind Nianbing. Prince Rong was his son. How could he not understand his son's thoughts? When Prince Rong saw that his father had taken the initiative to walk behind his grandson, he couldn't help but reveal a hint of disappointment in his eyes. The other elders also walked behind Nianbing one after another, using their actions to prove who they supported. Although Nianbing had disappeared for more than a year, the almost impossible change in the Ice Moon Empire had been accomplished under his control. It had brought great benefits to the Blood Lion sect. It was also because of that operation that Nianbing had established an extremely high prestige in the sect. He had truly received the recognition of the 7 elders of the Blood Lion sect. Nianbing had used his actions to prove that his ideas could be implemented. Looking at the 7 elders, and then looking at Nianbing, Prince Rong said bitterly, "Perhaps. I'm really old now." The head elder said unhappily, "Bastard, you dare to take advantage of your seniority in front of me? You're not old, you're just muddle-headed." Prince Rong then remembered that the elders in front of him were his elders. He couldn't help but say awkwardly, "Father, I didn't mean that. Since all of you have decided to support Nianbing, I have nothing to say. In fact, I also understand that Nianbing's words are very reasonable. However, I want to rely on my own strength, using iron and blood to control the entire continent." Nianbing stood up and walked to Prince Rong's side to help him sit down. "Grandfather, you don't have to be discouraged. I made this decision to consider the entire situation. As the strongest commander on the continent, I understand your expectations. However, our Rangoon continent can no longer erupt into war because foreign enemies can appear at any time. Against these powerful enemies, only we can come together. Only by uniting regardless of borders can we contend against them. Although I don't know when this possibility will appear, and it may never appear, we have to guard against it." Looking at Prince Rong and the 7th elders' shocked expressions, Nianbing continued, "You must all want to know where I went for more than a year. Even with the Blood Lion sect's intelligence network, they couldn't find me. This is because I wasn't even on the Rangoon continent. Ordinary people don't know about that place, but I think you must know that it's the so-called God's continent where the gods gather. It was because I went there that I went missing for more than a year." "What? You went to the God's continent?" Prince Rong exclaimed. To the people of Rangoon continent, the God's continent was a very mysterious place. There were gods in the legends. Nianbing nodded and said, "That's right, I went to the God's continent." He stayed there for a year and a half, and during this time he was very happy. I finally understood what those so-called gods were. The so-called gods were nothing more than humans. They have a long history. Moreover, these gods are far from being as sacred as you think. In fact, they are all selfish humans. It's undeniable that these gods have powerful strength, and there are restrictions that seal them, so they can't easily come to our continent. However, I can be sure that once they appear, they will bring disaster to Rangoon continent. When I said that the enemy might appear, I was referring to them. Although there aren't many gods, even the weakest among them is close to swordsman's strength. The gods' continent is not as beautiful as the legends say. Rangoon continent is simply heaven. If a group of powerful gods came from hell to heaven, what would they do? Nianbing told them about what she saw and heard on the gods' continent. She only hid the information about Miorda's bottle of sealing and the 4 gods. She also didn't say why she went there. It's because of this threat that we must develop quickly in peace. We must use our advantage in numbers to contend with the gods' continent. Even if they don't come, we must be prepared. Otherwise, Rangoon continent will have a huge change, a huge disaster. Seeing Prince Rong and the 7 elders' expressions of disbelief, Nianbing nodded to Halogen. Yellow light surged, and the longevity saber's disguise was removed in the blink of an eye, revealing Halogen's original appearance. The legendary dwarf race. I don't know if Grandpa and the 7 elders have heard of it. However, I can tell you that my big brother Halogen's strength has already surpassed Godmaster. He's close to the 13th level, which means he's a God-level expert on the God's continent. I think this is enough to prove my words. Silence. Everyone in the meeting room fell silent. Nian Bing returned to her seat. She wasn't in a hurry. She knew that everything she said was difficult for Prince Rong and the others to understand. They needed time to think. She also believed that with her grandfather Prince Rong's wisdom, it wouldn't be difficult for her to understand what she meant. After a long while, the first elder spoke first. Nian Bing, what do you want to do now? I want to hear your thoughts. Nian Bing nodded. What I want to do is very simple. Maintain the current situation on the continent. The Huarong Empire and the other 3 empires are facing each other from the north and south, and develop at the same time. The peace talks between the 4 empires must be completed. At the same time, Aland, Bingyue, and Longmu will form an alliance. This way, the Huarong Empire will have no reason to send troops to the other 3 empires. Only this way can the continent regain its peace. She recounted the conversation she had with Luo Ro and Mu Jing in the kanji shop, and also explained her own point of view. Nian Bing knew that although the 4 Nations Conference had yet to begin, as long as her grandfather agreed to her idea, the overall situation would be set. There wouldn't be any changes in the conference that would be held the day after tomorrow. The Huarong Empire's goal would be achieved, and Nian Bing's goal would be achieved at the same time. Prince Rong said, the Huarong Empire's matters can't be decided by me alone. Nian Bing, although I agree with your plan, do you have the confidence to convince my old friend? This conference will be hosted by Su Yu. If you want to convince him, it won't be easy. In terms of wisdom, I've never seen anyone more brilliant than him. Nian Bing smiled faintly and said, I deal with smart people. I think Grandpa Su will also understand the current situation. Besides, what the Huarong Empire needs right now is peace. As for the future, as long as the other 3 empires develop, it won't be easy for the Huarong Empire to launch an attack again. Before coming here, I've already thought about it very clearly. In the future, what the Bloodlion sect needs to do is to infiltrate the Longmu Empire and the Ottoman Empire. When these 2 empires become like the Ice Moon Empire, our Rong family will prosper forever. Prince Rong nodded and said, All right, I agree with your plan. In fact, the Bloodlion sect will only listen to your orders. As long as the 3 empires agree to the peace talks, this conference will naturally be much easier. Nian Bing stood up and said, Grandpa, then I'll go back first. The future of the Rong family still depends on you. After the peace talks the day after tomorrow, I'll immediately leave here. If there's any news, I'll inform you through the Bloodlion sect. We'll strengthen the training of our troops and increase the strength we can truly control. It's best to deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo. 7 elders, I'll take my leave first. Under the respectful farewells of the 7 elders, Nian Bing brought Halogen out of the Bloodlion sect's secret nest. Although the conversation was short, it had already achieved the effect he wanted. This was already enough. Now he still had one more goal. As long as he could convince this final goal, then the 4 Nations Public Discourse Conference would be completely under his control. When Nian Bing and Halogen returned to the state guest house, the sky had already gradually darkened. As it entered the evening, he heard laughter from next door before he even reached the door of his room. Halogen and Nian Bing pouted their lips and said, Go, accompany your wives. I'll go back and cultivate for a while to heal my injuries. After saying that, they opened the door and walked into the room. Nian Bing tiptoed to the next door and just happened to hear the conversation inside. Through the perception of his Tianyan acupoint, he clearly discovered that not only Long Ling and the other 2 were in the room. Luo Ro and Yuruyan were also there. Long Ling said, Nian Bing has been gone for so long. Why hasn't he come back yet? Feng Nu couldn't help but laugh and said, Little sisterling, you can't always be like this. We've only been separated for a short while. You already miss him. We need to unite, otherwise, won't we be bullied by him in the future? Yu Ruyan said, Feng Nu, Chin Chen Ling, have you all decided to marry Nian Bing? As soon as these words came out, there was a brief silence in the room. Outside, Nian Bing also pricked up his ears, wanting to hear how the three women would answer. The first to speak was Lan Chin. She said, somewhat bashfully, Mom, you also know about our matter. If I don't marry him, who else can I marry? Elder sister and Ling, I knew him before I did. I'm afraid they can't leave Nian Bing. Back then, Nian Bing had risked his own life to save me. He had also helped my sister and Ling, open their Tianyan acupoints. From that drop of angel's tear, we had already understood his heart. Actually, every woman would be jealous and would want to monopolize the person they loved. However, we don't want Nian Bing to be embarrassed for us. Elder sister, Ling, and I have already discussed it. Since he loves us deeply and we can't let him go, we can only be together forever. I think we will get along very well. Feng Nu and Long Ling looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Yu Ruyan sighed helplessly and said, This brat is really lucky. Then, when do you decide to establish a relationship with him? Feng Nu said, Nian Bing's biggest wish is to save his parents. Let's talk about it after we welcome Uncle's parents. Mom, we believe that Nian Bing won't let us down. Long Ling said, Yes, Auntie. Although Nian Bing is sometimes mysterious, he is really good to us. Marrying a man who is willing to give up his life for us. What else can we be dissatisfied with? Auntie, don't worry. We are three sisters. If he dares to bully us in the future. Standing outside the door, Nian Bing's eyes were a little moist. Ever since he came back, he had been busy with the situation of the continent. He never had a chance to talk to the three girls. Hearing the three girls understand him so well, his heart was full of warmth. At this time, Nian Bing suddenly felt a cold breath coming from behind. He subconsciously turned around and saw the ice goddess priestess with a face full of frost. Secretly shocked, Nian Bing thought, How could I forget her? I heard it. She probably heard it too. This time, Chen Chen's identity couldn't be hidden anymore. The ice goddess priestess said coldly the person who used God's descent technique in the mountains outside Ice Moon City was you? Nian Bing didn't need to hide it anymore. He nodded and said, Yes, that person was me. The sound outside immediately alerted the girls in the room. Figures flashed and Yu Ruyan, Long Ling, and Luo Ro came out one after another. Lan Chin didn't disguise himself because he returned the morning dew dagger to Nian Bing. He suddenly saw his master and lowered his head, speechless. The ice goddess priestess looked at Bing Yun and then looked at Nian Bing. The cold light in her eyes became very complicated. She nodded and said, Good, really good. I didn't expect that the two disciples I was most proud of in my life would end up like this. Bing Ling, Bing Yun, they both left me in the end. Good, good, good. Nian Bing, with your strength and wisdom, you can solve the problem here by yourself. I'm no longer needed here. After 100 days, I'll wait for you at the Ice God Tower to decide the life and death of your parents. Bing Yin, come with him to see me at that time. If you don't see him by then, you know the consequences. After saying that, she didn't stay for a second longer. She turned and walked towards her room. Master! Lan Chin cried out and knelt on the ground. The ice goddess priestess bleak figure deeply shocked her heart. How could she forget the grace of raising her for so many years? The ice goddess priestess stopped. Don't call me master. You've already forgotten my advice to you. Now you have a mother and a man. You don't need me as your master anymore. No, that's not it. Master. Tears flowed down Bing Yun's face. The ice goddess priestess didn't stay any longer and returned to her room. Even with Nian Bing's intelligence, she didn't know what the ice goddess priestess was thinking. However, she was sure that she wouldn't stay here. Nian Bing was confident that with her and Halogen's strength, they could kill her. However, she had already promised Bingyan not to kill the ice goddess priestess. What should she do now? After 100 days, it would probably be the final battle. The ice goddess priestess left with her subordinates. She chose to leave after staying in Duqian City for less than a day. Lan Chen's grief reminded Nian Bing of how she felt when Cha Ji passed away. She knew that what Lan Chen needed the most was her comfort. In the room, Nian Bing held Lan Chen in her arms. Feng Nu and Long Ling were sitting on her bed. The four of them didn't speak. Only Lan Chen's soft sobs could be heard. Hugging Lan Chen's beautiful body, Nian Bing comforted her in a low voice. "Don't cry. This is the inevitable ending." Lan Chen looked at her with teary eyes and choked with sobs. "Master doesn't want me anymore. Although Master has always been very strict with me, I know that she actually loves me very much." What happened to Senior Sister Bingling had already deeply hurt her heart. And this time I have never seen Master's eyes filled with despair. "Nian Bing, I want to chase after Master." Nian Bing hugged her body tightly and said firmly, "No, I won't let you go. You are my wife. I don't want to see what happened to my parents happen to us. After 100 days, when the magician finally takes care of her, don't worry about her. Since I promised you, I definitely won't kill her." His hatred for the ice goddess priestess and his love for Lan Chen made him feel very conflicted. "I'm sorry. I made things difficult for you. Perhaps we shouldn't have been together. I know you love my sister. You love Long Ling. What happened between us was just a coincidence. Nian Bing, I don't blame you. That was my fault. You also paid so much for me. Let me go." Lan Chen said hurtful words against her heart. Nian Bing kissed her on the cheek. "Silly girl, what are you saying? Don't tell me you still don't understand my love for you. I won't let you go. Never." As he said that, he wiped the tears on Lan Chen's face with his sleeve. "I'll stay with you. I don't want to wake up tomorrow morning. I'll suddenly lose one of my wives." Feng Nu got up and sat on the other side of Lan Chen. She unhappily stared at Nian Bing and said, "We're not your wives." Nian Bing smiled as he glanced at Lan Chen, who was in a daze, and said, "That's easy. I have a very good suggestion. Why don't we put your 3 beds together so that we can sleep together under a blanket? Wouldn't you all become my real wives?" Feng Nu's charming face reddened. "You're so annoying. What are you saying? Don't even think about it." Lan Chen also raised his head and looked at Nian Bing in surprise. His originally sorrowful face became a bit redder. He clearly remembered the scene in the cave. Nian Bing mischievously smiled and quickly climbed onto the bed. He kicked off his shoes and lay on Lan Chen's bed. He comfortably stretched his body and hugged Feng Nu's slender waist. "I don't care. In any case, I'm not leaving today. I'll stay here and sleep with you all. Even Mother agreed to let you all be with me. What's there to be shy about?" Under his teasing voice, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became a lot more relaxed. Feng Nu, who was hugged by him, glanced at her younger sister and then looked at Long Ling. Her heart immediately became shy. She wanted to break free from Nian Bing's grasp, but Nian Bing hugged her very tightly and refused to let her go. Long Ling giggled and hurriedly laid down on her bed. With her back facing Nian Bing and the others, she said, "It's none of my business. I can't see or hear anything." Nian Bing turned over and sat up. He squeezed between Feng Nu and Lan Chen. He hugged each of them and said, "Today no one can escape. I want to make you all my real wives. We'll sleep together, haha." Feng Nu and Lan Chen punched Nian Bing's shoulder at almost the same time. "Who wants to sleep together with you?" Nian Bing cried out exaggeratedly in pain. "You're murdering your husband." Her body directly fell backwards. Her eyes closed, and she immediately stopped breathing. Feng Nu giggled. She and Lan Qin didn't use any strength at all. She reached out and pinched Nian Bing's thigh. You're so annoying. Don't play dead. Wah, I'm alive again. Nian Bing sat up abruptly. Feng Nu just happened to turn around and look at him. He sat up so quickly that Feng Nu didn't even have time to react. Her fragrant lips were hot, and she was kissed by him. Feng Nu's delicate body trembled. The hand that was originally pinching Nian Bing suddenly went soft. Nian Bing immediately moved away. He turned around and kissed Bing Yan's lips. This was the first time he had been intimate with them since returning from the continent of gods. Feng Nu was just about to rebuke him when the playful expression on Nian Bing's face suddenly disappeared. He hugged them tightly and said, "Promise me, don't leave me. You are already the most important part of my life. If I lose you, then life will have no meaning to me." Seeing the serious expression in Nian Bing's eyes, Feng Nu took the initiative to hug his arm. She leaned on his shoulder and said in a low voice, "No, we won't leave you." Lan Qin knew that Nian Bing's words were more for himself. She also knew that the reason why Nian Bing teased her and her sister was to make her happy. Her heart was filled with affection. She also leaned on his shoulder. "Nian Bing, I'm sorry I made you worry. What needs to be faced will always be faced. Perhaps I'm thinking too much." With beauties in his arms, Nian Bing's emotions surged. He looked at each of them deeply and said seriously, "Since it's like this, then let's sleep together tonight." Annoying. "Ah!" Nian Bing screamed and jumped up from the bed. Even if his body was tough, such a weak place like his inner thigh would not feel good if it was pinched. After a few breaths, a certain pitiful person was pushed out of the room by the three women. The room door closed with a bang, leaving him looking at the door with a helpless expression and sighing. A faint smile appeared in Nian Bing's eyes as he leaned against the wall of the corridor. How wonderful would it be if we could really sleep together? Spiritual power spread out from his Tian Yan acupoint. Nian Bing's eyes flashed with a strange light. His enormous spiritual power had already covered the entire inn. Soon he found his target. He straightened up and walked towards it. The place he was looking for was not far from Feng Nu's room. Soon, Nian Bing arrived at the door of this room. He raised his hand and lightly knocked on the door. Silence. "Who is it?" Mu Jing's voice came from the room. From her voice, Nian Bing could hear that this princess of the Longmu Empire was somewhat tired. "It's me, Nian Bing," he calmly replied. The sound of footsteps came from the room. The door opened, and Mu Jing in a green dress appeared in front of Nian Bing. She clearly did not expect Nian Bing to come looking for her. Her eyes were filled with surprise. Nian Bing smiled and said, "What? You're not going to invite me in?" "Princess Mu Jing." "Oh, please come in." Mu Jing stepped aside and invited Nian Bing into her room. The room was naturally not much different in the same inn. Nian Bing directly walked to the sofa in the outer living room and sat down. Mu Jing poured him a glass of water, then sat on the sofa opposite him. "Princess Mu Jing did not expect me to come, right?" Nian Bing took a sip of water and said unhurriedly. Mu Jing said, "I really did not expect you to come. Don't call me princess, just call me by my name. Why are you looking for me, Brother Nian?" Nian Bing smiled and said, "Princess, you don't have to be so polite. Since you asked me to call you by your name, then you can call me by my name. I can see that Princess has not been resting well these days.